Hello?
Hello?
Oh my god. What the fuck is Rogers in the submarine?
Really?
Hello?
Hello, hello. Let me
Hello, hello?
add. So I decided to add Dratnos. Let me know if you think it's a good idea. The thought is when we've
Oh
done this
my
before.
god, dude. I
No.
can't get away from this guy. Oh
Dratnos,
no.
bro, Dratnos is always there somehow. He manages.
Yeah, he is always there. Okay, well, okay, he did not sneak his way into this. I asked him because he was like, I feel like I would be extra, but I feel like he would have an interesting perspective, which is a lot of the times when we think about doing this, and we've done this before, we talk about all the things that are interesting to us, which are sometimes there are things that the viewer perspective wants to hear about and know about, and that question isn't being asked or brought up. And I think Dratnos would be perfect for that. So if we have like a graph at the end of this that shows how much each of us had talked during the time, I imagine Dratnos's part of the graph will be very, very small, but I think it will add a lot of value for the times he is speaking. So I think it'll be smart. So I'm going to add him.
Yeah?
I'm down.
Sounds good, dude.
Cool.
Like said, he was in the venue the whole time. By the way, couldn't escape him. So one
Dude,
more day.
There's a super funny clip of your all's last race where,
Yo.
hey man, there's a super funny clip after Abris where he's the only person left wherever you guys
Oh
were.
yeah, in the venue, he's like, oh my
Yeah.
god.
And there's like a shopping cart of like energy drinks and shit, and then he has access to all the CCTV footage, and yeah, he's just fucking chilling there all alone.
Yeah.
That's
It was, to be clear, we didn't abandon him like on purpose, yeah. It was just the flights, like changing the flight to do one day earlier would have been scuffed. And he said, yeah, I think with his rating schedule, it fit anyways. So he was like, yeah, I don't mind. He's always down. I mean, or right, Dratnos? That's what I remember.
Yeah, and then production came to me with the idea. They were like, "Yeah, we can set you up a little stream if you want while you're, and we can give you the CCTV like footage or whatever." Yeah, it was good.
all right. So I don't know exactly how this is gonna. Just some quick notes. We're probably going to slam this as like a 2 or 3 part podcast thing. But this isn't gonna be like the podcast. It's just we're just gonna put it up on that without like video or anything. But yeah, I don't really know where to start. I didn't like over prepare for this because I've done that in the past, and then what ends up happening is like I'll start saying something or Roger will start saying something, and then like 6 hours will go by, and then it's over, and everything gets gone through. So I don't have anything I specifically want to start with. Do you guys have something?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I agree. It's like one topic gets brought up and just talked about forever.
Okay.
I'm just chilling, bro.
Okay, I have a great place to start. So, did you all see? So there was a clip this race that I think was the best clip of any Race World First or any raid by far, and I'm just unsure if you guys. So, did you all see the video of that BDG guy killing Smolderon?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Sadly, yes.
But I mean, what do you mean? Sadly, Scripe. That was one of the prime moments. I swear.
Bro, I fucking can't believe that happened. I like if my entire life I would have gone by and I would have never guessed that somebody killed a boss and they were just bricked up as hell and they just stood straight up. I can't believe it.
I mean, I think it was, but like he also ripped his shirt, right? It wasn't only just like it was the whole thing was some
Yeah, I
crazy
think that
clip.
actually got him banned. Yeah,
Oh,
I felt.
really?
Yeah, I
Oh,
actually it was during a dinner break and I ended up showing that on stream. That was probably a bad idea, but it was definitely worth it.
well, I don't. I think I also showed it on stream. It's fine. We believe.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Oh
So,
my god.
how do you all feel now? We're in the second tier of. Is it the second tier? Yeah, the second, or I guess the third total tier of the no simultaneous mythic and heroic situation. Oh, that's where we start. Let's talk about exploiting seeds, actually. I think that is an excellent place to begin.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
we gotta go back to BlizzCon, I think, first, Max. Yeah, for
Yeah.
that one. So
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember. I think it was at the Marriott. We were there, and then we were talking about it. And then you told me, yeah. So did you see like they nerfed it? And I tell you, yeah, they nerfed it because we reported it. Yeah. So the way that worked was that we had calculated that it's gonna be pretty doable because of how you could use the Dream Surge thing to, like, the Dream Surge reputation buff worked on this new reputation. So we had an internal discussion within the team, and we're like, yeah, dude, I don't know, should we report this? I mean, we can do it. We don't know if the other guilds know about it. But then in the end, the team was like, you know what, just report it. No one wants to do this shit. Just report it and get it fixed, and then we don't have to worry about it. So we did, and they did change it. And we're like, okay, I guess we don't have to do anything about it. However, this is the tricky part. When we reported it, we already had planned
The
it.
Halloween, yeah, you had
The
already,
Halloween,
yeah, you
No,
so,
no,
you
so
told, just
here's
for some
the-
context, chat. So
yeah.
there was a few things you could do, but one of them was they were like going to report it, and then as soon as it got reported and before it got changed, you're like, well, we have to prepare to do it. So you guys all transferred like one character human, and you got the Halloween buff on both factions and logged out with the experience buff,
Yeah.
right? That was the first thing
yeah,
you did.
yeah.
And then
Correct.
they nerfed the thing like a day after you guys did that or something. But like obviously
Exactly. So we reported it. When was it, Meeres?
No,
We
but
reported that.
there's an
yeah.
important piece of information missing. The main reason is I reported it, and then like 6 days went past or 5 days went past, and Blizzard never answered or didn't do anything. So we're like, I guess they're not fixing it, and that's why we went Alliance. And then like a day later, after the Alliance thing was gone, like over the Halloween, then they posted about it without even us telling us or confirming. So we're like, I guess we prepared for it now, so we need to check now if it's still doable even after the nerf, right?
Yeah, initially we were kind of pissed because we're like, okay, we just spent a bunch of money to transfer over and change the faction and stuff, and now we're gonna just pointless, yeah. But yeah, then continue, Meeres, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and then after that, we were like, okay, I mean, I guess we're committed. So let's see now if we can still do it, I guess. And then we did the whole calculations, and we had Stint, our analyst, the chat, farm all the rep tokens and test everything out. And he was like, guys, it's all good. Yeah, we can still do it. We just need to like turn in the tokens and it will work out. And then we do some quests and everything will be good. But
I mean, it was
then,
easily doable. It was
yeah.
like you could have not had the Halloween buffs if they just kept it live, and it would have been done in like a day and a half instead of a day, right? Like
exactly, yeah. And then we're like, okay, that's all good. So we do that, but then we're like, oh shit, they nerfed it again. Like then they changed it basically to not be that easy anymore, basically not doable. But then we found out about these seeds, and we're like, holy moly, yeah, I guess we can do
didn't know
this.
about the seeds before, right? Like we didn't know
exactly.
that this is a thing until
had,
it
like,
went live, basically.
You guys are yapping so much. I have no idea about this topic.
Yeah, Scripe was in split rate prison. Yeah,
I
he's
pulled out from this topic completely.
oh, that's so funny. I mean,
If they did anything bad, it has nothing to do with me.
I do the opposite of that because Bubba does all of our gearing stuff. So during splits, I just like am like locked in a closet. Because if it was up to me, we would just immediately stop doing. We would do way less splits, and we would just go raid because I fucking hate splits. They're just so not fun.
Amen.
So I just make Bubba. Bubba's really good at it, and he has it all figured out. And I don't want to know a single fucking thing about crests. I just tell him that I don't care how long it takes, as long as we have every shred of eye level going into the raid. Then that is what I want. But that's getting a little bit ahead of it. So you guys, the thing comes out, you guys play all day. I think like it was like 14, 15 hours, I think, of grinding with the experience buff, and you guys got it? Or was it a little less than that?
Yeah, I think so. Because we also had to do the alt, prepare the level 10 on the alt, then do the quest on the main, and then farm the seeds. I think we were done at midnight, probably, and we woke up at 5 a.m. as a guild together. So it was basically the whole day, yeah.
Okay, I do need to report my guildmates though. Okay, I need to report them because I knew I wasn't gonna play, but I was told, yeah, this is gonna take us like a couple of hours, like 4 hours maybe. So I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just do it. I mean, why not? Let's get the rep. I'm gonna feel good about it later on. So I joined them, and I did not know what I joined for. Oh my
But
god!
you did the whole day?
Yeah. It was the whole thing. Yeah, Roger did with us as well.
Dude, that's funny. If you wouldn't have told me you were going outside the raid for BlizzCon, that would have been pretty reminiscent of me fully grinding artifact power in Nyalotha for the sole reason of you guys not knowing that I was going to go out of the raid. That would be like kind of what you did. You did like a 20-hour seed rep farm to like throw
Yeah.
off the competition
But-
kind of if you had to give it
But
away.
also secretly, Roger, you must admit you were doing it because it was for the toys and stuff. And you're like, holy shit.
I mean,
I
a
get
little
it.
bit on that, and a little bit. I must admit, I was in the back of my mind. I was like, man, you never know, yeah. Like I'm on the outside, but
You
know,
did never know because if BM didn't get those nerfs after they like random buffed it from the
Yeah.
Og Lockpicks thing, like you would have run more BM hunters, that's for sure. So you would have probably played. Would you have played if they didn't nerf BM? You had to have, right?
I mean, I don't
Bro,
know
it was
actually.
so insane.
Yeah.
It was like way better than the next thing. Like, it was better
Yeah,
than
we
both.
did.
I was telling him like, Roger, this is looking really bad right now. I really want you outside, but bro, look at the DPS. And he was
Oh,
saying that
he's-
We
something
thought
must be wrong. Yeah.
thought all of our prep was bad because we were like preparing for the raid and we were looking at these heroic runs and we're like, guys, THD's like fucking rat hunter in these runs is doing like 20% more boss damage than like James's main. Like something is fucking wrong. And then it turned out obviously something was
Yeah.
wrong.
I legit thought, like, I told Scribe, I was like, because he showed me literally. We went on worker vlogs and he was showing me the top DPSers for every boss, and it was literally a full screen of BM hunters. And I'm like, wait, am I dumb? Like, I didn't really research Hunter that much going into the raid because I'm like, I'm gonna be on the outside. But I watched the patch notes, right? Like, oh, they're buffing this, they're changing this. I checked the new talent. Like, okay. And I'm like, this makes no sense. Like, there was no change big enough to justify the DPS difference. So I told him, man, this cannabis is something wrong. Yeah, there's some bug. I mean, turns out that there was no bug. It's just Blizzard messed up, and and they tried to fix the augmentation synergy, but in the process they just buffed Hunter by like 20% or something, 15%.
Yeah, the whole augmentation log hook thing is still an absolute fucking disaster. You have no idea how to tell not only how good augmentation is, but the classes that are frequently good aug targets also seem better than they are. So like I can't remember a time where it's been so not obvious what is good and why. And like when you're making changes in progression, you don't even know how strong. Like let's say you wanted to look at root damage on Tendril or something. Like you'd be choosing to sit or bring in classes based on those numbers, but those numbers are inaccurate. Like the classes are doing more damage than they're supposed to, like the classes at least that are getting augs. It was just like absolutely fucking insane.
I think you share the hatred with Scribe on this one, yeah? Scribe literally was like, what? I don't know, what's your feelings on augmentation, Scribe?
Oh, we can.
I mean, I like the class, but yeah, this was super scuffed. Yeah, I think you still had a better grasp of it as Liquid than us, because I was like, bro, let's just bench this. Like, I don't know what's going on, but they don't seem that good. But you guys were running it all the time, and we benched it briefly for Smoldron because they also had to go farm Trinket anyways.
Mhm.
I don't know. I still don't know how good they are.
So I don't think anyone truly knows because there's nothing in the game that tells you. We had to do like we can get into this later, I think, because I think we need to get through the seed stuff. But yeah, I have a lot to say about augmentation and how many of them we were going to run before the nerf, and then also what we did to kind of figure out how strong they were. But yeah, so you guys do this farm. Takes you from 5 a.m. to midnight, which is like almost 20 hours, I think, something like that. Just an insane grind to get it done.
Yeah, I do want to say, I want to say, by the way, on that, after we figured out, like, it was so painful. At the beginning, we all finished our quest. We got our first character to 10, And then we're like, okay, that was whatever, right? Like it was not too bad. And then we start doing the 20 character, and oh my god, the like initially we were just in a group and we just scattered around the seeds. Yeah, we were just going mayhem like all over the
Bro.
place.
Yeah,
That was,
I can
and
say.
then
No,
we
wait.
wait. We
Okay.
calculated how much we made reputation in an hour, and it was like 300 or something. Where the full despair was across the whole team, was spreading fast. But then we got all in one group, and then I think we went to like a dead server as well. And we
Yeah.
kind of just flew all together in like a pattern. We figured out like all these, like some seeds were super bugged, like you couldn't loot them at all. It was kind of horrendous. So in the end, we figured out there was like, I don't know, 10 seeds that were good. And we just did the circle all the time, and we all flew in a group. And it kind of reminded me of the mod days, which a lot of people hated. And yes, it was boring. This as well was boring, but it kind of felt fun to go with the whole squad, you know, like as a unit. So
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Even in our case, when people were running around going and doing seeds, everyone was just in one Discord channel and you were having fun, right? So like, I mean, there's always this weird, through artifact power farming and island spamming and all of those eras of like the grind before the race, there's always been a lot of camaraderie, and like it's not fun. Like these things are all pretty annoying to farm, but like you do find fun in all being in the channel at the same time and being excited for new content and stuff.
Okay, and last thing I say, because sorry, I need to mention this. I need to throw Gingy under the bus. He was a betrayer. So what happened was some people were done earlier than others. Okay, and then people started leaving the group. But then once you have less people, you can't even bloom the seeds, right? So it was really struggle. We're like down to 10 people, and then we're running out of the little whatever berries.
Yeah, the dewdrops, I think they were called.
And then we make a call of like, yo guys, everyone come back to the group to help the last remaining people. Because for example, Evokers couldn't go Alliance, so Frago I think was a bit behind.
No, human.
And sorry, not Alliance, human. So he didn't have the 10%, and a couple of people were still remaining. And then Gingy says the classic, yeah guys, I'm coming in 5 minutes. I think it took him probably 45 minutes, or how long was it to join us eventually?
Bro,
I don't know.
He didn't join us. Yeah, he said, guys, I need to finish this. I will test something. Yeah, then he finished it. We also finished. He never joined us. And then on the next day, we're like, yo, Mike, what did you find out? Nothing really. And then other people found out about what he could have found out. Yeah? Like whether you need to relog after you redeem your tokens and stuff. And I don't know. It was crazy. But I think one thing that I need...
No, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I need to add to the seeds was also that because it was so shambles, Stint made a Vigora, and I was basically raid leading the seeds where we're going. And I was clicking for like 8 hours straight. I was clicking a waypoint Vigora per the next seed we're going to. So everyone had an arrow on their screen what seed we're flying to next, yeah. And at one point I stopped using the Vigora, and then Roger was like, hey, Meeres, why did you stop? I'm like, bro, it's too much, yeah. So I was clicking for 8 hours a Vigora to put an arrow on everyone's screen where we're flying next with the seed. It was crazy.
So the way that this information got, let me explain to you how the beginning of our patch went. So our realms came up at 8 p.m. after a full day of maintenance, and our bedtime to prepare for the race start is 11 p.m. So we're up for like 3 or 4 hours at the end of our day. We know about this infinite grind. We talked about all those things at BlizzCon. I don't know if a lot of people know this. That infinite seed grind was on literally public guides. Like public guides were telling people to do this seed farming thing. We were obviously aware of it. We go to bed. We wake up. We do about 4, 5, 6 hours, somewhere about seed farming. You guys are 20, and then it's nerfed. So if you can put this in your all's perspective, this is actually pretty close to how this would work time-wise if you can look by the fact that it would have been kind of insane for us to assume they were going to nerf it, in which if we knew they were going to nerf it when they did, we would have stayed up all night, I guess. But then like inting your sleep like that before a race is kind of bad. So imagine the seed farm is up for 20 hours on NA servers. We stay up and finish the seed farm in a 20-hour raid, just like you all do. And then EU comes out, and you guys have 4 or 5 hours to do it, and then they nerf it insane, and it is now a 5-day grind, or in some of our players' cases, literally impossible to do in the amount of time leading up to the race. So you're either losing a ton of prep time, or it's not doable at all before the week goes around. This is the situation we were in, and we were unbelievably fucking mad at them. We were like, as you could probably imagine, like I've just transported myself to the alternate reality where this happens to you all, and I think you're gonna go fucking crazy at them for nerfing it after one guild is able to do it and another isn't. So we got real fucking mad. Go ahead.
It was.
I don't know personally. First of all, why they initially even had this in. No, like, but why have this in at all? Like, infinite rep grinds is a thing of the past, kind of. Unless it's a rep that doesn't matter. I think like the Furbolgs thing they did on this expansion, like that doesn't matter. But I can't think of any reputation that you can just infinitely grind anymore. So I don't know what the logic was behind making the seeds just give you reputation forever. I think what they should have done to begin with was just do what they have now without the 5 rep at the end. Like, just have it like, I don't know, the first 4 or 5 seeds, whatever it is, gives you a good chunk of rep, and then it's over. Like, see you next week. So I don't know. I think that's like a design flaw. I do think I would be super tilted, like you said, if they changed it after. It makes it super unfair. At the same time, I will say that it is a bit of a sticky situation, I'm guessing, from their side, because essentially, if they do not nerf it, it makes this very bad for the general population, because I guess everyone then is going to just do it, or a lot of people, and it kind of loses its value. So I think the reason was for the general population. I don't know. It's I do think it's messed up. It's messed up that they did it. Maybe they should have given like an extra day or something, for the other teams to do it as well, and then be like,
I think it was more of a I think it was more of a BlizzCon diff. Like, if they didn't spend so much time preparing for BlizzCon with a patch right after, I would highly suspect that something like this would have been seen, because it's not like it was some hidden weird thing. Like I said before, it was on public guides. So like, this is not some very hard to understand thing from Blizzard's end. So yeah, you leave it in there. The thing is, though, is they nerfed it, and then the infinite grind was still possible. So a lot of people just ended up doing it. It just took infinitely longer. So like, that was kind of a weird thing. But I guess a lot of people probably were detracted from doing the grind because of it. But I just want to get around to the seed thing. So we started doing this, and we're like, all right, so like, what is there possible to do? The thing that like our players got reverted for, I don't know if you guys are familiar with how it worked, but you weren't spawning experience out of nowhere. You had to still pay the dewdrops or whatever for every shred of rep you got from those seeds every time you multi-looted it or whatever. And we were just like, this is just the only thing that makes it even reasonable to do. We thought there would be no way that they would ban for something as insignificant as Renown. Like, you talked about, the community would feel like they needed to do it. Most of our raid did not have Renown 20 in this raid. We could not craft a second embellished piece in the second reset. We did not have a few extra crafted pieces to help with splits. That didn't matter at all. Our eye level was identical, I'm pretty sure. On the last one, right?
Yeah.
So like this overall was not, and you could definitely say, like, was it a bad decision to do something that's even remotely possible to be banned, like, for something so insignificant? The answer to that is definitely yes, but also we were like astro tilted. Like, I mean, like, we didn't say anything publicly about this, but we were absolutely letting them have it in that Race to World First Discord, because it was just like, we just felt so bad about it. And you could tell that like they knew the effect that it had, because like, we didn't want to do the Method route, right? We're like, I think Method had more time in their week at that point. Like, we had half of our players that literally could not have gotten 20 if they played for 20 hours a day. But I think Method looked at it and we're like, okay, we have like this extra day in this reset, so like, we can get this done. And in our scenario, why lose? The days leading up to a race are insanely valuable. to prepare, and you just lose all of that or a lot of it by having to do this, and we just weren't willing to do that. So really upset with the way they did it. Obviously glad we didn't get banned. I think it would have been insane if they banned for something as insignificant as the seeds, but yeah, that was some of the most tilted I've ever been. I know we didn't say anything publicly, but on the inside, we're fucking boiling for sure.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I saw a Logo tweet every day about him being tilted. Yeah, it was. I think it was shared with Method that you guys were tilted.
It was. It's one of those cases where you just feel the pain. I mean, obviously, we were glad that we were done. But yeah, it's. I don't know. I don't know why they decided to do it so quickly. I think leaving it for another day or two would have been completely fine. Like, what's the harm? And then it's over.
Yeah, but it was for sure an oversight from Blizzard, because I think before that there was like unlimited rep grand on the Super Bloom that he could do every hour, and you could have gotten Renown 20 as well. And they changed it, and then the seats were left over, and then they just didn't see it or didn't know about it or whatever.
The Super Bloom would have been
Yeah.
the shit. That was the insane value, and yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to say, for the record, by the way, because we had two of our players also reverted. I mean, to this
Oh, I
day,
didn't know that.
we had Ken and Saltad, right? But we do not know why that happened, because they were just like I said, right? Like, we're all flying in one pack, doing the exact same thing. So I don't know, like, if they did something that they don't want to say, but I doubt it, because it makes no sense. They finished at the same time as the rest. You know, if they had done something different, they would have been done faster. So.
Oh yeah, that was another thing that made me upset. Is like, even doing the exploit, it took us at least twice as long as you all doing it natty. So like, if you take a step back and look at it, it's like, we still had to spend more time doing something because of their mistake. So it's like, how the fuck are you gonna, like, I mean, I understand it's like unintended, revert it, whatever. The reversions happened, and it was punitive too. Like, I think most of our players were 16 or 15 when they started doing it, and they reverted them all the way back to 8, which made it literally impossible to get 20 by the second reset. But I mean, we were fine with it. It's like, whatever. But yeah, there was definitely a lot of tilt, and then we turned it around and thought about it when they reverted us back to 8, and we're like, okay, this actually just doesn't matter. This is fine. Except they initially took away. There was a couple funny things that happened. So they took away our, what's the one under Worm's Crest? Is it Drake's? Something like that?
Yeah, Drakes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
you got more of them, right? Because you got reverted or something?
No, we got less of them. So
less?
They removed everything you could have gotten from seeds initially when they did the reversion. So you lost all of your Drake's Crest, but you still had counted for your weekly thing for it. So you would have 0 Drake's Crest, not having spent any, and it would say you have earned 90. So they had to revert that back. And then the other thing they did was they removed the permanent augment runes that people bought. And Dryny bought 13 augment runes.
Oh my god! Wait, without refunding the gold?
Yes, without refunding the gold.
What?
That's
just
holy moly.
He spent 1.3 mil on augment runes, and it got reverted. And then they gave us our accounts back after they locked our characters, and Dryny realized it and got super tilted, and he went and bought them again.
No.
And then they did a second one.
No way!
What? They leave a note saying "fuck you."
Holy fuck! Oh, for sure. A Blizzard guy was waiting for him to buy a second pair, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think he bought 13 again. I think he bought a few, but I think what they did, they forgot to remove a few things the first time, so they went back in their words to make it more final or something like that. And I think they just ran the script again that removed all the things. So if you, in that 2 hours you had your account back, you went and bought the augment rune because it was still available even after the revert, they just took it away again. I've never, dude, Dryny was absolutely losing his mind.
Oh my god. I mean, that's a quick way to delete some gold, for sure.
I mean, they should just give him back the gold at least, or?
I don't
Like
think he
that's a
cares.
lot
I
of
mean,
gold.
Driny, Shack, and Fired Up have like well over 100 mil each. They're all swimming in gold. I don't know why either. I think they just did like crazy. I'm sure your players do this too, but like the Mythic Plus boosts you can do most seasons right after the race ends are like absolutely insane. There's so much gold.
It's actually, I spoke to Shakib about it, and it is way different for EU than NA, because apparently the NA market is almost no one boosting, and he's like, we just get everything for insane prices.
Oh,
And in EU, everyone is boosting, and the whole community, the prices every day is just going trend downwards more and more, and you just at one point it's just not worth it anymore. It's actually kind of crazy.
I think they were making like $1 mil an hour or something. Like they were making an insane amount of, because you're right. There's way less boosters on NA. There's like the boosting communities in EU are so much bigger.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you can just say Liquid is doing the carry and just charge a lot more, and just people will pay for it. And yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, actually, key boosting on EU is crazy. Like, way too many people play that. It's still a good market, I think. But yeah.
Well, no, Lorgak has a really good point. It's because there are countries literally making a living off of boosting, where like the like average wage in the country is low enough in some European or Middle East countries where you actually make more money or reasonable money doing that than you would by doing something else. So they're way more likely to do that. I think that's true in South America too for NA servers. But yeah,
I think
I hear in the US you guys are like $15 an hour. I'm like, what the, like that's some crazy salaries you got going over there.
Well, that's like
So
McDonald's.
come to Greece,
too,
yeah, come to Greece and you'll see the prices. It's fine.
Yeah. So past the seed stuff, so the whole seed thing happened, and then we go straight into heroic and mythic. So I just want to ask you guys, it's now been an expansion. What doing heroic and mythic at the same time, what is your opinion? What's your take?
I mean, I personally don't mind it, but my energy is omega depleted after 10 splits on one day. It's crazy.
Yeah, but like you would still do it in the it would just be heroic week. I guess like what happened in heroic week was you did the splits for like 3 or 4 days, and then you do some mythic plus, but you get some time to recharge over the weekend before going into strategy stuff. And then once mythic comes out, there's less things keeping you from mythic. Will you still do some splits to top off your gear? Yes, but like it's way less, right? It's probably a day maybe instead of 3 if you had a heroic week, something like that. So I don't know. I think I personally, my perfect world, I want to know what you guys think about this, is they go back to doing the heroic week before mythic week, but do the thing they did with mythic plus this time, which is there's no reason to cap mythic plus at a certain gear level while having a heroic week. That's just like a super ancient line of thinking that they had for a long time. And I think a lot of people think, oh, well, I like the simultaneous release because mythic plus is just like unlocked from the very beginning, but I just don't see why that can't exist at the same time as a heroic release.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think one thing, now that you spoke about it, that actually would be really nice to have a heroic week back is, as weird as it sounds, but everyone gets to see the raid before we do the splits again in mythic week, because it was crazy to do the raids, and some of these bosses, like the raid leading required, and like Vigoros we gave to help us, and Roger was making guide videos that the helpers were watching and stuff. It was some crazy effort to kill heroic bosses with the heroic splits. It was not the case in the past.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we can.
yeah.
Okay, my internet is gone. Only Discord works. Yeah, on heroic and mythic, I think if that's the only thing we can change about the game, then yeah, I prefer having the heroic week back. I mean, M plus can be back as well. I guess I don't really care too much about that part, because we would be spending most of that week in heroic week anyways, and I don't really have any control over M plus, so people just do it. But I would prefer a system where heroic like is basically irrelevant, yeah, for the race. Maybe you do one clear to unlock mythic or something. I don't know. Give the casual players some fun, but catch up gear. I don't think heroic difficulty should be a thing. But yeah, if you couldn't change that, then I would still prefer heroic week being there, because yeah, it is very exhausting, and it feels very bad when Mythic is available going into Heroic. Like you said before, Max, I mean, nobody wants to do Heroic splits, but we all have to. I don't know, that feels a bit weird.
Yeah, if you're the guild that does Mythic, even if you do half the amount of splits and then go into Mythic, I mean, you just immediately lose. You're instantly over. So like
Yeah.
that kind of feels bad for sure.
It's all. I mean, to me, I'm a little bit more torn on this because I do think there's a little bit of like we've kind of forgotten how boring heroic weeks are as well.
Yeah.
At this point, I remember especially like some tiers where you had to do M plus on a bunch of characters because you didn't know maybe the vault could or you would it would be hard to choose your main character, let's say, right? Because you would have all the mirror characters, and sometimes people would wait until the vault of the next week to decide, okay, this is my main after all, because I got this amazing loot. So you would essentially have to do M plus on all of those characters during Heroic Week. And then there was PvP some seasons, so you had to essentially get boosted in PvP, or if you were really good at it, you could grind it out. But I mean, there were some bad things, let's say, like Heroic Week kind of messed up with your brain as well. So I don't know if I want to definitely say, oh, bring it back, please. However, yeah, if they don't change anything else to improve the experience of having both of the difficulties released at the same time, I do agree. I would take Heroic Week back, but I wouldn't be happy about it, if that makes sense. It's like trading, I don't know, trading something bad for something slightly less bad. I don't know. Yeah.
I think that throughout this entire expansion, there's a lot of examples of not having a heroic week causing some casualties in Mythic, and the casualties usually are bosses. So everyone saw. I mean, I think they said this in a public interview, but I think also they mentioned this when speaking to us. Is in Vault they said that Razageth, the reason Razageth was so poorly tuned is that they felt like it was properly tuned for Razageth's health for full single target talents, and then the first phase was properly tuned. First intermission was properly tuned for full AOE talents. This is also wrong. Initially,
Oh yeah,
still,
I don't believe
still
that.
well overtuned for those numbers, but like they just like it was they were new to the talent systems and that hurt them tuning. But you know what have really helped? A week of heroic week data.
Yeah,
Aberrant.
that's true.
We got a brand new upgrade system that was even well more OP than the one we currently have, right? And then you go and do this upgrade system, and oh, they released the mythic raid, but they don't realize how strong this is, and we just have like infinite eye level. And like clearly this raid that we just did shows you that they're willing to tune bosses to exactly the gear we have, right? They literally buffed Fire Act on the reset when we got it, and Tindril was absolutely tuned for only us, right? So like they're willing to do this. And if there was a heroic week and people saw the upgrade system, maybe they approached the tuning numbers on maybe like Skarn or Magmarax a little bit differently, or Neltharion last phase, if they have that heroic week info. This raid, right? Smolderon might be a direct casualty of not having a heroic week. Like Smolderon is not like Sludge Fist, where it has really easy to understand damage timings for them to tune it. It has very awkward, like, unless you're using Autumn or like Evoker motes or like very, very unique class cooldown timings, like it's not easy to tell how much damage someone is going to do to Smolderon unless they're like a BM hunter. So like, how do you tune that boss well? I don't know exactly how you all killed it, but we had 2 people dead for our entire last burn and we still killed it. Like that's just not good enough for that kind of a fight. So like, I don't know. I still feel like there's been enough examples now where I think you can almost directly tie failure in a boss's design or tuning being very closely tied to the fact that they don't have that week of information, especially with something like AUG too. I don't know. I wish it would, just for the future health of rating, I just think the overall quality and integrity of Mythic will go up if that week exists again.
That's true. They've also made it so hard on themselves to tune properly, I feel like you said, with augmentation in the mix, like, and so many changes every patch. how like they would need to be basically a top tier guild and like tested outside, right? Like their QA team would have to be almost as dedicated as we are to min-max DPS, and they have a lot of other stuff to test. So I don't know. I think they've made it too hard for themselves. Too many classes, specs, DPS timings, and that meshing with the bosses. Because I always in my mind I'm thinking, okay, how does Final Fantasy do such a better job? But there it's so much easier. They only have single target basically.
Yeah,
and
they
the
have removed
classes
an infinite amount of variables for
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So that's why I was very sad when I heard that they're putting augmentation. I've had the unpopular opinion that they should start removing specs from the game because it's just way too many and it's impossible to tune all of these properly. Like compare Classic, for example, to what we have now. How many more specs they have to do every patch? It's insane. I don't know.
well, actually, I think Dratnos has a good question for that coming up. I want to make sure Dratnos stays involved because it's easy for him to just sit back here, but I think he will have some really good questions to add. But you mentioned Tindril.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna fucking sit down, buddy. I'll let you know when you're coming in. Tindril, you mentioned like they're QA testers or whatever. A lot of viewers would probably ask the question, how long do you think Blizzard's QA team lasted on Mythic Tindril? And the answer is I don't think they do that, boss. Like I think some people's idea is, oh, like Blizzard's testing team kills these and then they release them. Like, no, they get a general idea of what is possible and they test that, and they mostly test for making sure things are working, and then they pick a couple bosses in the raid, as you can probably tell in this raid, easily is Tindril and Fireack, and they do things that they don't know if it's possible, and then they just see if we can do it. They have said this much. Tindril is exactly that. Do you think Blizzard's QA teams is just like acing 3-second seeds? Like, ain't no fucking in the last phase with the fire beams, ain't no fucking way.
Not true.
There's
we
some
never
gold
got
gamers,
to experience those actually. Oh my god, last phase 3 seconds. Oh, yeah, that's kind of tight.
Exactly. Yeah,
wait,
actually,
I'm gonna throw one in. Maybe they also experienced the Volcross soak that did 2 million damage, not spread on everyone. Yeah, they probably tested that one as well.
Wait, what happened?
And on the Volcross, where we had the one PTR test, and the soak just didn't work. And I guess no one ever looked at it from Blizzard. They just sent the test for 2 hours, and we're just sitting there, was chain wiping to the first mechanic. Oh my god!
Speaking of Volcross, dude, the second testing. Sorry, Dratnos, right after this. The second testing was actually really fun. The one right before Tindril, like.
Yeah, that one was good. Yes.
Yeah, either the boss's health or our gear was at the point where you actually had to like optimize to kill it, and that was like super fun. So I was like really high on Volcross, and then it just ended up having just literally. I'm pretty sure you would have killed that boss before the last circles without doing any splits, just pulling it like so insanely low. Dratnos, come in here, buddy.
All right, yeah. Just I think it's probably worth saying for anybody watching or listening as well, like. The point of me here is to pretty much sit on the sidelines and let you guys talk as much as possible. So that's that's good. That's intended. But speaking about augmentation, during the like lead up to this race, they landed like another nerf on it. I know some of you guys have talked about like talking with them at BlizzCon about augmentation. I just want to know like what the plan was going to be if this nerf didn't land. If you guys had any knowledge about how the nerf process happened on augmentation and like how you land on still playing 2 of them after that nerf as well.
Well, I think I have to go first here because I think you guys were not as high on augmentation as we were in general, right?
I don't think so. I think you guys like we knew about the augmentation, but like only on paper. We never tried it, and you guys were trying. We're like, holy fuck, that's crazy.
Dummies, but
yeah, but after they tried it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a couple things to this. So for AUG, there was a time when AUG was released where you would have run an infinite amount of these classes when you could infinitely stack Ebb and Might. And then like it went down to 4, and then they nerfed it to 2. But yeah, so there's a couple things with this. We did testing, and doing testing, like just as AUG hooks are broken now, ever since the 10.2 1.5, I think, PTR. AUG hooks they were perfectly fine at some point. I don't know what the fuck happened, but they stopped working entirely. So the only way to test this properly was to do like 2 exact raid comps against each other. So what you would do is you would do like, let's say whatever you think your best comp is with no augmentation of ogres, just pretty close to what it is now with just a few more of the good classes added in. And then you would play 2 aug, perfectly optimizing it. And that would be, every Ebonmite window. And we had someone our raid do this raid. We called him the Augficer, which was Mavie. And his entire job, the whole raid, was just to make sure that Aug was buffing the perfect target at any point in time based on what was happening. And doing that, I'll just give you some rough numbers. I think the top DPS no AUG was right around 240k. It was Assassination Rogue and doing testing. And then AUG's value, the average AUG value of 2 of them buffing the best target every single time Ebonmite was applied was, I think, 290 or 300k. So they were like 60k DPS single target ahead of the literal top DPS by swapping their buffs around. So obviously that's insanely OP. But then when you're talking about 4, you no longer swap around to people. There's a lot of benefits from going to 2 to 4. One is the augmentation's job is easier. They're no longer following this intricate weak aura and buffing people based on timings. They're actually now just buffing the top 8 DPS, basically, with the top 2 augs buffing the top 2 people, or top 4 people, and the bottom 2 augs buffing 5 through 8. So their job becomes easier. You're adding 2 classes in the raid that have cheat death and a shitload of utilities. Zephyr is also unbelievably OP. And then we looked at the damage value for that. So the average, before they nerfed it, the average damage value for an AUG, again, top DPS without AUG at all is 240k-ish, and then it goes down from there, was around 250k, the average between all 4 augmentation evokers when they are just buffing the top 8 people. So no swapping, nothing like that. So you're talking either equal or slightly above the best DPS you could possibly bring. Except they also had a cheat death, were very easy to play, infinite movement, and everything else that goes along with that, right? So that's what we were.
Can I ask, like these numbers that you're saying, are these from dummies, or is it do you test this on bosses?
So we did a lot of 4AUG testing for bosses and saw similar numbers, but we treated most of our boss testing. Most of this was done on dummies with a lot of sample size, and usually, like, what was the comp this raid, right? It was like double AUG, double rogue, double DH, double hunter, and then we ran that with 2 AUG, and then we just sat whatever you would sit and brought in the 4 AUGs and had an optimal scenario for Ebonmite, and then we literally just tested the raid DPS between the 2 things with a lot of sample size because log hooks were so broken. And it was always before they nerfed it, 4 AUG just straight up beat 2 AUG, or it was very close, and 2 AUG was like monumentally better than 0. I mean, they were like by far the most valuable things in the raid. So 4 AUG was like a minor optimization, but like the classes were just so unkillable and great that it ended up being the case. But then it ended up being I think 4 AUG is still good now. It's kind of cringe, but if you're running 4 AUGs, the average AUG is now lower than whatever the best class you could bring in. Like a rogue, if you were to bring in a rogue instead of a 3rd AUG, that rogue is going to do more damage than the AUG. But, the AUG has cheat, maybe rogue's a bad example, but the AUG has cheat death. The AUG has other utility. If you wanted to be super, super safe, you could make an argument that a small damage loss for AUG utility is worth it. So
yeah, I think that was the big thing for me was, I mean, we had the mindset judging, like I guess we'll get into this later, but we did not expect the tuning to be this tight. So we were in the mindset that, okay, DPS, that's one thing. Maybe it's worth it, maybe it's not after the nerf. The biggest thing, though, for me at least personally, was the defensive part of the evokers, like being able to just make your whole raid more durable, and then they are also unkillable. That's just so, let's say, overpowered. So I was expecting that they were actually going to nerf also the defensive parts, let's say, like the utility defensives of augmentation, but they only touched the damage. So I was a little bit still worried that we're going to still have to play 4. And yeah, what you said is true. I remember our augmentations were like, oh, oh my god, let's just play 4. It's so much easier. Like they really wanted to go 4 because it's
two
yeah.
is like the brain capacity to do 2 is like
Yeah.
very involved, but as soon as you play 4, they're doing something very easy. So that has a lot of value too.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the nerf. So were you guys so after the nerf, were you guys planning on running? Were you guys considering sitting them?
Well, all of them or the 4?
No, all of them. Like, what was your like? Okay, so like I can tell you what our comp was before that nerf. It was like, I think it was we were still gonna run 2 demon hunters, but you sat the BM hunter, and then you sat second enhance on most fights, and you still ran 2 DHs and 2 rogues. And then the enhance was like we only ever ran enhance really for like P2 of Fire Act, obviously. And then that is what you would sit for the 2 Augs. But that was immediately like not a thought. Like when they made that nerf, it was like you would never play 4, in my opinion. Unless like the raid was super easy. Obviously it was not. So I don't know. Like what was your all's thought when you guys saw that nerf, or did that not change that for you?
I mean, I can say that we saw the nerf and we're like, it's still fine or not, I guess. And then our augmentations did the calculations, and they were like, I mean, technically, it's not looking too bad. That was like what we got. We're like, it's not the best anymore, but it's still like middle of the pack, and we got all the utility. And we're like, I mean, considering we get full raid wide like Rally and Sapphire and all these great things, we might want to play them. And then we ended up like playing the raid, and then the augmentation was also like, maybe these bosses are not too hot for augmentation in general as well. So the 4 Dream kind of died there, I think. But the calculations were like that they're still okay, like you said, right? They're like not the best, but not the worst. And so we consider them for utility, I think. But,
Who did you?
Yeah,
Who were your all's AUG players? Who were 3 and 4?
It was Saltad, Maestin, Turbo, and Frago were the
Okay.
Orcs. Yeah. And then Saltad ended up playing DH, and Maestin didn't play at all, sadly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we recruited when we knew 4 AUG was going to be a thing. We tried to have a bunch of people play AUG because like Dratnos played it in the MDI. Splat, I think, played it in the MDI. We had like Exile. We weren't sure if like we had someone else who could play Rogue, and like we tried to get so many people in our guild to play AUG, and they were all like, "I'm going to quit the game if I play AUG." Like they were like, we could not convince someone in our guild to play AUG. Like they would do it, but they were like, "I'm going to quit after this tier because I'm just not doing this." So we had to recruit one. So we recruited Hardy from Instant Dollars, who's been great, and just in general, he plays a lot of different things, but he was playing AUG at the time. And then they fucking nerfed AUG in our face, and we were at BlizzCon with them, and we were like, "Yo, can we like send him back? Like, do you guys want him back after they nerfed AUG?" Like we're not gonna play 4 of these things, man.
I don't know. I think we were also a little bit self-inflicted on the nerf. We were all standing around the Blizzard people and like, guys, this is real bad playing 4 Orcs. And they're like, yeah, can you give us feedback? Is it really bad? And Ian was like, I mean, guys, the alarm has already gone off for the 4 Orcs, and somehow we kind of nerfed them ourselves, I think, at BlizzCon as well. Or maybe it was already pre-planned, but at least they got like the reinsurance that it's gonna be 4 Orcs if they don't nerf it, right?
Well, I don't know if I ever talked to him directly. The only conversation I remember is everyone here in this call, except for Dratnos, was standing in a circle around Ian. And, well, not like around him. That would be insane. He was in the circle.
He was ganged up.
We were not surrounding him. That would be fucking crazy. He was in the circle, and we were like, okay, so how many AUGs need to be in our raid comp for the alarms to go off was the question. And then he responded with, the alarms are already off. So like... Yeah. So like the alarms have gone off. Like they were aware that augmentation's power would still be insane. I mean, I think they handled it well, because like if your opinion of handling it well is augmentation isn't required, I don't think you understand like the rhetorical, obviously, like I don't think you understand how AUG works, because in a scenario where augmentation, the support spec, is designed for the person in every guild, which I guarantee you in almost every guild, all they're doing is buffing their like 4 best DPS. Almost all the time, that is what they're doing. Maybe they track some cooldowns and throw it around every now and then, but it is nowhere close to the crazy level of optimization you can do with that class. So because of that, that class has to be good for who it is designed for. And if that is the case, it will always be extremely powerful if we are making sure that exactly the best 4 people every 30 seconds have this buff. I mean, it'll be BIS for the rest of time. There's never a world where Tuog will not be BIS, right?
That's what I told him as well, dude. I told him it's either gonna be really OP for us and average for the normal player, or really shit for the normal player and average for us. Like the class design is just flawed. They have to. I think the only outplay to that is you have to cap how much damage you can contribute. Like set a hard cap or maybe a soft cap, where after a certain point you get very low benefit from even might, like the stat falls off or something.
Yeah.
But they did not seem to agree with that when I told that to a class designer at BlizzCon. They were just like, no.
Like, no, nah.
I think they should, like I said this as well. I think that the balance between how much damage the Aug does himself and how much they give to others, I think is way off. And to have any reasonable balance tuning of the spec, they should just flip that on its head, kind of. So Aug does, I don't know, 60%, maybe even 70% of the damage, and then they buff only 30%. So it's a way smaller thing. And then maybe they can do also a thing that you can't just, because I don't know. I mean, yes, for us, it's a little bit interesting that you can change who you're buffing all the time. But I don't think the general population that plays augmentation are going through all of the hoops of figuring out exactly who to buff. So it's a thing only for the top players, and it causes also, I guess, a lot of stress. So I don't know, maybe just doing something similar to how Dance Partner is with in Final Fantasy, where you basically just lock yourself with a person, so they can just attack, like they just put a buff on 4 people, and then it's kind of like Beacon, let's say, right? But you can't just you don't have to refresh it all the time. I don't know. I think that spec just needs a rework, just to maybe simplify it a little bit. Because when it is so skewed of how, like, I understand the whole aspect of easy to get into, hard to master, but when it's so big of a difference, it means that, like Scribe and you said earlier, that it will be impossible to tune these, that it's not OP for us and still good for the average player. So I think they need to dumb it down a bit. I don't know. Yeah.
So as far as I can tell, one last thing about augmentation is, so I think Blizzard got a little unlucky. So they had one guy who was kind of masterminding Evoker. Like, this guy was the person behind it. You guys probably saw him in a few interviews. His name was Graham Berger. He, from what I can tell from people who worked with him, is the absolute shit. Was really, really good at his job and was like majorly handling a lot of this stuff. And then I think he stopped working there. And I think he works. It's either in Ghostcrawler's company or Riot, one of those two places.
I think Ghostcrawler. I've been told that he went to that company.
Yeah, so I think they were kind of left picking up the pieces of that with him leaving. So I think Aug would have been like a bit better had he stayed. I know like the log hooks were almost directly attributed to that. That happens a lot of times in WoW, where like you don't really realize it from the player's perspective, but like there are people with jobs and sometimes they leave. Like I think it's like Priests have kind of felt out of place this whole expansion, but I think like Priest talent trees got released, and then the Priest developer, the person who like mainly did the Priest thing, left like immediately after posting those, and then like the rest of the class design team has been picking up the pieces of Shadow Priest for the rest of the expansion. So like I don't know, sometimes stuff like that is the reason behind those things. But yeah, I definitely agree with you that augmentation kind of seems like this unsolvable problem because of its design, and it'll be interesting to see how they kind of tackle that in the expansion. But let's I think I kind of want to get into the raid. So
want to start with splits?
Oh no.
We can start with splits, but before, actually, yeah, let's start with splits. Is Smolderon 15-15 with helpers the hardest heroic boss you've ever done?
Oh,
Oof.
guys. Soak your
Oof.
balls, yeah. Oh my god.
I think the amount of times I said the word balls was unhealthy. But I will say that Tindral also was a big eye-opener for me. generally it was, I would say Smoldering was a bit harder than Tindril, but the despair I had from seeing that people could not fly from platform A to platform B,
Oh my
it
god.
kind of
Oh
made
my
me lose faith in humanity overall.
I must say,
We tried everything. Yeah, listen, we tried everything. We tried marking a person, and I was like, yeah, follow this guy. Easy, smooth sailing. I tried saying, just ignore all the balls. Just go like you're flying to the next world quest. Just avoid the balls on the sky. We even tried telling, okay, who is not comfortable of doing it, and we had a Uber service basically, like people picking up the players and driving them there. We tried it everything. Oh my god, I don't know. It's I don't know how people can do the other mechanics and not fly when the expansion has been out for like a year plus at this point. I don't know. I was in shock actually. But yeah, Smolderon definitely very spicy on heroic, and I think that's where you guys also like we realized when heroics are so hard, the fact that you guys have like 5 or so extra players than us in your
Yeah.
roster played a big role, because like we had a lot of wipes on Smolderon that were, let's say, 5% or less.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference of 2 or 3 players from your team versus helpers, right? So that really, like, we were struggling hard, especially at the start on those 2
Well,
bosses.
So how many? So this is probably a Scripe question. How many people down your roster this raid did you actually make sure had like bis as fuck gear? Like usually in a raid for us, I feel like it's close to 25-ish people. There's always like a second or third lock. There's a second mage. There's like all these classes. In this raid, I feel like the comp was so Omega locked in, and you had really no way of playing other things. And we geared just less people in total, so we didn't do as many. Like, how did you guys handle that, or did you guys still like spend time gearing options?
We gear in general the options as well. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It was probably bad in this raid. I was also like a bit sad that we maybe wasted a bit time in heroic, but at the same time, I mean, you never know during progress. And there's a random boss like Lords of Dread, and then suddenly you want to stack these crazy classes, even get the mage
Mhm.
out. There was times where this proved to be the right strategy, but yeah, this year, yeah, I guess we could have gone with a lot less. Yeah. Well, although in the end, I was a bit sad that we didn't have a third rogue and a third hunter. Um, I don't think it was super needed. I think the third rogue was we could have used if that guy was like a full on rogue, like guaranteed
Yeah.
full rogue brain. But it was a Narcos rogue who didn't play rogue since years, and he had never played sub or didn't play Asa for a long time. Could only play outlaw, so we didn't end up using him, but we did gear him. Well, yeah, and I also feel really sad about it. Like you have these people that are sitting on the bench,
Oh my
they've been
god.
waiting
Yeah.
for 6 months. They have 12 characters each, mirrors and everything, and they don't get geared. Like, I don't know, bro. What is this game?
Yeah, I mean, we geared all of them got runs. It's just like I think the amount of fire axe we did was the exact amount to make sure that we had full heroic tier on the top like 23 people, and those were the only people that ever killed a mythic boss. Like we would have I think we would have had to do like 22 fire axe or something to get full heroic tier on like everyone, and that would have been like, I mean, that's just like insane and like kind of unnecessary. And that happened, yeah, this raid more than any. Like, we have a few more raiders than you guys, and I can bring it back to like the Smolderon thing. But I noticed that this raid, so many less people got to play. Like, outside of the comp that both of us ran, the only potential options you could have ran were a third BM hunter, a third rogue, maybe a second mage fight dependent. They would have been really, really good for seeds in the last phase of Fire Act, for example, but their damage kind of sucks. Maybe a shadow priest if you needed mass dispels in P1, but they made the dispels really easy, and maybe arms warrior for 2-target cleave in P2 of Fire Act, and then like execute at the end if that ended up being great. But like there was no chance.
Maybe second warlock for Tindral, although I think we tried it and it wasn't that good. But
Yeah, we thought about that. Yeah, because it's obviously they're the best root damage, but they I don't know. We were really down on Warlock this year. We thought if you didn't need Gate, you could like easily sit Warlock. Like that class was just fucking trash. But it ended up being pretty good for P2 Fire and really good for Seeds. Actually, we can. So you guys ran sub on Tindril. I think we ran Assassination, and that is how we like solved the like root problem, because like Spatter just absolutely soloed all of the hard sets. But then we on our kill we ended up even taking off Spatter. But I know, did you guys end up killing with 2 locks, or did you just try it for a bit?
No, we tried it for a bit, and then we had the issue that we got a melee out for the Warlock, and then we had not full melee squad to the the go up was a little bit scuffed, and Andy went up as a tank, and we had like it was a little bit scuffed angle, and people were signing like swapping position on where to go up in with what feather, and that's what when we had the second Warlock in, and then we changed it to a second Warrior afterwards. I think
You guys had augmentation going up. We
Oh,
had only melee squad.
exactly,
That was
yeah.
the big difference.
Yeah.
Our augmentation people just didn't want to go up, and they said it's really bad. And also, when you get to dispel, it was bad. I don't know if you had some secret tech there to bait the dispel on the augmentation or something. I don't know.
No. It's a good question, actually. We had a priority system for the dispels, and the evokers would always be like either 2. I think they had to be 2 or 3 if they both got picked. But basically, Sang, our first evoker, was assigned to go up, and if he got the dispel, Goop would go up, and if Goop got it, Mark would go up, one of our hunters. So it was a 3-way rotation. They always got the same feather, and they were always pre-positioned there, and they got something that told them whether they were going up or not and which one to take. And it was just like a rotation thing, and it ended up working out. Also, AUG going up randomly, it sounds really bad, because like AUG is technically your best for like root damage, right? So then being in the air is bad, but that specific timing was insane. So they got all of their presences out, and they had all of their damage rolling, and they lost almost nothing by going up. It was like one of those few scenarios where you're like losing the least possible raid damage of sending anyone in the raid up by sending up an AUG exactly when we had them go up.
Interesting. We flame our augmentations after, I guess. Sounds
Oh,
good.
yeah, I'm typing already. Yeah.
Did you guys have an officer?
We have one. That guy ended up being our DH.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah, it was Saltat who, I mean, they were like, he was part of the 4 org team, and he also wrote the feedback post to Blizzard and kind of benched himself initially. Then we were planning on having him just be augmentation in case we run 4 or 3 or some weird shit, but otherwise he would just, be the officer, like you call it. But then we want to play double Boomkin or a double like Druid option, like Feral / Boomkin.
Oh, interesting.
And that's why we put Stove on Druid as well, who had a gear DH too. But to keep our options open, because augmentation seemed completely dead, we said, okay, Saltat goes DH and Stove goes Druid. And we did actually use 2 Druids, by the way, on Tindril. I don't think, I think I would have rather had Rogue in.
Yeah,
I
third
don't know
rogue.
what was our difference. You guys had another hunter in, or what was it?
We had 2 hunters. I don't know exactly what our comp difference was, but I can tell you that if our third rogue had the same gear that our first 2 rogues had, we would have absolutely ran 3 rogues in that fight. Rogue is so fucking good on Tindril.
Did you have a
Yeah.
third rogue main? I think
Oh
you
no,
had.
we had a third hunter instead of your druid. Yeah, we had three hunters instead.
Yeah, exactly. So we would have benched our druid for a rogue in the end, but he had so much practice in that in that boss. I said, I think this is like maybe 15, 20k extra DPS, and we were very close to a kill. I said, fuck it, we just continue with the druid.
Oh yeah. Also, that I think, and we can talk about this more when we really get into Tindril, but I think, and this probably really hurt you guys, I think, when Zalia had to take a day off. But I think that Tindril is one of the hardest bosses to make mid progression swaps on in the history of WoW with 3-second seeds. Like, it's just, people do so many small things to be consistent with that. And like, you can swap someone and assign them to their spot, but you're still just going to have wipes to that.
Yeah, swapping healer is even worse, and this quiz even worse.
Yeah, that's
Um,
the extra thing. Like we had Sol, and big thanks to him for stepping up and jumping into Tindril Prog as a healer. But the plan was that he would generally only play Holy, because the idea was, okay, if we we didn't plan that Ken would get sick, obviously, right? Like that's you can't plan about everyone getting sick and replacing them. So the thought process, I think, I mean, Ryzen can probably say more on this, but was if we need an extra priest, it's not going to be a third disc. Like, there's no way. So he just focused on just playing good Holy, and he did a good job. But yeah, that boss disc is definitely better. Yeah. So yeah, we had to shift actually during that day. We shifted the augmentations, buffing the healers just to get by, just to make sure the healing. Yeah, just to make sure that the healing is okay.
Did you guys not have root damage problems? I feel like roots would have been like really difficult if you moved the Augs off of it.
I mean, we had a lot of problems, I think, overall that day, but we managed. Yeah.
I mean, we had a lot of problems, but the roots were fine. I think the rogues were just sending the AoE at that time. Like,
we just took single target damage away. It was just a full scuff day. And I remember people, I think some people were still comparing our DPS to yours. I think we had like comments like, hey, our DPS
that's gotta be so
we were like, guys, you're still buffing the healers. Like, it's ignore the DPS right now. Yeah, it's fully scuffed. Same with the eye level comparison.
Oh no, don't say it.
That was Roger. That was Roger. Oh no.
Roger was framing us. We did this many splits and our eye level is so low. And I was looking at this, I was also a bit confused when he pointed it out. And then I was like, hold up, guys, we're all playing cheat death trinkets to progress further. And
that was smart. I wish we would have done that. I saw you guys do that, and I'm like, especially when we had to like problem solve like Tindril P1, like a cheat death trinket would have been, because I think we had to spend obviously a lot more pulls on P1 Tindril than you guys did. So like that would have been so fucking smart. I mean, we had them get those trinkets, but we just didn't do that.
Yeah, that was like when did we decide to farm that trinket? Was it like
2.5 months ago we started getting on every character.
We were like, okay, it's time to farm the trinkets, but we didn't want to make it super public, so I think we were just organizing hours where people were off stream and just making inside the team groups and just farming the shit out of it. We actually even thought like, maybe should we farm it for our casters even?
I was.
Even though they don't. But
that would. I mean, like the amount of deaths in P1 Tindril learning where you could have just got early P2 like information that were just due to one shots of some kind, right? Like cheat death trinkets would have been insanely OP for that. So I definitely think that was really smart. We were talking about splits before we got into Tindril. I think Dratnos, you had an extra question there, right?
Yeah. So okay, like every tier we get to the race, right? And kind of nobody knows what splits are going to look like each time except for you guys. And then you guys always end up doing something different from last tier, or like not always, but often different from last tier, but like the same as each other. So I guess I want to know, like, what was the process like? And I know, Max, you're less involved in the splits, but like Scripe maybe, of deciding how many splits you were going to run this tier, and how much did the 13 eye level difference that they added this time like change what the plan would have been?
I want to say initially that I hate to be like the person that's responsible for it. I hate these things. I hope in the future that I will be just like Max, sitting here and having no idea what we're doing. Just get us geared, guys, and that's it. But the change was mainly in the difficulty of the raid. Like, we didn't know if the raid will be more difficult than last time. We were suspecting it will be, because otherwise it will be very easy with later on with gear, since you get so much gear. And we were thinking of increasing our normal rates, and I think we did a bit compared to last time, but not that much, just to get gear from normal so that we can have an easier time in heroic. That was the idea. Aside from that, from heroic, the way we like, I guess, calculated it or like guessed how much we need was basically looking at the past. We had 21 runs on the previous year, and we knew that was like just the right amount to get as many people geared as we wanted to, and we wanted even less people geared this time because of augmentation and so many slots being locked in. So we just went. It was a bit of a feely craft, let's say. We just went with 22 runs. It was also the amount of characters we kind of could do, with the increased eye level, giving some more options for some RNG reroll gaming. We thought 22 would be nice, so one more than last time, but a bit less characters to gear as well. Yeah, that's it.
As far as
How
I
about
know,
the?
go
Okay.
ahead, Dratnos. No, you're good.
Oh, I just so okay. How about the? You remember when they changed in Vault how the eye level or how item distribution changes, and you can't like log off characters anymore. Obviously, that change came in with Aberrus as well. But how many more splits do you think that led to you guys doing than if you could still like bank on an offline character?
It's a good question.
Holy shit.
Oh,
I
man.
don't know the difference between
don't-
vault splits and this, how much we would have done. I think we would have done probably the same amount on
It would have just been more optimal.
yeah, we would have just not wasted as much loot, I guess. But the idea was to it wasn't that we distributed that wrongly. I guess technically we could have done less with that. Yeah, you're right. But I don't think, because it was so easy on a burst with the bosses being so easy and you could triple core and stuff. It felt really efficient to just bang out the runs. I don't think it would have changed much. It would have changed more maybe in this tier, because we would be like more ready for it, and but also having done more runs allowed for easier Virac splits as well, because we had so many more characters, and Virac was like super worth, right, splitting as much as you can, kind of. So I don't know if we would have changed much. We could have geared more like random characters, I think, but we would have still wanted to re-roll our chances a few times to get a more optimal splits. Because I remember even on Barrows, we had, for example, Revis, who didn't have a trinket, even though he had so many runs. I mean, he had a run with a trinket, but then he didn't have a weapon there, and he just chose the weapon over trinket. But like these reroll chances, you still want to have. You just wouldn't waste the gear on the other characters. You would just gear some more, like maybe another warrior or another something else, whatever.
I think the main difference between what it was in Vault versus now. So in Vault, you basically do all these split runs, right? And then you have information on what dropped in every run, and you have tech and spreadsheets that can assign all of the loot to the best people, and then it's like handled, right? The difference now is instead of waiting with all the runs being over and then making sure that maybe your mage who's going to be in on every boss gets the exact best run that he gets, you now have to like prioritize certain people as you go on. So if you think Fired Up or Teach D is going to be on every boss, you would make sure that like the first really good cloth run, their character is set, and then you move on. Maybe 10 runs later, they get an even better run, but you can't take that chance, Like you have to like prioritize down the line and gear people in order rather than like looking at all of them at once and then just making it perfect. So I think we would do the same amount of runs. We would just be more geared if the 4-hour thing didn't exist, because you wouldn't have that limitation.
I hate
Cool.
all of these things. I just want to say it again.
It's so bad. And also it takes all the fun away from getting geared. Like when you log on your character and you go through a heroic raid, you see things drop and you're like, oh, I just got this cool trinket. And then you're getting things traded to you one by one and you can feel your character being stronger. None of our players actually experience that anymore. What happens is they do a run, they have no idea if that loot is going to them. And then 2 hours later, they log on in an instance and they open up a trade window and some add-on just puts fucking 15 items in their bag and they're like, okay, well, I guess this is my main. And then you just keep going and doing raids on shittier versions of your main character. And I don't know, it's fucking strange.
I need to add here, I was losing my mind, I think Scribe as well, when we were giving out the mythic loot and the rings dropped. I must say, it's nice that mythic loot is in the game and whatnot, but rings and this upgrade system together, I actually wanted to just delete the ring and not deal with it instead of giving it to someone. Yeah, I think we spent 20 minutes on one ring trying to find out who to give it to. horrible experience. I don't want to do it again. Oh my god.
It's so hard to tell as well because you don't even know what they have. I mean, maybe you guys have add-ons and like some external software for this. We should have gotten one in hindsight. Well, we kind of knew we should have gotten one before, but it was just didn't happen. To like track how much, like what the max eye level is that you can upgrade to on every piece, but also even if you know that, you gotta check with the stats that people have. You gotta know how many crests do they have still and of what type also. Like it's like you have to be playing a completely different game to maximize this perfectly. I don't know if you do that much, because I noticed also every tier is the same thing. You guys send your stuff so much earlier than us. Like we're trying to look at every single drop of 0.1% DPS gain, and then I look at you guys, or some of you guys even had to craft it already with the seed thing. I was like, holy fuck, they crafted, like some of them crafted weapons. It was crazy to me.
Oh, well, first of all, I don't know too much about that. All I know is that we didn't send. I don't know if we sent any of our upgrades for Smolderon. Well, I don't know about crafts, but I know for upgrades, the only time in both weeks that any of our players crafted with aspects or Worm's Crests was when there was no possible other drop. So we didn't even send our crafts until the last day of Tendril in the first reset. I think it was like Monday or something. Like most of our aspects had not been spent. So we were really, really like Bubba had full control. You could not fucking spend a crust unless Bubba told you could. And that was if and he was tracking all the potential upgrades you could get. So we were very, very, very safe with that. But I don't know what you're referring to as far as crafting weapons really. Maybe someone did that. I'm unsure of that.
It was when the whole seed thing happened, and then it got
Oh,
like
that was
reworked.
oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
yeah.
James
So,
crafted daggers and Dryny crafted the sword or something, and we're
So,
like, what the
I
fuck?
think it was not people's mains. Yeah, so this is all pre-seeds. That kind of makes sense. I think what we were doing is once like it was possible that people were going to get reverted, you sent the crafts in case you were able to keep
a
them.
little sneak.
Oh, that's
You
actually
would
a
have
big brain.
would have
That's
otherwise
five head.
yeah, you would have otherwise lost them entirely, right? So
That's five head.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, we were very confused about that. That got us good. Yeah.
yeah, but as far as in progression, we like could you have killed Smolderon a little faster had you sent upgrades? Like, yeah, but like you just didn't need to, right? It wasn't hard enough. So yeah, we were very, very stingy with that. Is that all the split stuff you wanted to know, Dratnos?
I do want to. Oh, Dratnos, sorry.
No, go
Well,
ahead.
you,
Go ahead.
you have a question too.
Yeah, I wanted to ask in terms of raid leading your heroic splits. Who was doing it for you guys? Because I guess you were doing two at the same time, right?
Yes.
Like we did.
Well,
Yeah.
we did. So we did two versions of splits. I'll kind of explain how we did that. So for one, I raid led one group, and then the other group was done by Lummel, I think, Peace's old raid leader. And then what I do a few runs into heroic is I'll start taking the runs off to go look at like heroic Fyrak and some early mythic bosses, which actually got done this tier. ID went into the raid like super early, so I'm able to like prepare for that then because the early heroic stuff doesn't need me. But I always did Smolderon and Tendril for obvious reasons. So like that's how we did it. Yeah.
Yeah, because we did something kind of natural. It happened, right? Where we had two runs and we had our two tanks, Meeres and Andy. They were raid leading the first bosses up until like Nimue, or maybe sometimes also Nimue. And then me and Scribe would jump in for the last two bosses, and I think that kind of saved our sanity.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's exactly what we did. Yeah.
Because I cannot imagine someone having to raid lead 11 raids back to back all the time, non-stop talking to the helpers. That is some cooked things, yeah. Like, so I thought that was nice to also give a bit of a break to the people raid leading. I was just wondering if you did the same, yeah.
Yeah, we do the same, and then also, and this has actually hurt us in the past, but we also like create a little competition in guild, like for the two teams against each other. So whenever I'm taking the early bosses off, Atlas or Shakib or someone will be in my group. We have efficiency officers, we have trash officers, we have people who are assigned to like check all the like helpers and lockouts and all that stuff. Some of it's handled by weak orders, but a lot of it is like double checked by people. And then we have people who are like raid leading bosses, raid leading trash, and they like get really into it, like because they want to go faster than the other group. And we've noticed that this is increased efficiency. They have a lot of fun with it. But also in one raid it went really bad. So we were doing like 3 runs, and because like this raid we did 2. For everyone who's listening, we usually do like triple splits at the same time in like most of the previous raids. And like one of the groups got really unlucky and like had their run held up for reasons that they weren't supposed to have happen. And one of the other groups was supposed to pick up one of their runs to make up for it because they like didn't wipe or anything. And that group like flamed the other group about it, who was already really down for like having this stuff happen against their will. And then like you could tell that people took it too far and like absolutely tilted the fuck out of some people. But so I think you have to be careful with it. But I think the friendly competition, like definitely adds a little bit of like spice to those otherwise really, really shitty days. And I think that helps a lot.
I think we had that a bit. I think the peak of that was in Sepulchre when we were doing like.
That's when people got
yeah.
tilted.
Oh,
Like
Max,
because
we
were doing individual bosses, yeah. And I remember we had like, let's do 9 Halondruses, and then you would really see it there that people were like, go, go, go. This time I think it was a bit more chill overall.
It was more chill, but on Sepulchre some people got really flamed because one group I think got overtook 2 times or 3 times, and they just like they were just getting flamed down bad, for them being like getting left,
bad. Like they're already sad. Like they can see that they're going slower than other group, and then like getting flamed on top of it. Like I remember Mavie specifically was in that group, and he wanted to fucking kill Atlas or someone. Like he was so mad. Yeah. So.
And let me just say one more thing. By the way, we realized at some point getting augmentation helpers, that was not it. Yeah, let me just say, I don't know if you guys had the filtering process, but I think augmentations, that was, we might as well just have a second character on the floor, I think, yeah. I don't know.
Then again, the lock hooks were also scuffed, right? So
yeah,
but I think it's just too hard. Yeah, so, I don't know. I mean, that's
we had, so AUG we didn't really notice that much. We didn't like they were looking bad on logs, but that's just how the class is right now. But then they typically they would die a lot. Yeah, dude, we was disc priests. Like if you were inviting healers to your raid, like 1 out of 10 times you would get a disc priest that knew how to heal really well, and 9 out of 10 times they're just doing absolutely nothing and just can't play the game. And that was one that we hard avoided disc priests.
Yeah,
our any healer except Holy Priest, basically.
yeah. I think we had our MVP, and I'll end this with the splits. We had an MVP. Still remember his name to this day. His name was
Pickle. We had a guy named Pickle. He's a goddamn beast.
Pickle, nice. We had a guy called Lizard Wizard. That guy did. So we were on Tindrol, and then we decided to just replace people if we saw that they're just, holding us back a little bit. And then we decided to remove him, but then we couldn't invite the other person or something happened. And we're like, okay, we can't wait any longer. You're back, Lizard Wizard. Let's go, dude. Even though he didn't make the flight the first try or whatever. I don't remember how many tries we did, but we brought him back. We're like, here you go, another chance. Prove to us your worth. And then he didn't make it to the second platform again. It was so sad, dude.
That is sad.
Oh my god, dude. Lizard Wizard. I'll never forget him.
We got a couple. We have Piss Believer. We have Bone Farmer. We had a bunch of celebrities show up. Actually, we noticed that a lot of our helpers do it every season. Like this whole expansion, like you definitely recognize names of people who do this every season. So we'll see.
Yeah, we had some people that we saw before.
Dratnos, any more split questions? Are we good to move on to the raid?
We move on to the raid. Although, actually, speaking of when to move on to the raid, I do want to ask about like how you guys decide whether or when to do M plus, and if you guys were thinking at all about earlier M plus ever this tier, because that's something that I was at least thinking was maybe somewhat likely with the eye level jump, but it sounds like you guys decided normal instead for early gearing up. But of course, some people need to do M plus at some point for trinkets, so that I guess is my last kind of split C question.
Well, normal is a totally different device. So normal, what it does is it reduces the amount of potential mains that like people have by like making sure they have really good options for like trinkets and the really OP items from normal, and also like gives you some gear for heroic. But all of normal is done before you have any idea what your main is, and doing Mythic Plus is impossible until you know what your main is. So Mythic Plus always has to happen after heroic. But I think we did do that slightly differently. So I can at least say how we approach Mythic Plus, which is a lot of times you can't do all of your Mythic Plus before going into Mythic, because there's inevitably going to be time where Blizzard forces you to leave the raid. And that happened to us 2 times this year. We had Smolderon's orbs were bugged. I don't know exactly what it was, but I would say like maybe 1 in 25 or 1 in 30 orbs, which was like every other attempt. You would soak an orb and then it would just double pop and instantly kill everyone. So we had to go AFK it took them like 2 or 3 hours to fix this. So we had to do Mythic Plus during this time. Like, could we have killed Smolderon without it? Yes. But like, you're just wasting 1 in 3 wipes it's just a complete waste of time, right? So we did that. And then on Tindril, I don't know if you guys ran into this at all on Tindril. This was the last like bug thing we ran into. I've never experienced anything like this, but Tindril would start lagging as the instance would go on, and then every 3 hours on the dot, whenever he casted Firebeam or Roots, the boss, not you, the boss would lag out for 5 seconds, do all of his abilities at the same time, and instantly kill everyone. And we had no idea what caused this. The only way we told Blizzard about it, they didn't know how to fix it. The only way we could fix it was by soft resetting the instance. And then we had to take a 30-minute break outside of lunch and dinner 3 times that day to let the instance fully reset with us out of the raid. And then we went back in, and exactly on the 3-hour mark, the boss would lag out again. They eventually fixed this, but that was like 3. So to answer your question about Mythic Plus, at least for us, because like obviously this is always going to happen more to us just due to the way the race is released, we can't do all of our Mythic Plus first, even if it's technically time saving, because number one, you could get things from Mythic that make you not have to farm Mythic Plus. That's number one. Number two, you need something to do if you can't play the raid, and so you leave some of it, but you eventually get it done. I don't know how they handle it.
Yeah, it's similar. We obviously usually have it tested by you guys. Luckily, right? We started a bit later, so we don't have that issue that much. But still, it's nice to have something to do. But you generally still have something to do, even if you do some M plus. But what your first point was applies to us as well, obviously, where you do the normal raids first to get the trinkets, the raid trinkets, because like, you want to do the non-repeatable things first to know your main, right? And plus, you can always farm, but the normal raids you can only do once per character. So you want to check it for the trinkets, the Firak weapon, I think it was the Thorncaller weapon was really good this year. I don't know if there was any. I mean, there was some like necks and rings that were okay, or like a bit better than plus options, but the rest didn't really matter. We didn't look at the rest at least, and this was just from M plus, and like M plus is like filling the character with gear because you can repeat it, but normals you have to do first before you decide your main. I think one different thing that we had in our approach was that you guys do lower key M plus a lot more than us. I don't know if it's good or bad, honestly, but I don't think there's a big difference no matter what.
So I know this was a Bubba Cook. I think the general idea was you just need to have the item, and you can upgrade it with flight stones anyway. So like, you're not like holding off on anything. And you can get gear that you need faster. You can target specific items faster, and you're already going to get your vault stuff anyway. So it's more like, it's getting it on the hero track versus getting it on the champion track.
But yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. It's a Bubba cook for gear. I do have one more thing about how we did Mythic Plus differently, but I want to let you finish first.
No, I'm good. I mean, like I said, I don't think it matters a lot. For certain situations, it's definitely better. Like if you definitely need to shrink it quickly for this boss and the guy can't be benched to farm a plus for years. But aside from that, I don't think there's a big diff.
Yeah, I know we did most of our Smolderons as 15/15s and running 2 at a time. And maybe this is something we can do by having a few more players, but what we did instead is we realized that Mythic Plus is not the same for every raider. Some people have the opportunity to do Mythic Plus much more than others. Specifically, I think each of our guilds probably has like 14 to 15 people who are like always in the raid no matter what. Those people, Mythic Plus time is much more sacred. So we realized how many Smolderons we had left, and we could have split them. But what we did instead was we ran 20 raiders with 10 helpers, which also made it all very, very easy and all one shots. And then we allowed 10 of our players, including both of our tanks and like all of our healers and like a few people who are in all the time, all those people that usually never get to Mythic Plus, we let them Mythic Plus for like half a day, get everything they needed while gearing out the rest of the raid. Like basically the first 10 people to get geared or so just got to get all of their Mythic Plus done, so you didn't have to do an organized guild Mythic Plus.
Yeah.
And it was like kind of mixing the efficiency of finishing off your heroic runs before Fire Axe and finishing raiders in Mythic Plus, so you don't have to take that break during progression.
Yeah, we thought about letting people do this. I don't think we thought about also decreasing the amount of threads. Let's say I compare it to like multi-threaded coding or CPU or whatever you want to call it. So going from dual core to single core is what we call. I don't know if you have the same terminology, but yeah, we didn't think about that part. But honestly, I don't think it again, like this is this small min max of split running.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters much.
Yeah. All right. Getting into the raid now.
Wait,
Dratnos,
can I say a small
Oh,
thing?
no.
I'm injecting.
one
I'm
more.
injecting.
All right,
This
inject.
is. What did you think? First of all, had you sniffed it out, or was it a bit of a surprise? The whole NA adventure we went, Project Albatross, as we called it.
Oh no. So that's dude, I totally forgot about that. Did we sniff that out? No, we never sniffed it out. I mean, we knew that, like, okay, so if you guys were ever actually going to play on NA, that would be very obvious, and it would involve you definitely not having 500 geared characters on EU. So
Yeah.
I mean, of course.
that whole, yeah, so that whole announcement was just like, okay, they're going to do one of two things. They're either doing this purely for content, which makes sense because I know one thing that tilts you guys about I mean, you guys have said this multiple times. Like, anytime you bring up the release difference, one of the first things you bring up is it sucks for content because we're always late to content, right? And that's like like that first Tuesday is the case. And this is a chance for you guys to like get in on that, and it makes sense. It was like a very quick amount of thing for content. But then we were also like, okay, well, maybe they're like gonna fuck around and like practice some weak auras or tech or some of that stuff. I don't think you guys ended up doing that. I think something with your lockout got fucked up or something, but you ended up going to bed and doing it. But I mean, I think all of it made sense. I will say it was both surprising and not surprising the amount of people that throughout the entire race thought you guys were playing on NA servers, though.
Well, no. Wait 1 second, Roger. You don't understand. Servo had to calm down the masses in our Discord, and we're like, I signed up for splits, but I don't have an NA character, and we're like, guys, it's fine. Yeah, we're still doing splits on EU. It's okay.
Yeah, we waited to announce it like very last minute as well. Just to, because if we announced this earlier, it would have been way longer shit show, let's say, of people thinking that we're doing it, that we're going full NA. But yeah, no, the plan was, so we don't know when the servers come up. So there was a big risk that if the servers don't come up early, or it's extended maintenance, we would have just canceled the whole thing, which would have been very sad.
Yeah, that's what I was interested in. I was wondering if you guys were willing to lose sleep to get content. And I was like, that would be crazy. But I think you guys still got 8 hours after it was over or something like that.
Yeah, and the
Well, not
people.
8, but
I mean, it was we,
No-
we lost a little
It
bit of
was
sleep. I
close.
think, yeah, a
Yes,
little
I
bit.
mean, so you guys, yeah, I mean, so that's the thing. That was the thing that surprised me, that you would be willing to lose
we
sleep
gained
or
info as well, though. Keep that in mind. Especially, we did
what
get that
info.
lookout later in the next morning, and got some stuff tested.
Well,
Yeah, so
before the race started.
what info did you guys get that you wouldn't have gotten for
the
free by just sleeping?
no, okay. So the idea was that we go and we clear normal real quick, and then we we would turn off the streams and then just do essentially a PTR test of Iraq normal for like an hour or two.
Okay.
Like so testing any weak core as we had made, making sure that works, seeing how mechanics work. Yeah, like we had no idea. You read the journal, but it's very different than what you imagine. The only thing we would not have seen, because we're thinking maybe we should do heroic, but we're like, nah, let's just go for the easy one. The blazes would have been the only thing we we couldn't see. That's
Yeah.
literally the only difference. Would have been nice to have seen the blazes. I don't know if it would have changed much, but yeah. And so the plan was we remove a person for Firak normal, and then they
Keep
don't
the
get saved. Keep the lockout, and then do that. Somehow, I don't know. Maybe he didn't leave the instance fast enough as we pulled the boss. I don't know how, but he did end up getting locked, which was very unfortunate. So then we decided instead that we just go to bed instantly. So we didn't play at all after turning off the stream, because there was no point. And instead we just woke up like an hour earlier than planned, and then we went in there and tested some things in normal before the EU servers came up, which was still valuable. I mean, it would have been better if the NA servers came up a bit earlier and we didn't scuff the lockout thing. It would have been decently
Yeah.
valuable.
Dude, speaking of that, that is something. Okay, every Tuesday we're excited, but we're also just like anxious to get in. We're like, I hope they don't extend. I think our longest maintenance ever was Castle Nathria Mythic Tuesday. It was 6 hours. Like, we're just like, bro, just fucking let us in the raid, you know? Not only because you want to get going, but you're also, every minute that it's not live and you've already woken up, you fucked your sleep, right? So
Mhm.
like, that's like, okay, but this raid, none of that existed, because I knew this raid, the longer they delayed maintenance, you guys were getting fucked just as much as us. So I didn't have any opinion on it whatsoever. Like, if they extended maintenance by 2 hours, you guys would have either had to just go to bed and then miss the whole thing that you were trying to do, or you were going to stay up and lose even more sleep for the raid. And then both of those things are good for us, right? So I wasn't anxious about the raid start at all, because for the first time ever, if they delayed the servers, it was affecting you guys as well.
Yeah, I
I
remember people were
Mhm.
saying like, "We're damn, it's not working out. The servers are delayed." I'm sitting here like, is this a good thing or a bad thing? I don't even know at this point, you know, because we're ready to go in as well, but you guys are also ready to go in. I'm not sure what we were hoping for, but
Yeah, exactly. Part of me was part of me was hoping, please, it should be extended maintenance, so they don't get to start a lot before us. But part of me was like, God damn, we put effort into this. Bring the servers up. I want to play. So it was a bit mitigating, I guess, from our side as well. If the servers come up early, that means we get a bit extra time on them. If they come up late, that means you guys have less of a head start. So it is. I don't know. I mean, it worked out in the end. I think the main thing that I must say, though, was a lot of fun for the people participating. I don't know, just it felt like a cool project, let's say, like gearing up the characters on NA, doing M plus and heroic raids and all that. So it was definitely a fun project. I don't know if we would necessarily do it in the future, but something to discuss, I guess.
I mean, I think it has
but yeah.
value in the future. Like
I-
the whole being able to test the, as long as our realms come up early enough and you don't lose sleep, it is objectively better information gathering than whatever you could be doing on that Tuesday on EU, right? Like, I mean, if the realms don't come up late, I think it just makes sense for you guys to do it.
Yeah, but it also depends on that week. Like we were lucky in a sense, especially with how the seed farming happened, that we didn't have anything to do really on Tuesday. But if it's like some exhausting grind, like think of the first raid, Voti, farming rares and doing all that crap,
Oh.
and then having that on top would be maybe a bit too much. So
Or we
I
go
don't know.
US.
Or yeah,
And we
Scribe
just
has
go.
been-
Oh no.
Scribe is the person pushing the go full US angle. I don't know.
I think you guys should
Uh,
do it. I mean,
Mm.
I used to be, so there's two things holding you guys back majorly, and I think it is number one, you have people leaving their accounts that they care about. I think that is something that matters more than a lot of people would think. And then I am actually not as concerned. I think you guys would be able to fill your splits on NA. Like, I know that's been the concern in the past, is like, what if we go there and we can't do as many runs because we don't get as many favorable helpers or whatever because you're in a different region? I actually think there are so many helpers. There's easily twice as many as we need.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
sure about
maybe.
the
Is it a
helpers.
bait, guys?
Is it a bait?
Yeah, come on over, guys.
Well, I could totally see we go there. People are like, "Yeah, I'll help with your split," and then they come in, and it's
sure.
like,
You
"Yeah,
guys
let's
are
go,
gonna get-
liquid."
you guys- you're gonna get some go liquid guys for sure.
Well,
Dude, do you guys know that player? This was in Eternal Palace that stole the font of power. And
Yes.
yeah,
said,
he's
"Go
waiting for
method."
you now, right?
He raids in our guild.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
what?
it's
I swear. The guy who stole the trinket and said go method and left the group raids in our fucking guild right now. Yeah. Fucking
but does he
insane.
does he
What
still
kind
have
of
the trinket?
ritual? What did you force him to do to pay for his sins?
I didn't. Well, when he applied, he was just someone we were going to recruit, and then I found out, I think, a little bit before that, and I talked about it on my stream, and he like messaged me. I mean, obviously, he was just like, I mean, he's really young. He was just like a kid at the time, probably trying to make his friends laugh in Discord. So he just apologized and said I did a stupid kid thing, and I think we can all relate to that. So yeah, it made sense.
Totally.
That's
There is
so
something
crazy.
you guys mentioned about like splits and like going to bed and like how many hours of sleep you're getting. I think that's one thing that is majorly different about our guilds in progression is the amount of time we raid and the amount of time we sleep. So, and I'm going to completely disregard the whole like, we can get into this later, the whole like staying up for Tendril and Firac thing. I mean, even in the first 3 days of the race. I actually did the math on this before this started. You guys, tell me this is correct. You guys raid when your realms come up at 5 a.m. and then you play till I think it's 11.
Yeah,
So it's
10,
like a
yeah, the goal is 10 11. That's I mean, I don't know what we
11.
did this time, but yeah.
So you do a super, super long day and then you move your next sleep back to a reasonable time, right? To like, like you sleep till what, like 7, 8 or something like that, your time?
Yeah, around that.
Okay, so that obviously our realms come up at 11, so we normally just do our goal is like, generally speaking, we want to wake up as close to the start of maintenance as possible of it coming up. And then we just start our full raid day then, and then that's our sleep schedule for the week. And then obviously if the reset is coming by, we'll start moving our schedule earlier, which we both had to do this time. But you guys actually, by the end of your third day, raid, I think 5 more hours than we raid in our first 3 days. It might be 6. And the only thing you guys lose to do that is sleep. But it's like, how much do you value losing sleep on something like splits versus something like mythic progression? And I think that's fascinating. Like how both of us choose to approach that. Because like obviously sleep is so important. Like bosses like Tendril and Firac, like if you are not well rested, you have absolutely like your progression is going to be so dog shit on fights like that. But on a lot of fights that aren't quite that hard, how much does sleep really matter? How much does sleep matter for efficient splits? And then also like and then you guys specifically, and I'm sure you have a lot to say about this, but like, you know, I think our things start like generally 12 hours apart, the release difference. And then you guys I feel like the community doesn't know this enough. You guys make up half of that in the first 3 days just by going ham. And like, what is your all's thoughts about that?
I do think because I didn't calculate this, but if you're saying it was like 5 or so hours, like 2 to 3 hours of that is generally always going to happen, because let me tell you, it's not fun waking up every day at 4 a.m. So by default, the first day, we're always going to essentially play a bit more just to shift the sleeping schedule a bit forward so that we wake up at a time that, let's say, the hotel serves breakfast at least. Yeah. So it's it's always going to be a couple of hours. I don't know the other 2 or 3 hours. I guess, yeah, maybe Scripe can or Meeres elaborate on those.
I mean, maybe Scribe has more data, but I was just like, I went to Scribe. I was like, "Well, we need to finish this. I'm just gonna put less hours now," and I just put it into Discord, and then we had less hours, and that's fine, yeah. But
my take on sleep is that that it's just an illusion. I don't know. I don't think it matters so much, especially on the early days.
I mean, that makes complete
Just-
sense because, like, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me because, like, we definitely feel differently about that, and we had like if our realms came up at 5 a.m. There is we might start at 5 a.m., but there's absolutely no way we would play all the way until 11. Like that just full stop. Like that just sounds crazy. But like I think you guys feel more compelled to make up that time, right? So like
yes,
I would probably feel differently starting from behind. So like I just think the psychology behind that is insane. And hearing sleep is an illusion, that makes so much sense. And I also
it is. To add on this, by the way, I think we have a little bit the bad rules. Scribe says sleep is an illusion, and the break officers, like in the game that are handling break, is Servo and me, and Servo's at home and it's like, guys, we don't need to sleep, and I'm like sleeping 5 to 6 hours on average on progress. So I'm like, guys, we don't need to sleep that much, yeah. And then we have like some raiders are like, guys, we need like 8 hours, 9 hours of sleep, and we're like, nah, it's all okay, right? And then
I think if you have longer than 8 hours sleep, you're just wasting. Sorry, not 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of break. I think you're just gonna sit there and just waste time. I think you're just gonna like look at your phone, go through Twitter, or look at what you guys are doing on stream. I don't know. They're just gonna sit there and just watch stuff instead of trying to actively. Like you have to actively try to sleep, and I think a lot of people don't know how to just go to sleep. They will just sit there and wait for sleep to come to them and just waste sleep. This was the progress where I had the most amount of sleep because I actively tried to sleep and didn't look at anything. I just took the phone aside. I closed my eyes and tried to relax as much as I could.
I did the same thing. I slept with what are those things people wear in the movies, the little fucking eye.
oh, the eye mask. Oh my
Dude,
god.
I used an eye mask this raid because the blackout curtains in my apartment didn't work. So I was just sleeping like a baby the whole time. Yeah, I mean, I also slept. We had a lot of conversations like that near the end of our raid this time in regards to sleep, actually, where you have 20 people in your raid. Well, you have more people in your guild, but like 20 people in the raid, and everyone needs a different amount of sleep. So some people are fine sleeping 6 or 7 hours every night, and there are people who unironically need like 9 or 10. Like Nick showed me his phone, and his phone had his sleep data for the last 6 months, and he sleeps on average 10 and a half hours a night. I'm fired up.
No, and no way.
I'm fired up. Sleeps 12 hours a day. Okay.
What?
I can't believe it.
I mean, okay, that makes sense because he's not human. I must say.
Like literally, it's fucking insane. Okay, so because of that, you don't really realize this in races like Aberrus or even Razageth or even like Nyalotha, Nathria, obviously in 1 week raids. Like you don't run into this in this raid. You started to in Sepulchre. Both of our guilds went through this, where we reached that point where very obviously you had to take 1 or 2 nights and sleep more, right? It was in like the end of the second week usually. This raid was near the end of the second week, and you could kind of see it's near the end of the raid, so you don't want to do it, but you could kind of see that like the few people in your raid that need more sleep in their life, they are absolutely dead for the back half of the day. And these 2 bosses at the end of this raid specifically, your efficiency loss when you have people that are dead versus motivated and like well rested, I think is pretty noticeable. And that is, I think, something where our 2 guilds just view that totally differently. I think you'll have, what's the value of raiding 2 extra hours versus getting 2 hours extra of sleep on one of those bosses? I don't know. There's no one who studies this. There's no other esport that even remotely compares to playing all day every day at full cognitive load for 2 weeks. Like no one does this. There's like someone told me maybe some kind of like really high level like Navy SEAL combat training has people who looked into this, and this is an insane comparison. Like obviously we're just playing video games, but like the mental stress of something like that is something that it's probably one of the only scenarios people have looked into doing this, or like marathon running. But again, it's just less mentally taxing. It's all everything that you can compare to this is purely physical.
Bro,
mostly.
yeah, we always say marathon. Bro, marathon is 2 hours, bro. Are you joking? That's like 2 splits. That's nothing. No, I'm kidding. But yeah,
There's the long ones, so I go like for 3 days and stuff.
what, they run for 3 days?
Well,
But
yeah.
no, of course they take
There's-
breaks.
there's
Yeah,
some
that's the
stuff.
point. Yeah.
Well, isn't it like the guy that wrote a book about it and stuff? They were super famous, lost a lot of weight.
Yeah,
I
we
forgot his
near
name,
the
yeah.
What, Forrest Gump? Sorry.
Oh my God.
yeah near the end of our raid, we were like ending one of our raid nights, and I'm like, guys, we don't need fucking extra sleep. Like, this boss is dead in like 2 days. I think it died 3 days from then. But like, we need to like be going full time. We were like, this is not the time to catch up on sleep. And then like, I had a few people that were like pretty adamant. We're like, we need more sleep. We have people who are dead. And I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, can at least a few more of you guys pipe up and tell me that you need sleep? Because like, I think our entire guild getting an extra 2 hours of sleep for like 4 people just sounds insane. And then like at least like 6 or 7 more people were like, yeah, I mean, like I like near the end of these days, I'm completely fried. So I think we did that. Plus, it was also what we were hoping at the time was like, because this didn't really happen this raid till near the end. We were like, all right, we're gonna take 2 extra hours of sleep. Echo had a good day yesterday. We're gonna wake up some new info, so it'll be like insanely good, efficient sleep, right? Like the best 2 hours of sleep you could ever have, extra 2 hours of sleep, are when you know your opponent is going to pass you and give you a bunch of free shit. So we were doing that, and then you all didn't fucking do it, man. I felt so mad. I woke up so, I'm not kidding. I woke up like super tilted because I wanted, it was like the day after that where you made significant progression. And then on that day, it was just like, man, this is the one fucking time. So we just slept 2 extra hours for, well, not for no reason, but yeah.
Did you, I do want to say, we pushed 2 times pretty much, right? One was Tindril for the kill, and one was Firak on the last day, right? Like the last night, let's say.
And Laradar.
Okay,
And
yeah, and
Laradar.
Laradar.
And
that
the
was,
first day as
we'll
well a
get to
little
that.
bit. Yeah.
Oh my god,
Oh my
Dratnos ready with the jobs. I
I
like
got the
it.
receipts.
Hey, can we start with Laradar, because I think there is something fascinating to talk about with Laradar in
Yeah.
both of our guilds. So tell me your reason for staying up on Laradar.
Well, the reason was that we thought we're gonna kill it in an hour and then go to bed. That didn't work out. So at some point you're like, obviously we thought that any pull could be the kill, right? Like it's not a boss where you're like, oh, we're getting closer, but we need an extra few hours. Like it's just silly mistakes, and we knew if we fix them, we'll get the kill. But in hindsight, obviously, it was a big mistake. Yeah,
there were a lot of mistakes going on Tindril, by the way.
So I don't know if you guys recognize the like irony in this, but in last raid, we ended our 3rd day of splits. It was halfway through our 3rd day, exactly the same as when you guys started to go into Mythic. And we decided to go into Mythic for that day, clear the first few couple bosses, and then go to bed, think about Skarn, and then do whatever. Okay, so we do that. Notice, and I want people in chat to know this, when you decide to start Mythic progression after multiple days of splits, and more specifically, starting Mythic progression like after dinner when you've done splits and Mythic Plus all day, your players' brains are fried as fuck. Like they're extremely fried brains. Like that is the worst Mythic progression you'll ever get. Like it just as far as like how long it takes you. So I imagine that vastly contributed to your all's Laradar. And last raid for us, that contributed to our Rashok. We did the same thing you all did last raid, this raid. We go through, we do Forgotten Experiments. We think Rashok could die any pull. We end up staying up like 30 minutes past our like normal time we would go to bed to like do Rashok. And it was one of those things where I think we wiped at like 3% on the 3rd pull, and we were just going to kill Rashok and then go to bed, right? And then like 10 pulls went by, and then 15 pulls went by. And then we were like, I mean, we're just going to one-shot this when we wake up, and why the fuck did we stay up in the first place? So we go to bed, wake up, and one-shot it. But like, in hindsight, after the tier, we looked back on this and we were like, that is a total fucking mistake. Like, this doesn't matter when you kill this boss. you always just go to sleep because you're going to kill a boss like that and not fry it in the morning instantly, and you're just going to inevitably save time. So then in this raid, I saw you guys do exactly what we did on Rashok on Laradar, almost to the exact same thing. It was the end of your third day. It was a wing end boss, and one of the wings just the exact same fucking thing. And then I wondered, and what I wanted to ask you is, do you guys value the feeling of a boss being dead when you go to sleep for like morale reasons, or is it like, because like I think objectively, if you would have went to sleep an hour before you did, you would have killed Laradar faster in the morning than you did that night.
Mm.
Do you all agree with that? Okay, so then like, do you think it is a mistake to stay up then, or do you think that the value of having the boss dead in your mind, or the bad morale of going to bed with a boss alive, is worse than the sleep?
I think the
don't
second one
know
for
if
me.
I don't know if the sleep was that big of a. I mean, like,
No,
you know me,
no.
right? Sleep is an illusion, bro. No, I don't think it was that big of a deal. It was very slightly, yes, at the beginning, but then we had it sorted. The issue was we didn't do our homework on Lauradar. We thought it was just probably easy, and didn't really care about eye level and stuff like that. People had still loot to fix, POEs to equip, and things like that. And I think our eye level was just quite low to kill it. And then once we equipped our stuff, we killed it in the next pull. So we were just pushing a little bit extra. Didn't do homework. Didn't know what instant dollars wiped to. Didn't know what you guys wiped to, and just went into it kind of blind. That was the main issue, I think, that we did wrong. Aside from that, killing a boss before going to bed, I think, does feel pretty good, especially if it's a later boss. I don't think it matters as much on Lauradar. Like on Tindral, it mattered a lot for us to just, because we knew we can also just do kill a Tindral later on after sleep was no problem. But there you also have the benefit of having a couple pulls on Firak and going to bed with Firak in your mind instead of Tindral that you're gonna one shot anyways. On Laradar, yeah, it didn't really matter that much. Yeah.
Yeah, Laradar, it's more
Yeah,
just the concept. Obviously, Tindral has much more like ramifications to it.
Mhm.
yeah. I think the mistake was just generally we should have just gone for council instead. But it was
True, that
literally
as well.
like we just killed 3 bosses and we're all kind of feeling hyped, and we're like, "Fuck it, let's keep going." Yeah,
Yeah, we
because we
also
thought
didn't.
like
Ah,
I mean, we assumed that it's going to take roughly the same time as it did for you guys, which was about an hour, and that would have been fine with our sleeping schedule. So we're like, yeah, let's just kill this. Like, it's fine. I mean, uh, and yeah, just didn't work out at all. We just, yeah, a lot of small mistakes, especially with the firefighter thing, went a lot of times badly, and not prepared for the boss properly just led to also okay, maybe I'll just wait if we're going to talk about the boss later. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
I-
gonna kind of go through every boss and briefly. There's not a lot to say about the early ones, but I do have some thoughts on Laradar. Like we had a nice like CC plan for the last phase that we thought was gonna be pretty fun, and then it ended up just being something that instantly dies and didn't matter at all. So that kind of felt bad. Like I think our re-clear of Laradar, we one shot it, but so many things went wrong at the beginning. We did the last phase in like maybe 8 yards of space. There was no space. We just like I don't know, and it just worked. I don't know. It just I don't know. That fight definitely had I think a few issues with it. But what did you guys think about the first like all the bosses just before Smolderon maybe as a whole? Just like what were your all's opinions on those?
I mean, I can go first, I guess. I think they were pretty good. All of the bosses beforehand, like they did feel kind of decent, let's say, to play. They were not the super easy bosses. I guess Igira, it was a little bit weird to play, I think. But all the other bosses were kind of nice. I think Naimi, however you want to pronounce him, or whatever, was very underwhelming. But the rest was, I think, was pretty fine for the first bosses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, the problem is the tuning, right? It's not made like bosses made for us. They're
Yeah,
just made
of
for
course.
casual people. So I don't know. It's nice, but it feels like you're just doing this like random quests that like don't really matter. It's just like a fun thing in the game. Like
It's like they're doing
whatever.
heroic almost. Like
Yeah,
you're
yeah, kind of,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
my only reservations is I feel like Volcross, even with it being where it is, was still a little too easy. And then, do you think Naimu or Laradar was too easy? I know that was it's super funny. Like the whole bit in the community leading up to this raid, and then before Smolderon was there, was like ID was in the raid, and the rest of us were doing splits. And there's two funny talking points that always happen. Number one, are you guys afraid of the raid being instantly cleared by this dude? Chatters just say this all the time. Like, God, I mean, when do they? I would just love instant dollars to full clear the raid while they're still doing splits. I would just like, it's like, guys, this is just not how the raid works. And then also, people are. I loved how people said this raid was too easy. Oh, just another easy raid, even after looking just through Naimu and Laradar, which is like, I think as someone did the math on this or looked at the amount of raids. I think it was like 6 of the last 10 raids or something, including some of the hardest ones ever. When the best guilds entered the raid, the first 6 bosses died in 2 hours. Like that's happened in almost every raid. Like that's not a new thing, but like I think the race to world first like just gives people memory loss.
Yeah, because they need to
yeah
watch splits for 4 days and they forget everything what happened in the last 6 months.
Yep.
I will say the one boss that I'm not a huge fan of. I don't know why. Just is the first boss actually Narroot. I don't know. I just don't feel it. I think the rest of the bosses, I think they did a good job, but like Scripe said, it's not really for us. So they're gonna be good farm bosses, I guess. And
Yeah, the
yeah,
farm doesn't matter. I don't know. Like when
yeah.
do you guys think you're gonna re-clear Tindril and Fyrak? Like what would be
I
the
mean,
point?
I can say because I had planned for the 5th of December, like for that week, because I assumed Blizzard would nerf the bosses, but they're somewhat not nerfing the bosses, so I'm not sure when we're going back. Yeah, we were kind of expecting the nerf and then just slam them, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems like we're kind of done with the first couple bosses, so maybe we can talk about the last 3 because that's like kind of the important thing. And
One thing for Larodar, I need to ask.
Okay. Yeah.
How do you fully understand? Like actually fully understand? Because to this day I still don't know. How does that mechanic work where you poop the lava, let's say, on the floor?
Okay. I'm so glad you
How-
brought this up. Okay,
Yeah.
so on Mythic testing, we vigilantly made sure that all of our players stood on the edge of the lava and it did not like they were not placing lava pools. Like it didn't
Yeah.
grow. Okay. So then we watched ID kill it and they're putting fire everywhere. So we're like, okay, they changed the mechanic or something. And then I went and looked at us doing the boss and just for whatever reason on live, we were not standing on the lava as well. And I think the lava was growing more than it was on PTR just in general. But like you could see that like the mechanic of the pass fail of you not being near lava was proccing more often. And I couldn't tell if our players were just being really lazy or whether they changed the way it worked. I'm really glad you brought. I don't know.
Well, we had someone stand in the middle with it and it didn't do anything.
I think it just targets X amount of players, not all for every lava placement tick. And then it'll take like 3 targets and another 3 targets, but it can be anyone. So you can be lucky and never get chosen.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, you had someone stand in the middle of the raid with igniting growth and it didn't spawn fire?
Well, yeah, like not near fire, and it just didn't do anything. And we're like, I guess.
Okay, and I definitely don't understand how. Who knows? Maybe it's just
I
fucking broken.
don't know. Yeah, that mechanic is. I think it is the first time there's a mechanic in a boss, and even after playing it, I still don't know how it's. The code. I don't get it. How does it work?
Saying, bro.
Yeah, I mean, are you sure though?
Yeah.
Okay.
There
you go.
Because we've done it on PTR as well, and then people were spread. Sometimes you would just not get a single pool, and sometimes you would. It's just selecting X amount of people each tick to drop a pool. The debuff is on everyone, but that debuff is just kind of fake.
Yeah, I mean I think that mechanic was just strange. I hope they don't do more of that because that was just weird. I don't know. Thankfully, it was on an early boss, so we didn't have to min-max it too much. But I don't know, just felt weird.
I would have I think a version of Laradar would have been nice that was harder. Like, I mean, just like if the 40% to 0 burn was hard and there was enough CC to actually be interesting. But I feel like it was just completely ignored.
Oh yeah, on Louder actually, because you mentioned this earlier, we actually had a plan. I don't know if you thought about that. We were planning on having a DH tank in the last phase. Basically, take half of the half of the circle,
Yeah.
and just take aggro from them and just infinitely kite them in the lava. So you just don't like half the odds you don't care about, and the rest we CC, but not CC everything because we thought like that's just too much chaos. So that was our plan for that boss. Yeah.
All right, I can show you mine. 1 second. I think the general idea of what I wanted to do was here. Let me stream my POV. This won't be long, but I think we did. So there's like the 8 that spawn, right? They kind of spawn like this. If you have the boss on the edge, they kind of spawn like around you in a circle. We just had like these 2 get cleaved under the boss. These 2 get rotations of traps, blinds, paralyze, things like that. I think you needed to like single root this one. And the back ones, we thought about playing a Blood Decay to make this fight easier. We thought about playing a Vengeance Demon Hunter. But our idea actually was utilizing Dreamwalk. So we would just do a mass root in the back. So these 2 walk in naturally to get mass rooted. And then we had our 2 Augevokers, Dreamwalk or Sleepwalk, whatever it's called. We had them sleepwalk the outer ones into the mass root pile and then get mass rooted. So you don't have to play a weird tank or a second tank.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if that was better, but I always think this has happened to us in the past too, where you guys are always more willing to do the like extra tank or the tank comp swap, and I hate that so much, and I would rather do anything to figure out a way around it. In fact, that was what we did. I'm so glad Autumn allowed Mass Grip on Firac to be up for both, because like we thought about double Blood Decay, but playing Ret sounded so bad. And then
I mean, you can also go Aura, just not play Devo Aura. That's what we did.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's what I thought about doing before they buffed Red Aura. So a lot of people in the chat maybe aren't aware of this, but like Red Aura has been kind of assumed that it's like a raid buff for a while. Red Aura, until they hotfixed it in this raid, was absolutely dog shit. Like its uptime is so bad. You have to play around it, and even then it's still so bad. And then they hotfixed it, and now it's like 100% uptime of like 2% basically permanent damage and healing, which is, in my opinion, like I don't think you can sit that. Like that's way too good. So I don't know, but would you guys?
No, we said like our Holy Paladin was just playing Red Aura. We didn't have Devo Aura.
Yeah, but that's psycho too.
Yeah, I mean it was a little bit.
Yeah, at the same time, we swapped the healer from Holy to Disc, and we were just dying left, right, center. It was horrible. we just want everything back.
We did that. That was actually what we did off stream on Firac the previous day. Was we messed around with a lot of that stuff in our CC. But let's go back to Tindril. So I want to ask you guys a Tindril question. I wanted 2 questions. First one is, how many pulls does it take to kill Tindril with 20% more health in the last phase and 3-second seeds?
I don't. Is it even doable with the gear we had? I don't think so.
Maybe 1,000.
I think you could have maybe. I think you maybe could have beaten it, because like the Enrage was kind of a joke. Like you never came anywhere close to the Enrage where we killed it. But like maybe you could have the damage, but like, bro, I think the hardest seed set would have been the very first one, right? Like the 3-second seeds in those fire beams would have been like fucking insane. Holy shit! I think you would have wiped to that lineup hundreds of times alone.
I don't know. Yeah. When we got ripped in the Blizzard Discord, you guys, it would have been killable, but we're still nerfing it by 20%. We were like, holy moly. That must be some crazy gamers to kill it with 3-second seeds and 20% more HP.
I'm curious, actually. Has anyone, because we did have a try where we saw deeper than I think you guys did. I think we reached like 8 minutes or something in the fight. I'm curious if anyone has ever seen Enrage. actually, because I don't think so.
So BDG, someone told me BDG saw it in 9 minutes. I didn't watch the VOD, but I heard someone say that they had some shamble pull that they didn't wipe to that seed set, but they like lived with a bunch of people for a while. Like, you know, the fire beam that you usually kill the boss during? Like,
Yeah.
they lived
Yeah.
like 45 seconds or something after that, is what someone said.
What?
Yeah, so like I don't know, but I mean, I'm assuming he's gonna do what he did on PTR, which is he's going to like do the enrage cast with the ramping damage, right? And then like he did, yeah, but
No,
I don't think anybody's doing that.
that is fine. But we saw a little bit deeper after the part where we both of our guilds killed it, and we saw essentially, let's say, the next set of mechanics. That is brutal as fuck, dude. I can tell
Wait,
you.
what is
that,
the next? What is the next combo?
let me pull it up.
Wait, it was wasn't it the roots?
Scripe, do you have the Figma that where you moved?
It's roots, fire beam, and then what? What is after the fire beam? Because you have to do another set of roots without any CDs up before that fire beam. And then I think it does a star shower, and then I just don't know what the lineup is after that. But I mean, just based on timings, it has to be seeds and dispels, right?
I'm trying to see because I noted it down. The exact timings.
I'm also trying to find it right now.
Yeah, our plan. So this is maybe where we differed a little bit early on Tindril. I know you guys were going for like more consistent seed damage. You're like playing a second lock. I think you made another swap too for seed damage, and we were like, our seed damage or our root damage, not seed damage. Our root damage works. We even thought about bringing in like either another rogue or another enhance, because enhance also has insane boss damage on that fight, but literally the worst root damage ever. Because our plan was, let's just kill the boss faster than ever learning more mechanic sets. And that was the strat. We did not want to see farther into that phase. It was fucking psycho.
Yeah, I don't know. Tindral was I mean, these three, if we would have actually had a 3-second seeds in the last phase, this boss would have been a quick 1000 boost boss. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think well more than that. But
Yeah,
also so this is while they're looking up the Figma for how the end of that fight works. The second part of that question that I have is, okay, so both of our guilds never want anyone to nerf anything. Not only does it like kind of not reward you for putting in the time to get, like, for example, if they would have nerfed P2 seeds as well, we would have felt fucked. Maybe you guys would have felt fucked as well. Like, getting good at P2 seeds was really hard, and like imagine that like Method is like working on P1 and then they just never even have to spend the time getting good at P2. Like, that would feel like shit to us, right? So I'm glad that they only nerfed the last phase, but we're psychos and we train ourselves to think that any boss is killable. They never need to nerf any boss. We can kill anything, because if you don't think that way, then you're just sitting around waiting for nerfs, and then, you know, you're not playing with the kind of mentality you need to win. But I want to ask you guys, is Fyrak a better boss with the nerf they did than if they would have left it unnerved? So because like harder doesn't necessarily equal better, right? Like, which one do you think is a better version of the boss?
I think maybe instead of 4%, like 2% or maybe 2.5. But at that point, really nitpicking. No, it's not like the 4% nerf. They do the 2.5. You said Fyrak, right?
No, Tindril.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I also understood Fyrak. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I meant the Tindril nerf from 5 second seeds in the last phase. So like is the version of that fight with 3 second seeds in the last phase and 20 more? Oh, I said Fyrak. Sorry, I must have misspoke. Is that version of the boss with 20% more health and 3 second seeds in the last phase? Is that a better version of the boss, even though it's harder, or do you think it is a better, or would the fight have been better even if they had it like 4 second seeds in both phases from the start, for example?
I mean, you want to go, Scripe? You can first.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was fine minus short, so
No.
I can go first, I guess. I think the nerf was fine. 5 seconds. I think 3 seconds and 20% more health. That sounds a bit cracked. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the same. I think the seed nerf was good because the mechanic, if you played it yourself, was very frustrating. Like, even the 3 seconds in phase 2, it was so frustrating that you soak your seed, you see one in near distance and you just can't do anything. You just look at it and you just wipe, and it was a very frustrating mechanic. And if this would have been the case as well in every last phase set, oh my god, I think it would have been pretty horrible to play. But maybe the HP would have been cool. Like maybe we could have played the boss for 1.5 minutes longer.
I agree.
And,
That I think you're right with. Like,
yeah.
I wish Tindril, no matter what, I don't care how long the last phase is, I wish Tindril died in the Enrage cast for sure.
Yeah,
That would have been a lot more epic. I agree. I did link. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. Yeah, go ahead. You can.
Yeah, I linked the picture. You can show it if you want. But those are the mechanics that we never even did anything with them. Let's say, yeah. And just look at that lineup within 20 seconds. That is some.
Wait, so this is after the root fire beam, after the seeds. So that feathers roots is after the fire beam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can link the previous ones.
Well,
yeah,
I like the death call. There's a death timer.
Well, that was. I mean, Roger had 2 calls.
Yeah, so you deal with the fire beam. You're like chilling for 10 seconds, and then the boss literally pops Bloodlust and starts casting within 20 seconds. Feathers, roots, fire beam, dispels, seeds, and stars. The stars is just to finish you off. Yeah, if you made it that far, you just get clapped there.
Yeah, I mean, you would need. For seeds plus stars, keep in mind the dispel buff is rolling, so you're going to be soaking seeds with a dispel dot and a star AoE during. I mean, that is actually death. Like, you're just dead. Like, that is an insane combo. Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't know. But that boss, I must say, that boss with 20% more, or like 10, 15, whatever, that he would have died in Enrage, I think would have been cool. And I also wouldn't have minded if the seeds in phase 2 would have been longer, so we can play the boss longer, like progress the boss better, just to see Enrage and play the boss the whole way. I think that would have probably been nicer, I guess. But
the Enrage thing is cooler, but it also requires them to be so good at tuning the boss. I kind of like the little bit more Final Fantasy Savage approach, where if you deal with the mechanics good, you're probably gonna kill it at some point. That's how Tindril felt to me. And they didn't have to be the perfect, doing the perfect tuning. You could play it in different ways. You could be going safer but longer. You can go a bit more glass cannon, but you have to finish it within a set amount of time. You don't even do the tactics, let's say, after a set amount. I like this. Let's say, logically, this design more. Emotionally, yes, it feels really good to kill a boss, right before Enrage cast, kind of like Rygalon was really cool, right? But I think this is pretty good design as well. I would be happy if this continued like this too.
I'm just curious. I'm interested to see, because this is just 8 minutes. You
can't be silent like this.
What?
Did I DC?
Oh,
no, he's gone.
Yeah. Hello, Sir Scripe?
Hello, I'm back now, yeah?
Welcome back.
Okay. I'm DCing every 30 seconds, everything except Discord. So this was the first Discord DC. Yeah. Whatever.
What I wanted to say, we heard you earlier though. It's fine. I'm just curious because I saw that overlap afterwards, and I'm like, I do not think a single team with the current version of the boss is gonna survive this 7:40 till 8 minutes. So I'm curious to see what happens after, because I was expecting the Rygalon thing, and I think that's why looking at the boss's energy, I think the boss was supposed to enrage around 8 minutes 30 or something like that. So there was we killed it at 7:30 or so, right? So there was a good minute on top of that. So I do think the 20% nerf they did could have easily been a 10% nerf, but then they would have to make a little bit the overlaps in the last phase a little bit easier. Yeah, it was a little bit too much, I think, if they want us to actually reach and rage in a reasonable time.
I mean, it's
just 5 heal though. Could have worked as well.
Yeah, it's also we thought about 5 healing. So we thought we were cooking Resto Druid 5 healer that, just having our Druid player who's already learned ranged on the fight just do the out of form cat form 150k DPS for some reason, and then just heal during times where they have cooldowns basically. We thought about it. The only reason we didn't do it is he was playing Feral, and melee on that fight is really easy, and ranged has to learn a much more difficult version of Tendril. And we just felt like the relearning of range was not worth. And also, when we were looking at deaths, we were never dying to healing. We were dying to raid one shots with seeds blowing up and like more structural problems than healing, really. So I feel like 5 healing wouldn't have really helped, other than like you would have definitely saw to the enrage more, I guess. But I don't know.
Yeah, made also the intermissions a bit easier. You could just like you never really wiped through the intermission shields. So if you remove a DPSer, I guess it would be a little bit tighter. We did have some deaths actually to that. I don't know if you as well. Usually maybe the last tick or two of the intermissions, let's say, would just kill 1 or 2 players randomly.
We did when it was the first week. So when we were getting 8 stacks of the damage tick in the intermission, we sometimes would lose someone on 7 or 8. But when we got the reset of gear, you never saw anything past a 7th tick. So that like just made it super easy usually. But yeah, I think that was how it was initially. My question is, I guess it's weird when talking about difficulty curve because we want bosses like this, but I always wonder if this is Blizzard's ideal thing, because like when I think of this boss, Blizzard is going to have to like do the Halandris 30-second bomb nerf, but just to Tindril in some way, right? Like I don't know how many people want to fight versions of bosses like these, but I guess they do live in a world where you can make these bosses for us and then nerf them afterwards.
Yeah, I mean that's a big discussion, right?
Yeah.
I do think what they did in this raid, to me, this is the perfect thing, because I get the whole idea of like, well, Sepulchre was way too hard, but I think there the problem was also that way too early it got too hard. So it wasn't just Rygilon and Jailer. It was also Anduin. Like Lords of Dread was no joke. Like we killed him in Enrage, deep into Enrage. There was Halandrus, obviously. Like there's a lot of bosses for people to feel like, hey, what's going on here? But I think if you just make the last couple of bosses like quite hard, you get the best of both worlds. And yeah, I mean, I don't think fundamentally there's something wrong in terms of the nerfing the bosses afterwards. But yeah, I mean that's a huge discussion, I guess. I don't know. I think this time they did it as good as I've ever seen them do it. Let's put it like this. While still having bosses that take like how many pulls? Like 300, 400 pulls.
Yeah.
So before we move on to Fyrak, on Tindril, I wasn't paying full attention to this because we were progressing Fyrak at the time. But like you guys stayed up insanely late on Tindril, right? Like very, very. I don't know what time you woke up actually, but like it seemed like you guys stayed up a long time to kill that. Was there a lot of discussion of like when you go to bed, or like in hindsight, would you have done that differently? Do you think, like, to me, a boss like Tindril, I feel like you guys did kill it that night, but I feel like you could have slept 3 hours earlier and killed it faster in the morning. And which one of those two things is better? And then it brings up the question again of like, how much do you value killing a boss before you go to sleep for morale reasons? Like we killed the boss on our day after reset. Did you guys feel like mentally to keep up, you had to do that too? Like, was that part of it? Like, explain that thought process.
Yeah, Meeres, how did you feel?
Sleep is an illusion. I stand by this, and I do think it was good that we killed it in the end. If we had not killed it, I guess it wouldn't have been that good, but we did. So I guess I was right once again, right, Meeres?
Yeah, I mean, I can say, I mean, I didn't say, I was just dying. I was getting ill. I was sitting there. I couldn't even read it anymore. I was like, holy shit, get me out of here. But I was still playing. It was all okay. But I think it was a big morale boost to kill the boss. Same day as you guys, and it was good to Fyrak and just
so you guys do think about
sleep
that,
with
like,
it.
that
Yeah, I mean, I think yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no.
No, you're good.
Yeah. I think it was kind of the same with Broodkeeper in Vault. Yeah, where we stayed up and pushed as well to kill like right after you, I think it was, like maybe an hour or two. I'm not even sure anymore. But it was kind of the same. We killed it, we extended a little bit, but it felt really good to just go to bed and be like, holy fuck, we are basically on the same boss as you guys now. We caught up the time and everything is nice. And now we're just progressing the same boss at the same time, kind of. That was, I think it's a big morale boost for sure.
We did push, I think, until like, what was it, 1 or 2 a.m. on that day. The Firak push was 4 a.m. in comparison. Yeah. Just to put it in context.
But we had started at 5 a.m., right, Roger, on that day?
Yeah, we started at 5 a.m. on Tindral Day.
So Tindral Day was long, just to be clear.
Tindral was 5 a.m. to 2 a.m.?
Yes, it was 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. the Tindral Day.
That's just fucking, I just think that's insane. Like, that's actually insane.
I'm just manically laughing.
Like, did you guys all three agree with that? Like is this a Scripe diff, or do you actually think that like you have the same chance of killing Tindral in 5 pulls when you are 20 hours into a raid?
Okay, yeah.
Just woke up? Like I
let
just
me
think
let me say, I like similar to how, let's say, without okay, similar to how off you were with how many tries Tindral would take to kill before the race. I was very off in terms of when we would kill that boss, because I thought we're gonna kill it before dinner. Okay.
Yeah.
Which was around. We usually have dinner at 6, so I vastly thought I underestimated how many pulls we would need for this boss. And I think, I don't know, this is something definitely to look into. Why because the strats were kind of done. It was just some minor fine tunings, right? Like very, very minor. So in terms of any pull could be the kill, I think we had that right before dinner. So in my mind, there was no chance that this boss survives the day.
that makes sense.
I don't know if everyone felt the same. I do think we had like really good pulls around dinner. So I don't know. It just took us so long. Yeah, we just get into a streak with 1 seed popping all the time, and it just brings the mood down in general, right? Like there's nothing more tilting than 1 seed going off. I don't know. Definitely actually, something to look why we struggled so much, because we shouldn't have on that boss.
Roger, I told you, I'm pretty sure this is my gut feeling and how it felt playing the boss was that we had a really close attempt towards dinner and we were like killing it. And I think then people started to play a very slightly different on the seeds, because my melee soak, like where I was tanking the boss and I was just backpedaling into a seed, disappeared a lot of pulls. And I was like, guys, something is sus here, yeah? Like someone is taking different seeds than they were taking the previous 200 pulls. And then we were wiping to seeds quite more often. And I was like, something feels very sus, guys. My seed is getting stolen a lot, yeah?
Dude, that is a boss. Yeah. That is a boss where if someone makes a change that isn't discussed, it can just absolutely throw off everything. Like you that is a boss where you cannot change anything you are doing about seed soaking at all unless like it is discussed, or else you just start wiping insane. If one person starts going to a different spot or even soaks a slightly closer seed in the same spot, you can just chain wipe for 30 pulls.
I do think this is a good point, though. I'm wondering what you think on this, Max, actually. When you get a good pull, like a close pull, and then the raid can feel like, okay, we can kill this boss now, any pull. Do you notice at all, like, people not necessarily going full crazy, like, because that would be ridiculous, but just slightly playing a bit more greedy or a bit more min-maxy, and then that leading into wipes? I think that might have been a severe case of that with us, or combined with some unluck, because you need, like, I think both the last bosses needed a bit of luck to get a good pull. You just sometimes got unlucky. I mean, what can you do, right? Like the seeds might have been messed up one try, or fire beam caught someone while flying on towards the end. So yeah, I don't know. I think that might have been a case with us. Yeah.
So I think this happens in a lot of guilds at all skill levels. But what can happen on bosses, especially RNG type bosses like Tindral and Firak, is very early on in progression, you can have a very low pull. And you can trick yourself into thinking that that's the point of progression you're at. When in reality, what got you that pull is like insane RNG. Like, for example, what could happen the first or second time you get into P3 Fire Rack, no one with a seed gets a blaze at all for like the first 3 sets of or like the first 3 like seed placements. And then like now everyone's mind, okay, we're progressing from 10% to 0 now, but in reality, they're still progressing from 30 to 10%. They just got an insanely lucky try where none of the things that can wipe you actually happened. And then now you're focusing on optimization and less about like good strategic learning. And then now you're just feeding for 3 hours because you think you're farther in the fight than you actually are. I think that happens a lot. It happened to us this raid, and it happens a lot with other guilds too, where then they get like tilted and then they're mad that they're like in quotes regressing, but they just tricked themselves into thinking that they progressed farther than they did.
Oh, but then it's time to change Bloodlust immediately when you have 10% pull. That's a topic for Scripe.
Well, so that was okay, so that boss in particular, I think there's a few things that are really interesting. So we were in P3 and we were lusting P2 to see P3 more often. And then we got to a point where we were both awake and both doing that. So we think, okay, the best thing to do is to kill this boss, you're going to lust in P3. You could have actually killed it with lusting in P2. The boss's damage check wasn't actually that hard, but although I think there's a lot of value in killing it before you see those extra last blaze sets, right? Because you just it's just less wipe conditions. But we're like, okay, you're lusting P3. So what better time to learn P3 lust and obviously regress in P2 a little bit, getting your damage cooldown timings right, than while you guys are doing deep P3 pulls? Isn't this the best time for us to like learn P2, have you guys learn P3 as much as you can for us, and then like we have the P3 lust online sooner? Because like the way it played out was we ended up not getting a lower pull while you guys were still awake. I think we got that 6% wipe right after you went to bed, but it's because the time we spent while you were up was like progressing something that you guys were going to have to do eventually. And then I think when you guys woke up, you guys spent that entire time learning P2 lust. And then we woke up and we were basically just at the same point. I think we were like a few percent lower or something. So like you guys just chose to learn the P2 lust later, but by doing that, you like gave us a lot of info by allowing us to do it first, because that's not something you can copy really. That's like the thing you need to work on yourself.
I mean, yeah, I have my opinions on this. I guess I can say. I really like the consistent getting to the progress point over defeating the progress point. And that's why I think it feels horrible when you take away the P1 lust or the P2 lust later to get like one good pull a lot longer down the line, but you will wipe to intermission because you like damage now because you had to pop 2 minutes again P1. You will wipe in P1 because you will play the last set of cleavers. You'll with the P2 to P3 swap also, you will wipe at the Colossus or the Colossi multiple times. It will just feel so bad, and you will lose a lot of progress pulls that you would have had getting there. Like we were in P2. I think that's the last you were referring to here, swapping from P1 to P2, right? We were getting to P2. We were dying to the first blazes, like sniping ads, not being able to grip or CC properly. But people still wanted to swap the lust there. Like, what's the fucking point? You know?
Well, no, that one makes sense. I think lusting P1, we lusted P1 for a long time while we were in P2.
Yeah.
For that exact reason. I think the thing that I'm more interested in is the P2 to P3 lust swap. And I know Meeres, I think, well, like Meeres, what is your opinion on that? Because I think that was weird, because like I understand the reason for continuing to see P3, and I understand you're going to move lust to P3 at some point. What I didn't get is why you stayed up and didn't move lust. Like, in the way I would do it, the way that I would do it is, if you're going to move lust to P3 and go for a kill, you sleep at normal time, you wake up, you go for the kill tomorrow with lust, or you like learn it for a little bit and then go to bed and think about it. But like if you're staying up that late, it implies you're trying to kill it. So did you guys think you were going to kill it with lust in P2? Because you can, right? Like it is killable that way. But like, was that the plan when you stayed up, or were you staying up that late just to see more progression?
I mean, it was not the plan. The plan is to get to the point where we would swap the lust at like around 2 a.m. and then kill it at like 4 to 5 a.m. or something like that.
Okay.
But we didn't get to that point because we were consistently, even if we defeat P2, we were wiping at P3 very early to just learning the phase. It was the case of we had a good pull. We thought we were at the later progress point, and we're a bit foolish into thinking we might have a you know we might be able to do that more consistently, the 10% wipes. And then I think we had a 10% wipe actually, and then we were thinking, well, you can cut 4% away just by swapping the last properly, and then you just have to play longer and defeat the boss. But that was obviously a bit too optimistic thinking.
Yeah. What was
Yeah,
the
I can say in terms of why we pushed that late. Okay, the logic. I mean, why I thought it was the correct call, at least. It turns out that we did not play good. So sleep, I don't think was as much an illusion that night, but I don't know why. I think it played a bit too much of a factor compared to what I thought it would personally. But in terms of staying up late that night, I was under the impression that if we go to bed, you guys are probably going to kill it, right? So the idea was, in my head at least, if we play, like, considering all of the scenarios, if we kill it tonight, then we win, right? Like it's, or I mean, we were pulling at the same time, so it's at least we're both pulling, so it's whoever gets the kill. If we go to bed early and you guys kill it, then it's out of our power. We just, it's over. However, if we push later into the night, we're essentially aligning a bit more our playtime with your playtime. So you don't have that situation where the boss dies when you're asleep, or you shorten that time frame, let's say.
Yeah.
So that was the logic of like, well, if we push, if we don't kill it, at least we've pushed, and then if they haven't killed it either, then they will go to bed as well soon after us, and then we will wake up. I don't know if I explained it good, but do you get what I mean, right? Like trying to basically align the play times so that at the very least we're both playing and we have a fighting chance no matter what, and we are not gonna wake up to a kill.
Yeah, I mean, I think you all doing that made our decision easier. Like, I think if you guys didn't stay up, we would have probably stayed up until we killed it that night. But like knowing that you guys were sleeping so far into the day, it made sense to end our raid at our raid time and just like go hard at it tomorrow. And like I think that ended up making sense because like we knew you guys. It was possible that you guys killed it when we went to bed. Just because this is a boss where I think Method literally did kill it from 8% to 0. Like I think either of our guilds could have done that. Like this boss could have died the previous day. It could have died at the beginning of that day, and it could have not died. like that. This is just a fucking
That
weird
is
boss.
true, yeah.
Like it's just a really really weird fight. So like going to bed is like really because like most fights you progress all the way to 0, you keep getting better and better. This fight has way too much RNG and like way too many exponential wipe conditions near the end to where like you could actually just one shot it from a certain level or wipe a lot. And so like going to sleep was scary. Like we definitely had to go to sleep with the idea that you might kill it before we wake up, but we knew you had to progress not lusting P2, and I thought that would take a few hours, and it did. So like that gave us enough time to wake up with us still having a lower pull, and like we had some pretty good pulls right away. And then yeah that last day, man, I know I messaged you this, Roger. I don't know if I've ever felt anything like that. That was like we were playing really well and we were really motivated. Like we weren't scared or nervous or worried. We were playing well, but like I felt like if I were to drink any caffeine, my heart would have exploded. Like my heart was beating at like probably like 150 beats per minute for like 8 hours. Like I've never experienced anything like that in my life.
It was crazy day. Also to play. I mean, I don't think we were also like scared or like anything. It was just we were normally playing and so many things just happened that we were like, what is going on? I think we had like 3 wipes back to back where we had unlucky seed explosions and we just holy moly, just go again, I guess. It was some crazy day.
Yeah, I will say just real quick. First of all, I have never. Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a boss where we get a 10% pull, and then it takes us how many 15, maybe 20 hours of raiding after that to finish the job. I think this was like a first for me. I thought we're gonna kill it way faster than it ended up being.
Yeah, we did too.
And the 10% pull that we had, like the day before, that was without Bloodlust, and I think it was before the nerf, if I'm not mistaken. So in my head, I was calculating, okay, 10%. Remove about 4% because of Bloodlust. Remove another 2%, maybe 3%. I don't know. Let's say that was basically like a 5% pull, at least, if we shifted Bloodlust, and then min-maxing a bit the intermissions as well. Like could have been like a 4% wipe. So in my head, I'm thinking, okay, this boss is gonna die. And then it took, I didn't calculate, but it must have been at least 15 hours of pulls more to actually get the kill. So that was the first. Very crazy. In terms of that last day, though, I swear being on the outside was, I think I lost like 10 years of my life. Like I told you, yeah, it was crazy. It wasn't necessarily a mistake, I think, because on the outside, I kind of had to also watch what you guys were doing in case you were doing something a bit different, and maybe it was good, and we can make some small adjustment here and there. I don't think any big adjustments at that point were going to happen, but just watching those pulls, man, oh my god, like that was the most nerve-wracking thing I've ever felt in at least World of Warcraft.
I felt like either of our guilds could have killed it for like basically that entire day once we woke up.
Yeah.
And I think when you guys killed it, we had the exact same amount of sub 5% tries. And then also, when you're watching that boss, it seems like every pull, this is an underrated part of the Firac V-Ring experience. Every pull seems like it's going to be a kill, right? Because you usually have res in the last phase. You usually are watching someone with everyone alive with the boss's health like rocketing down from like 5%. And then it's just like, all right, is the boss going to die? Or is the entire raid going to instantly die before that point? It's not like you're watching someone limp to the finish line or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like it's just like you could just fucking blink and it's over. And that is that was like, so like we would watch pull, or I would watch pulls from you all. Although I did that very briefly. It was like mainly over lunch. I don't do, even outside the raid, I don't do what you're doing. That would like psych me the fuck out, I think. But I like I'm just assuming you guys are wiping low at the same time, and that is exactly what was happening. And then like as you're saying, you're watching us with everyone alive at 5%, and you're just like, oh my fucking god.
dude.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I
And then-
told Roger as well. I couldn't do what you're doing. Like this is just pain. Yeah.
It's
If you
like-
have a good pull.
Bro, I don't know. I didn't watch a single progress or like a single pull of you ever. And then in the lunch break or something was, or when we took a quick break, someone was like, holy fuck, they wiped on 1.6 and were on 1.7. I was like, holy moly, yeah. not looking good, yeah, I guess.
Dude, the 1.7 was actually a really bad pull. Like our damage was like, I think 2%, the boss was 2% higher going into the last phase than it was on a good pull. And we had like a 5%, one of our 5%ers, we had it was like our best P3 pull ever, and we pushed at 45.7, I think. And we wiped to something really stupid. I don't remember what it is, but I'm pretty sure it was someone with a seed being hit by a bad firestorm placement. Like they actually just got hit by the tornado with their seed. And like that was like, I'm pretty sure the boss would have died as the first blazes were happening in that phase. Like it was getting absolutely shit on. And that was the one that turbo feels bad. But yeah, do you remember the thing I said to you, Roger? The last thing I said to you before you left after that dinner when you came to our facility?
That you hope that either we or you or destroy the tier. Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I said,
Yeah.
I hope we destroy you guys, or I hope we either demolish you or get demolished, because like
Yeah.
the feeling of like any singular thing could have gone different, especially too because this is a race where like, and I mean I want to hear your all's opinion on this, but like obviously this release difference shit is bullshit for everybody, but no matter how much you want to argue that mattered in a normal race, that could not possibly matter less than how it mattered to this raid, right? It's deep into the second reset, nowhere near another week. There was a decent amount of like bugs and stuff that we encountered. Like it was just like a straight up fucking like brawl at the end of this race, which is like pretty rare that we actually get that when things are normally happening around the reset timer. And that was, I don't know, just that last day made me 10 years of your life is probably an understatement.
Yeah, I remember literally this was the first time that I could feel myself, like my heart, how stressed I was. And then when I saw, let's say, you guys having a seed explosion and wiping, I could literally feel I can breathe again. Yeah, like this was, oh my God. I don't know if I've never felt this with any other boss. I guess it's because of the nature of this fight that you just have either insta wipes or you keep blasting the boss. So there's no in between really of like slowly wiping, and that played a lot of extra role in the stress level of like. I mean, it's sad to say, yeah, but when you're sitting there and you're hoping, like, come on, someone explode, man, someone explode, dude. and then when it goes off, you're like, oh, dude, oh my God. Oh, this is too much, yeah. This is too
Wait,
much.
were you the
I
only
wish
person doing that?
I don't know if others were doing, but the thing is, like, at some point, my job was kind of done. Like, at least the first couple of phases, like, there's nothing really for me to do. In the last phase, I was always watching us and trying to note if there's something to call and whatnot. But generally, not too much to do. Let's say. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if others were doing it. Maybe some other outside people were doing it, but I swear, I wish I was playing, so I didn't do this. This was not good for the mental state.
But also playing the boss was like crazy. You enter the last phase and it's like the full battlefield starting for 4 minutes. You're just sitting there and you're like protecting your seed, not trying to hit another seed. You're praying that no one gets hit by a firestorm randomly or like the seed gets hit. I don't know.
Dude, Firestorm was much more of a wipe condition than I thought. Like Firestorms, if they were not really, really good, it made that phase infinitely harder.
Well, also the random fire puddles that spawned wiped us like quite a few times actually. In the very beginning of the phase, it was very sad.
Yeah, did you figure out any pattern in terms of like exactly how those spawn? Like,
no. I want to
Yeah.
ask you this question though, because I saw what you guys did for Firestorm was you just left your seed there,
Yeah.
and you just kind of hoped that fire didn't hit it, and if it did, you just wiped. And that was something that we never wanted to have happen. So we actually changed our strat to swap at the firestorms rather than at the beginning of the phases. So the firestorm puddle never was a wipe condition.
Did you only swap once every cycle?
So for our range, so we started noticing that we were having some seed problems. So we started just putting more and more seeds on players that we felt like had a much better chance of not blowing them up for a few reasons, and one of them being Firestorm. So like for a mage, for example, if they get Firestorm with their seed, they place their seed, they can blink out their Firestorm and then alter back onto their seed before the fire can hit it. So like that just removes that wipe condition. Same thing with Warlock ports. So for our mage, for Warlock and Mage, they did like a little bit of a good seed, bad seed swap, and then fired up, held it to the end of the fight, and then took a soul stone and picked it up again. So he held a corrupted seed for like a minute and a half or something.
Oh, interesting.
And then THD did something similar. So we had them having it just the full time and took it away from other people. And then our melee did a 3-person rotation because we were having a lot of, if healers got Firestorm, we were wiping to like corrupted seed people dying. So what we did was we had 2 very, very good enhanced players and they weren't holding the seeds at all. So what we did was we added an enhanced shaman to our rogue group and added an enhanced shaman to our demon hunter group. They never wiped us with the seed one time each, which was great. We did this in like probably the last 10 P3 pulls, and they did a 3-way swap. So basically between the 3 people, they would swap at the beginning of the phase and they would swap on Firestorm, eliminating the Firestorm wipes and also spreading out the dots amongst those 3, and then they stopped dying forever.
Yeah, what's up with enhancers and vaping it, dude? We also had enhancers vaping.
Yeah, they didn't do anything. They were like,
Like I
killing the
never
boss.
heard Clicks say a word in this entire progress on that fight. Yeah, he was just like, "Yeah, I do boss damage. That's it. That's my job here. Leave me alone." But that's quite interesting because we didn't do any of that. We had just 2 people swap
We didn't
the
want
seat,
to.
and but we had different swap times, right? So we didn't have a person do a full 46 seconds. I think it was the rotation.
Okay.
So we had different timings for people to swap in between. So they would only reach like about 15 to 20 stacks, not higher than that. And yeah, I mean that was a bit of a weaker angle.
So basically we both came to the same conclusion, which is having players hold it for a whole phase and going to 40 stacks or whatever, that is like way too much damage and causing too many deaths. And the 2 solutions were swapping on the debuff timer and finding different rotations with your partner, or just adding a third person. I kind of like the swapping at different timers because like having more people have to learn seeds in general sounds bad, in like just as a strat related thing, just as a basic concept. But our 2 enhanced players specifically are like, if you were to pick anyone in our raid and class didn't matter on like who was going to hold the seeds and not blow it up, our 2 enhanced players would be at the very top of the list, but we didn't have them doing it because enhance is so easy to die. So like, why would you put a corrupted seed dot on a class that is likely to die, kind of thing?
Well,
so like
the only argument there, because this was something we were discussing, is Ankh, right? So they can just die and then just Ankh and keep going.
Yeah, we utilize that, yeah. So for the last bit of the fight, the Demon Hunters and Rogues went back into the raid with very little stacks. And if the Shamans had Ankh up, they would take it until Ankh use the Toxic Health Pot and then pick it up again.
Oh yeah, the toxic health pot.
Oh, that's interesting as well, because you guys were different on this, on which health pot was like generally the best, right? Because Liquid, you guys were using the toxic one a lot, and Echo, you were mostly using the Dreamwalker, right?
Oh no, you don't understand. Yeah, we had Ken gaslit the whole team. He said on Tidral, guys, like he was ill, right? Came back and it's like, guys, why are we using this shitty potion? And everyone swapped back to the corrupted potion or whatever. And then like halfway through the day, it's like people dying to the corrupted potion, and he's like, "Oh guys, it was biggest bait ever. I swapped after 5 pulls back to the Dreamwalker potion." Oh my god! And everyone was still using the other one, and then we were split again on the team. And the day before, when Ken was not there, we did like a team decision. We're like, guys, we stop using the corrupted potion now, and we just went for the Dreamwalker potion.
I think if you were a perfect player and you could have 2 health pot binds, and in the split second decision that it takes to choose to use a health potion, I think there are a variety of mechanics that make sense for each. Like there are certainly mechanics where the toxic health pot is better, and most mechanics, I think the other one is better. I think we use toxic on Fire Axe specifically because P1 consistency. So like in P1, you would get, if you got like cleaved by an extra blaze or a frontal with your personal up and the boss was about to cast wildfire, you would die if you regular health potted. Like it just hit hard enough that you would die with it. So they toxiced that, and that kept a lot of deaths from happening because like you weren't worried about the dot for the rest of P1 after the like last wildfire cast. At least we weren't. So that's why they used it there. I think we used a mix of them. I don't think it was through both. I just think there's scenarios where toxic is good and the other one is good. Did you guys mainly just use the other one though?
Nah, we used as a mix as well. Some people still used the toxic one, even though we said not to use it, and other people were just dream only, and then they died to having the dream only, and they were like, fuck this shit, I go back to the corrupted, and they died like 20 pulls later to the corrupted, and I don't know, I think there was a big war going on in the potion department, who's using what. I'm not even sure what people used in the end.
Did you guys ever consider doing a 10-head seed stack strategy in the last phase? Or were you fully committed to spreading it out and gaming it from the beginning?
You mean just everyone with a seed being on top of each other and just moving out with blazes, or?
I'm talking every single person in the raid stacked on top of each other.
Yeah.
And if you get blaze, you drop your seed and move out.
Yeah. So, you know what's funny about this? I think this was a strat I mean, I don't know if we strongly considered it, but we actually had this strat suggested, at least, from I think it was Alex, like the caster.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was Alex.
Yeah, so Alex was like, "Hey guys, why don't you just stack up and move as a unit, and then you just move out of the place?" Or I don't know. I mean, I think he suggested it. Maybe it was someone else, but I don't know. It seemed like way too risky to lose progression time to try a completely different strategy. And also, how do you regulate who picks up the seed? Do you just YOLO the stacks basically at that point, or you need to have two groups or something? It did not seem worth to be like, if you guys were the first ones to try it and we saw, okay, this is working, then we could have swapped. But
Yeah.
being the first team to completely change your strategy seemed like a very bad idea. I don't know. It's
I feel the exact same way as you. We gave it like I think one try in the last phase, but we didn't do it with the whole raid. We just did it with the seed people, so new people weren't learning extra action button stuff. And they didn't like it, but it was only, well, it might have just been bad anyway. But they didn't like it because they were already like 15 pulls deep into doing seeds natty, right? So like it's unintuitive to do it as well. It's one of those things where it would have been very interesting to see one of our guilds completely abandon the idea of doing it natty, committing to this unintuitive blaze stack thing, and it probably would have met with immediate regression. But I could see a world where the team that committed to that and actually gets good at it just one shots the last phase as soon as they're good at it. Like instantly, it instantly dies, right? Because it just repeats, and healing is easy because everyone's pixel stacked, and the only people who are at risk of dying is the two people moving out in each direction. So Evade made a weak aura for this, and Evade is the person who kind of strategized it for us. And he figured out the way that blazes spawn. So looking at the tree, they spawn in the exact same angles every single time. And he figured out a way where like you could attach a sound to the multiple different spell IDs for the different blaze sections that spawn in the different angles. And like this, you could attach a like private aura, weak aura to, you don't have to press a macro or anything, but it would just tell you to go up or go to the right or go to the left or go down. And you could just hear up, and then you have 2.5 seconds to press your extra action button if you have it, and then just go forward with like the horizontal beams. You would go to the right with the vertical beams, and then none of them would ever touch the group. But there's more issues with this, which is what happens when two people with a seed get blaze. They both drop their seed and then move forward. Do they pick up the other person's seed as they're moving out?
True.
Yeah, I think we
That's
had
like-
this happen once, that Servo, or like with Mike and Servo.
Yeah,
and
we had it once.
Yeah, and Mike dropped the seed, went out with Firestorm, then Servo got Blaze, walked over to Mike's seed to drop his close to Mike's one, and picked up Mike's one while walking past basically, and dropping his own, and then he blew up. I think that was the scenario.
There's also
yeah.
a cooldown. You cannot drop. There is like a 1 second cooldown, I think. So you cannot instantly drop the seed after you pick it up, if I'm not mistaken. So he literally, got it. Like it was, what you're saying, I think would happen for sure. Like just randomly would have been the case.
That,
I don't know.
That was the main thing that stopped us from doing this, because it did seem like something that would completely trivialize the last phase, but we thought that could happen and that would make it bad, and that gaming ended up being the right way to do it. How did you all feel about the private auras in general on that boss?
I don't know.
I think
you go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit like an attempt by Blizzard, but I don't see it. I don't see it working out as they would have hoped it would have, and I don't see necessarily a solution apart from just ripping the whole thing. Like I don't know. I think it's a little bit of a failed project, if you ask me. But at the same time, I also hate going to super weak aura mode, and everything is you need like a whole coding squad just to fight the bosses. I don't know what's the solution, honestly. I don't know. It's a little bit of an unsolvable situation, I'm afraid. the one thing I will say that could. Oh,
Oh,
did I
Scribe is going.
Oh,
He said
Scribe.
he was out of here. Yeah.
Scribe is
Uh,
going to bed, guys. Even though sleep is an illusion. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this one. Yeah,
Interesting.
Well, also, he said he wasn't sure how long he's gonna be able to stay. This was 2 hours earlier just for him. I think he's got like dad stuff, but yeah, the shout out to him for being here. But private.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that the one thing I could see working is if they essentially make the weak aura for you, so then it's standardized. What I mean by this is if you get, let's say, the cleavers, right? That's like a it was private, the cleavers in P1. If then you get a mark over your head of like 1, 2, and 3, and that's it. Do you know what I mean? Or like this is just an example.
well, like, I
and
mean,
then
you can say it, Roger.
What?
Like Final Fantasy, yeah.
Like Final Fantasy a little bit, yeah. Like something, or like an icon. Like imagine the icon of the private aura is just something that indicates, that kind of makes some sense of how you're going to deal with this mechanic without requiring some macro or whatever to deal with this. It's I think that's the way maybe that it would be properly accepted by the community, but I don't know if they're willing to do that. But you can't just give us, like, think of the orbs on Smolderon. Like, yes, we can play it. You can have the person calling and all that, but what about I'm thinking of a general population here as well, right? We can find workarounds of dealing with these mechanics, even if they removed all add-ons, let's say. We'll find a way, but then they would have to make the mechanics a lot simpler. But imagine if on Smolderon, this guy, he got the bump and he has like a number 1 on his icon. So you don't need anything else then, right? Like you just essentially make reasonable weak auras provided to you by Blizzard, and then you don't have to stress out of like, we need to have a macro and a prior list and this and that. It's just like I don't think it has solved anything so far. Let's put it like this.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. I think here's why they don't do the numbers on the head, and I also think this is something they really care about. I think you have to look at any success that they have found with private auras. So look at Firestorm in P1, right? Just the 4 circles.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't have private auras on that, it's a little too annoying to press a macro. I'm assuming you guys did not macro the Firestorms.
No.
If that was not a private aura, would you have a weak aura that tells you which spot in the line of 4 to go to? The answer is almost certainly yes for consistency. Not a huge deal, but I bet you would do it. Same thing with the Mythic. Did you guys have a macro weak aura for the Mythic 3 soak thing?
No.
Okay, we did not either. Would you have
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, would you have a very intricate soak assignment and backup system to make sure there was enough people in every single soak and assign people who get it left, right, or middle?
Of course.
100% yes. So what Blizzard wants is they want you to get mechanics like that, and they want you to YOLO it like we did. And that is why private auras exist. And in my opinion, a success case of it, which is they do save you from yourselves on some mechanics by doing that. But the issue is those are the positives, but those positives do not even remotely outweigh the negatives of anytime a mechanic is hard enough. So the cages in P2 of Fyrak, the
intermission.
Well, the first intermission. Yeah.
The first intermission. Anytime something is hard enough, you will always do a weak aura to make it more consistent. Yeah. And now private auras just make those weak auras more annoying to create, interact with, and deal with in general. And that problem I don't know is solvable unless they just make mechanics that don't require weak auras, but then raiding is boring because the mechanics are all too easy, right? Like for example, if the P1 Fyrak Mythic soaks were harder, if they hit way harder, and if you had someone miss a soak, you died, we would have macroed it, right? Like you would have had to, but you didn't because it was easy enough. So I don't know. I don't know how they deal with it. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean, I'm fully on your case, yeah, that they should just make easy mechanics private auras. So it's just nice to handle even without a Vigor, and you don't need to bother. But these crazy Vigoras, or like these crazy mechanics, and you need to press a macro, I was really tired of saying 400 times in a row on pull, guys, press the macro if you need to. Oh my God.
Bro,
I wanted to end it.
bro, imagine doing P2 cages on Fyrak where you don't stack up 2 and 2, you spread them
Oh
out
my
1, 2, 3,
God,
Oh,
4.
no.
And
no,
then you
dude.
would have to have, without any kind of assignment, the 4 red circles break out all 4 purple people with 1 second of reaction time. Literally no fucking shot. You would have wiped that 500 times.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, what
Did
do you mean?
you
The testing team did it, yeah. It's fine.
Did you do anything for the cages actually themselves, like, or were you just not the 2 stacker?
we did. Okay, so we had the red debuffs press a macro to get assigned to
Yeah.
break them out, which I think we both did. We did not assign the 2 and 3
yeah.
stackers intentionally. We just, if a triple happened, it was okay. We never had a quadruple one time in all of progression. We only ever had like triples sometimes. I'd say like maybe 1 in 3 pulls there would be a triple. We also did twice the amount of cages as you guys. We did 2 sets of cages every time.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do want to get to that, but just to say before, man, we were prepared with like having 2 different macros, one for like if you get the cage and one if you get the other one, right? Like the what's called fiery eruption.
Molten.
And thinking when I saw that you guys did the double stacker and that it's fine, oh my God, that was another sigh of relief. I was like, because I was so scared about that mechanic. I thought we're gonna have to do 4 and 4, and it's gonna be tragic. Yeah,
Spreading all 4 out would have, even with a weak aura, would have been insanely hard. Yeah, so that cages thing was pretty good. I also think just in general, I think P2, I really like Fyrak. I guess I didn't actually ask you guys your opinion on this. What was your all's opinion of Tindril as a boss, just in general? Like, all things considered. Like, do you like the fight? Do you think it's great? Do you think it's one of the best? Do you think it is problematic? Like, how do you guys feel about that fight?
I think if you add 1 second to the seeds in P2, make it 4 instead of 3, and if they made and if you actually reach 10 raids, like I kind of like going back to the conversation, I did not like that they slapped a 20% nerf that and basically just cut out the last minute of the fight. But overall, I would give that boss like a 9.5 out of 10. Like I think it brought back a lot of, let's say, good memories where you just have to play really fucking good, and it's like a constant dance around it, like a little bit like, okay, big throwback here, but like Seeds Crafter, where it was like, it wasn't, oh, these are the 3 mechanics or whatever, 5 mechanics, and this is how we deal with each one of them. No, you had to have like a plan throughout the entire phase of how you move, and each time the mechanics came, it was a little bit different, and it was, I don't know, it was it brought back memories of previous expansions, let's say, and bosses that I really enjoyed. So yeah, very nice. But yeah, the seeds in P2, man, I think a little bit too annoying. The 3 seconds.
I can say I do agree with most of the part. I think though the boss was not. It was fun to play, but after some time it became not so fun anymore. I think one of the main issues was the seeds. Of course, were very, very sad when you saw one go off and you couldn't do anything against it, right? But the other thing was as well the constant stress when you messed up one mechanic. It was kind of very hard spiral out of control that something is not going right anymore. And you're like, holy moly, what is going on now? Like in phase 1, someone flies up late, the roots die late, everyone is full panic, you're just legging it away from the beams, you're barely making it to the spot, then half the people die to the beam and you're just in full despair if one thing doesn't go fully right. I don't know. And I think the flying became really annoying after pull 300. I was really bored of flying alone on the left side. I don't know. That was really boring. Everyone was just having so much fun. The whole raiders were like, oh, I chase you. Oh, no, this guy is faster. And I'm just full resident sleeper on the left side alone as a tank. I'm like, guys, haven't seen anyone in 400 pulls. Oh, my God. I said, I think that was a tank issue though.
We did have a couple of people that passionately hate the boss, by the way. I don't know if you had the same. Most people, I think, really liked it, but there were a couple of people that overall, like not just after pull 300, just overall just despised the boss.
Oh, really? No,
Kus was one of them. I think he was like, "Bro, this boss sucks."
I don't know if we have. I think pretty much everyone in our guild was. I did not hear. I mean, I'm sure we have a lot of players. I'm sure there's someone who isn't favorable, but when I asked, it was largely positive, which I think maybe Exile actually. Maybe it's a rogue thing.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the boss was great, but it came like I think the pull amount made it not so nice anymore. I guess at one point.
Yeah. Okay, and then what is your all's opinion on, before we continue down the like cages thing, like what is your opinion on Fyrax's quality of a boss? Like mine is, I think P1 is good but not great. Like I think Sarkareth's P1 is better than Fyrax P1. But I think its P1 is good for like in the history of end bosses. I think the last phase of Fyrax is very unique and very cool. I think I'm a fan of the last phase of Fyrax. I have some issues with the RNG of it, but I think it's a good phase. Bro, I think P2 is a very, very, very mid boss phase. I think they cooked too long on P2. I don't. It's like it just directly repeats itself twice. Like it couldn't be any more interesting than that. And then I don't know. Like I feel like Private Auras kind of just like dominated the phase. And healing ads, you know, like no boss frames for healing ads, and you have to like target. I don't know. I don't think that phase is very good at all.
Yeah, I mean, I can say from the gameplay PV at least from my side, I do agree. Phase 2 was better than Sakharov. I think Sakharov was even worse.
Sakharov P2 is even worse.
Like it repeated itself even more. It was even worse. But in that phase, it was really just also a constant thing. Something was happening, and you're like, I don't know, it was just bad things happening. Like, it was also not fun mechanics, the whole phase 2. Like, knocking, going out, CCing, getting stunned, getting people out of stun, and, like, dodging the healing ads, healing the ads. All mechanics were not fun, I think. That was the main issue in phase 2.
If you had the cages not break out a purple person and the ads died, they were just caged forever. They just like when the purple ad died, at least the cages should have gone away. And then also the healer ads, if one of the mobs was 1% low at a certain point in the phase, the tree would die unless you life gripped or rescued in one mob to like give yourself energy early. And I think that's like ridiculously tight.
I must say, I think that was, from my POV, I really did not understand or think that was actually a design choice, that you need to grip the ads to the tree. I was really surprised that you actually had to do it. I was like, yes, are we sure that this is not like something wrong?
So if you have them all at exactly 100% health, I think it doesn't happen. But if you have one mob in the first like minute and a half of that phase at 99%, you wipe at that point. Unless you Mark of the Wild, of course.
Yeah, I heard about the Mark of the Wild after. That was crazy, by the way.
Yeah, so basically for people in chat who want to understand how it works, when the ads go to the tree, they are literally healing the tree with the amount of health that they have. So if you give them buffs that increase their healing in some way, like Mark of the Wild gives them versatility, right? So it increases their healing by 3%. Those mobs would literally give the tree 3% more healing per mob. Same thing with Red Aura. Same thing with, I think there was a few other weird use cases where you could do that for, like, what about Stam buff? No. That doesn't increase it. Anything that increases the healing on your character, it made them heal the tree more. So that was something we figured out pretty early that helped with P2 consistency, but you still had to grip. All it did was make it so that like random wipe didn't happen where a mob was at 99%.
Yeah, that is crazy. I don't know. I think phase 2 was big disaster. Nothing was fun, like I said.
Another thing about P2, Roger, I think you were going to ask this about the cages. So we knew about the cages. We just didn't want to do the damage loss. So
really, okay,
yeah.
that was Okay, to be
So we
clear,
did it.
we-
We
we-
had it happen to us on stream before you guys went dark. Like we after because
Mm.
they made the change because we kept complaining to them in the Discord. Like we would be killing the mobs, we would kill the red one just because we were lusting, right? So like you were doing a bunch of damage, and then we would have the purple people get caged and have no way to break them out. So Blizzard said they fixed it, and by doing that, we didn't know how they were going to fix it. I guess they could have made the red thing still go off, but what they did is if the red one
That's what they
died,
did, Jar.
well, what they did was when the red one died, the purple wouldn't go off either, right? The
Yeah.
what we
No, but
yeah.
no. Hold on, 1 second. So as I understand it, at least, so this was a find by Jaswait. He found in the logs that the fire one was casting both the cages and the fires, like from the get go. I'm
Yeah,
not sure. I don't.
That
I don't
can't be
think they.
possible because
I
we
don't.
had two, this is why it got fixed. We had 2 wipes. I can go back and find it. I believe what happened is we had 2 wipes where we killed the burning when we started lusting at the beginning of P2. We killed the burning ad too fast, and the purple ad still put out its cages, except the red one did not give you any red debuffs to get rid of it. So the 4 people were caged forever. That happened to us 2 times. We complained about it, and then they made that change.
Wait, but
Okay.
So I don't
I'm
know
pretty
whether-
sure. Wait, no, but I'm pretty sure you're wrong on this because we have been killing the purple mob, not the purple mob, the fire mob all the time, and there was always the purple mob, the fire mob controlling both things every single time in the logs as well.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
So Justin's saying he casts both, but applies shadow first, 0.5 seconds later. Okay, so what must have happened then is we killed the boss in that 0.5 second gap, and it gave us the purples, but not the reds. Then.
That could be.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
And I think
It
they
happened
changed.
to us. Yeah, this is why it got changed because this happened to us on stream twice, and then
They-
we complained about it, and then that's why they did the fix.
The change, as far as I understood it as well, was that the shadow cages did not, like, I think if the debuffs were out but they hadn't exploded yet, the cages would not happen, but also the fires would not happen. So I thought that the reason why they changed it to make the fires still go off was to make sure that if you had, let's say, maybe you had someone trapped from the first cages and you wanted to release them, that you don't actually, you get the chance to do it even if you have killed the mob, so that the fires always go off, but the shadow cages, if you kill the mob while the debuffs are out in those 5 seconds, that they don't go off. I thought that was the change. I don't know, honestly, at this point, but it was
No, that
definitely...
was the change. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I think I might have it backwards. So I'm looking at the Blizzard channel to see what I reported to them. And it happened at 1:40 p.m. for the first time for us that day, and 3:43 for the second time. Because the first time I said how it happened, and the second time I just said this is a very unfortunate way to wipe. And then the first time I described it, though, it is slightly different. So exactly what I said to them was, if the fire ad dies before the debuff goes off, it doesn't break the jails. So what was happening is it's putting out the purple and fire debuffs. So now the 8 people all have a purple and fire debuff on them. If the fire ad died before the red ones went off, they would do 0 damage and they would still be on your character, but they wouldn't break the jails. That's what it was.
Yeah, that is
Okay.
correct. Yeah, and that got fixed after you reported it.
Correct.
But we were surprised about that because we thought you reported it that the fire guy is casting both things at the same time, and you got it changed basically that they're casting different things what they're supposed to do. But that was not the case. It was still the fire guy casting both things at the same time. So we just continued to kill the fire guy and skip the mechanic basically.
Yeah, I must say I was definitely a bit, let's say, confused why, because I think you did it for some pulls that you were killing the fire guy to not get the second cages, if I'm not mistaken. But then later
swapped. We
on,
didn't like
you
it.
swapped it back, and I was like, man, why? Like, we were basically playing half the cages than you guys, and
Correct.
what was?
So
I mean, do you think that was
I can tell
a
you why.
proper thing? Because it looked like, I guess maybe it looks like a little bit like the bloodlust thing for you, right? Like, to us, it was like such an obvious thing. Like, yo, you just kill it and you remove a wipe factor, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So it is so we were still thinking about P3. So when we were doing both, let's just say we do 2 back-to-back pulls, no lust. On the first pull, except this is actually to make it more realistic. Let's say we do it for 5 pulls, where we burn the burning ad and then we kill the purple ad after. Using the exact same cooldowns, we were like just barely killing the purple ad in time, and I think we wiped on it one time. We were not our cages were pretty consistent at that point, although it is a progression halter. Like we definitely wiped 2-second cages, like sometimes, very rare though, but like that did cause wipes. Then we did the exact same pull after 5, and we just tried going back and even cleaving them, because like the idea is it might even be a damage increase to kill the thing early, so the second jails don't even happen, right? That's 8 people that don't have to move and do things. That's what we thought initially. But then we just did it 2 tests in a row where we were like, okay, let's just go back to doing the second jails and just blasting these 2 ads. And we were using the exact same cooldowns. And with 2 pulls of sample size, obviously it can be a little bit different because certain people getting jailed can matter more than others. Those ads were dying almost a full like 8 to 10 seconds before their casts were going up. Like just a massive DPS difference. And what this allowed us to do was, it's just like the value of 2 target cleave is just insane, even with people getting jailed briefly. So we basically just took the damage thing. That allowed us to move, I think, like 2 minutes off of the ads and put them onto the boss, and that allowed us to phase the boss a little bit lower. So we basically were taking a sacrifice in P2 on a little bit of jail progression to move more CDs onto the boss and kill the boss faster in the last phase to not deal with the blazes.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting approach. I mean, different approaches. I guess we just valued the removing
I
it as
respect
a
that. I mean,
factor.
I was
Yeah.
pushing for that, to be honest with you. I was like, guys, even if it's harder, like you just straight up remove cage wipes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
think
that was
the general sentiment within the guild was like, and Bubba specifically, who was doing a lot of our damage optimization, was like, we can gain so much boss damage by doing this.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
yeah,
guess
we
it's
did the
also a
exact opposite, I
factor.
think.
Yeah, we did the exact
Yeah.
opposite. The thing is, we also kind of saw that. I mean, of course, the last part of phase 4 is the hardest one. So ideally, you just kill the boss in P2. But we realized that enrage is not going to be that big of an issue. So I guess to us, we were like, yeah, let's just keep phase 2 as easy as possible. To just go into phase 3 more and more, and
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely if I were being in P3 matters more. Like it is an RNG phase, but that doesn't mean that being in that phase more doesn't lessen the chance of RNG. Like for example, will all the people holding seeds at the end of the fight, 5 pulls in versus 20 pulls in, be better at not blowing up the raid? Like absolutely yes. It's just that also what could happen is before they get good at it, you could just kill it because the right people got the right things.
It's so crazy. I did want to say, in terms of the phases, the phase 1, I was definitely I really liked it as a concept, but I was really disappointed because while you guys got to the boss first and I saw how you guys were doing it, I mean, we did very similar. I think there was some slight changes where we placed the lava, but I was hoping that you're going to have to play another Firestorm, yeah? And that you're going to have to essentially have everything but the roots filled with lava. And that would have been, I mean, that was a disaster. That would be a disaster in the intermission at the start because you're going to have balls coming from the front. But yeah, but I was a little bit disappointed. I don't know, because there was definitely room to squeeze probably another 5% on that boss.
Yeah, no, if the boss's health was not nerfed, that boss would have still died that reset. It probably wouldn't have died that day, although it definitely could have. Like if you just look at, again, it's just an RNG phase. If you, I'm sure this is true with you all as well. Like if you took our best P2 push and our best P3 damage using the exact same CDs, I mean, the pull that it died on would have been 3% lower, right? It's just one of those fights.
Oh yeah.
So like,
mm-hmm.
You could have easily killed the boss with that, but it probably would have taken another day from both of us of like optimizing and also just having the seed people get better to where you're getting more consistent like things where people are. I mean, that's just one of those, dude. If you're a seed user in that phase, your damage is going up every pull. Like every single pull, your damage is going up.
Yeah.
Well, it actually goes both ways. The damage is going up and the heart rate is also going up. I can say, out of our own experience.
All right, Dratnos, any thoughts?
Oh shit! Wait,
Uh,
Dratnos is still here. Hello.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, hello.
I mean, are you guys done talking about Iraq? I think keep
Uh,
going because
I think there's a lot. I mean, just anything you think is interesting would be good. I still think, even though Dratnos hasn't talked a lot, I stand strong in my opinion that Dratnos has a very if you were to ratio the amount of time people are talking and the quality, Dratnos's will be very high and putting us in good directions.
yeah. I mean, I think the Fire Act discussion is good though. Like the specifics are just stuff you guys know more than I. But if we're done with that, then we can move on to some general stuff.
Okay, well, I do have one more question about it. So you guys, your strat in the last phase, I really like a lot. It has like your raid swapping sides of the boss. Actually, no, let me just pull up a raid plan. It'll be way easier to do this if I'm like showing your all's general idea versus ours. I've fucking layered R up right now. Let me turn my stream on in Discord. So at least from what I can tell, when you guys are doing this phase, you are like have the boss here, and then I think you have like your entire raid like on the left to start or something like that. And that way, when you're putting firestorms behind, you're like already on the side of the room to get to the edge. And the seeds are, I don't really know where the seeds are, but the idea is your raid does firestorms here. And then the next phase, right, your raid is over here and firestorms go here. At this point, you have put down the two things, right? And then like you back the boss up like very slightly. And then what do you do after that? What is the third orientation?
I think maybe because
You can show our Figma, Roger. It's probably
I
better.
can show this. Yeah. 1 second.
Because it's the only concept I've seen of it is more like
this is the first bloom, basically. Yeah.
Okay, so you have like a decent spread. All of the seeds are enranged. Okay, so you do double hunter and mage warlock, exact same as us at the beginning. But you have the raid. See, this is the thing that we wanted the raid to always look the same, and we wanted everyone to be in similar spots. So like, this is okay. So I get this, and then this is just going to be flipped slightly for the second phase. I want to see the third.
Yeah.
What is phase 3C? Link that.
I did. That's when the cook starts going a little bit like that, a little bit crazy, yeah. But yeah, here you go. That's
I think
that's the third one.
On the 3C is the main issue was that people swapping around after this was holy fuck, yeah, that took a long time, Roger, by the way. Like after this, when we if Roger's gonna link 3D, that was a big issue.
Well,
I think 3D was a big issue for the movement.
Okay. So we have the exact same concept for where the raid is standing and where the melee seeds are. We just opted to always have that be the same with the sacrifice of people having to pre-move for firestorms. So you have the raid already in the spot of where you want to put tornadoes. We had the raid in the middle, and as firestorms are going out, if they're putting firestorms to the right, they're like pre-running there. So like, I get an idea of yours now, but like this is the general orientation in the raid, right? You have like the two good seeds to start back here. You have the two good seeds over here, and I'll just do like I won't do like every single phase, but I'll just put where the corrupted seeds go. So like the corrupted seed for DH is up here, rogue is up here, tank is up here. Because the two seeds playing together was like pretty playable.
Before you continue, this was actually something we debated quite a bit. We had the situation. If you check 3D, the picture.
Yeah.
We had the issue that the tank. 3C, I guess. Sorry, 3C.
Okay.
We had the issue that you see the DH, the tanks, and the mage warlock. I mean, Xervo was not that far, let's say, yeah?
Yeah, he was close.
We had a couple of wipes, more than two, I think, where the corrupted seeds hit each other with the blazes. And it was so unfortunate, but it was kind of hard. And we were debating, like, should we have the DHs be on top of the tanks and then they just dodge each other? But then the warlock you never have to worry about the warlock. Because the DHs had it kind of hard because they had to look at both directions, basically, which is like the camera. It's not easy to do that. So did you have two corrupted seeds on top of each other? Because we thought of doing it, and the players were like, nah, we're just used to this. Like, let's not change it.
So yes, we did. So our first progression from the beginning is obviously the 4 good seeds just like this, with the raid being loosely spread behind. What we did was every time we were putting firestorms to the left initially, so let's say our first firestorms go like to the front left of the room or something, they would bait, the entire raid would bait to the right side here to bait the beam here. These guys would move to the right of the beam. These guys would play in the middle, and now the whole raid is in the middle with Blaze out of range of everyone's seeds. And then as firestorms would go out, we'd be saying firestorms in 3, 2, 1. You would basically just be going in this direction in case you get it, just like Babby strafing, and then you would have enough time to make it out. But this way, all it does is it makes every single blaze of the entire fight happen with the raid happen in like this box. And that never changes, and you never have to worry about rotating, and that's what most of the people in the raid are doing. And then when we moved the corrupted seed location, it was like we initially, I think at the very big, and then phase 2, right? You have the 3 seeds. 1 has been popped. I think we still had 2 over here. And then now the first 2 corrupted seeds is tank plus DHs, and we had DH go here and tank go here. So same thing, pretty easy to understand. You have like the entire raid still doing the blaze in this box. And then these people are on the 2 front sides of the thing. The circle we put same as you, front left first, I think.
Yeah.
Then like the boss generally plays like here, and then now everyone's out of range of seeds. The third one is where it gets a little. It like keeps the same concept, but we put the 2 seeds next to each other. Like we basically said, if 2 ranged can be out of range of everyone and do their seeds together, then like why not be able to do it in melee as long as they are out of range of everyone else's blaze, and they always were. So the next phase we do Hunter 1 is gone. We actually kept the good seed with so Fired Up and THD I think wiped us in total 2 times to seeds over all of our pulls. So we just started letting them carry the seeds more by doing some soulstone stuff. So we had THD keep the good seed, and they actually swap.
I saw that, man. I thought it was so cool. I kind of wanted to do it, but
they did. Yeah, they did like firestorms here. Like they would do the firestorm swap, and they would basically just leave the good seed, do a corrupted seed swap, and just they would do that swap there, and then that way and then THD picked up the next one, so they each held a corrupted seed for like the rest of the fight after this. But for this phase, this is done, and then what we did, which is different than you, as opposed to your 3C, our 3C is 2 in melee. Rest on the left side of melee. Keep in mind, these seeds and these seeds are not in range of each other or the raid. So they are just in their own world, not blowing each other up kind of thing. We had very little wipes to these 2 seeds, if that's what you were asking. Like, it was actually pretty consistent.
I mean, I think we would have had the same. It was just an issue what Roger pointed out, that the Demon Hunter seed and the Warlock seed in the beginning were like too close sometimes, and then they blew up. But when we were in the positions where they were kind of alone, we also didn't wipe it.
So this is something that Final Fantasy strat making kind of taught me, which is that as much as you can, you want to make every single phase look the same, like orientation, boss relative wise, to make things consistent. So like what you guys did, and I think was really good for Firestorms, what I really liked about what we did is you always are looking at the boss the exact same way. Everyone relative, always here, that never changes. These guys are back here, these guys are back here, and everyone is behind the boss, and every single blaze looks exactly the same from everyone's direction. But I do think firestorms were a much harder part of this phase than you would think. So I actually really like the way that you all like swapped back and forth sides of the boss. So there's much less movement for these people. It's probably a damage increase.
Yeah, the firestorms, I mean, they were an issue for us as well, but I do think, we focused a bit to make the main thing we actually had an issue with the firestorms were on 3C and 3D, like basically not the first 2 times, but the third and fourth part of the fight. If the people with the good seeds got it, it was quite hard sometimes to get it to a good position, and that caused a bit of issues. Like this is like the final product, like obviously that you're seeing here. Like we had issues where the hunter, they couldn't make it there, or they didn't like pre-move, let's say, for it, and then they would just drop it a little bit more inner, or they would go at the bottom at the tip and drop it there. But then we kind of banned doing that, even though we had one there for the kill, but it was not supposed to be there. So we had a bit of an issue with this random, like, or Xerwo, like we had a wipe where Xerwo in this, what you're seeing now, he placed the tornado there on the left, and then I think it was Nice Memes, he went out to place his tornado on 3D, and he didn't expect to have a tornado there.
Yeah,
and then
dude,
just
this happened
exploded
so
or
many.
something
This
like that.
happened
Yeah.
so many fucking times where, like in our strat right here, what our hunters would do early is like if they got a firestorm, they were pretty far from here, so like they would put a firestorm like here or here, and it was
Oh,
like so dog shit later in the phase.
the
But like,
illegal, yeah. We banned
yeah,
it and called it the illegal, and we're like,
yeah, it
we're
is.
done with
Yeah,
this.
it was. Yeah, it was definitely bad. So then, like, the way that we did this for 4 is we were like, okay, we can utilize what we're not utilizing in the room right now is like these other sides. And what you guys chose to do, and we did not, this is probably the biggest difference in our strat, is these tornadoes are turbo sketchy, right? Like these tornadoes, you're putting like almost in the next tornadoes, or the previous
Yeah.
tornadoes, sorry. Or like you can even put them in the puddle if you have like a big personal or something, right? So like that way you're doing it. We just thought that that was insanely sketchy. But like again, I like the way you guys rotate. We just put our third one here, flipped our side of the room, had THD or the hunter get rid of his seat here, and they picked up a corrupted now, and then we have a tank, and now it's just flipped, looking at the boss on the other side, completely clear with everything behind you. So like this part of the phase, they just like one swap, and the boss is obviously hitbox is much bigger than this for people who are watching it, but you start doing this, and then the next one just goes like on the tip, and then you just back them up and do the same thing.
Yeah.
And you have
Yeah.
firestorms can kind of be YOLO'd left or right for both of these phases as long as you just have enough space. So that was the way we did it. What did your all's last phase burn look like? What is like 3E, I guess?
Yeah. 1 second.
I just want to
Well,
see what that looks like, because it's like I'm assuming you just give yourself way more space.
yeah, but we also never played it actually, because on the kill, like Roger said, we had a wild tornado on the bottom left corner, so I couldn't really put the boss properly in there because people wouldn't have had space. So I think we kind of ended up with almost the same boss positioning as you guys. In the
Oh
very
yeah,
end.
it is exactly the same. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like so basically, yeah, it's exactly the same except we were just here one thing earlier. But you, man, it's so funny how you have these concepts of where tornadoes should be and where they should not be, and
Well, I can.
Yeah.
and then you can do the phase, but it turns out that you can kind of just fucking game, and it just doesn't matter. Like actually, one of our really early wipes, everything was wrong. I'm actually pretty sure a seed was placed here, and we had the boss here, and our entire orientation was fucked, and we just called like play the game, like just fucking figure it out. Like just
Yeah.
fucking, I'm pretty sure blazes were like in the raid and shit, and you can kind of do it, like I don't know, and like we had like a really low pull. But yeah, it was definitely, it's one of those phases where you need to have really good firestorms, but at the end of the day you can have bad ones and just play fucking crazy and just kill it anyway.
I will
Yeah, I mean,
say as well, when we first got to this phase, we see the first 2 corrupted seeds. I was hoping hard. I was like, there's no way that you get 8 of this, right? And so I thought, maybe you get.
What did you guys think? What did you guys think the phase was going to be before you saw it?
I mean, first of all, we had prepared massively for like a way bigger rotation because we thought that you're going to get a stack every second. Turns out it was every 2 seconds. So it was doable with 2 people. But we were prepared with like a bunch of weak auras and a little bit from Avatar, from Tomb of...
Yep.
yeah, Tomb of Sagas.
Tomb of Sargeras.
Yeah.
So like a similar style where you have like 5 or 6 people and all that. So yeah, we thought that you'll get not 8 at least, yeah. Like we thought you probably get like 3 or 4, and then so you get like 4 or 5 people on each. And yeah, then we see the 2 seeds, and I thought it's either gonna be okay, maybe the next time he doesn't spawn them, and then he spawns 2 more towards the end, so you have 4 of them, or he spawns 1 at a time after the first 2 just to get a head start. I did not expect 8. I was coping hard. People like there was also the thought, if we don't use a good seed, maybe he doesn't spawn the corrupted seeds after.
You can live the apocalypse roar.
Yes. We were like, guys, we just pop all, we live it, we don't corrupt the seed, like a good one, and then we don't get the 2 corrupted ones. Yeah.
So we thought about this, and we just didn't want to waste a wipe by going to the last phase and then just like doing that and then fucking it, because you can't test it in any other difficulty. But then I think what we did was we had a wipe really early on where like a bunch of people were dead. So we just called to use or we just called to like not use any seeds. We just like immuned the hit, and then we saw that they just spawned on a timer. I think was what happened. But yeah, I thought the phase was going to be you zone in, because you know how there were 6 good seeds on normal, right? I thought there was just going to be 4 good seeds and 4 bad seeds, and you just had to fucking figure it out. That's what I thought. But that when I thought of after we got closer to the boss, I thought, well, that doesn't really make sense, because then the phase just kind of gets easier over time, because you're like using good seeds and you're like losing seeds. Like all the difficulty would be immediately, and then it would just get easier. But it would be harder in the sense that you would have to have 4 debuffs passing from an earlier point in the fight. Like, I don't know, but the way they did it was definitely, I mean, I definitely think this is probably the best version of what they could have done. Like there is some versions of this phase that are absolutely psychotic. Like they could have made this like, I mean, there could have been like 10 corrupted seeds, right? You could make that argument.
Yeah, they
technically.
could. Yeah, I mean, I would not want to see how it would look with healers also having to play those, because I think both this and Tindrol were so hard on the healers, like as just boss designs, that I like there was this thought at some point, yo, let's maybe we put them to healers because they heal themselves as well. It's good, yeah. I was like, bro, like don't do it, yeah. They're already stressed enough. They don't need an extra layer of stress to in this fight.
You were talking to me at BlizzCon about a secret phase. You were like, "Man, I hope there's a secret phase." There's been a secret phase on the end boss of the last raid of the expansion in every single expansion since Cataclysm. Were you disappointed to not see one?
Yes.
I mean, definitely, but it made a lot of sense. I think after seeing the last phase with the seeds, there was a lot of cope going on. I think some people in the venue were also like, "Yeah, we're all gonna blow up, and Chromie will dress us, and then we get a secret phase or some other stuff."
That is an insane cook.
But I mean, to be honest, after seeing 8 seeds, you were like, guys, I don't know, it was we probably just die or we die. So
if we got that boss to 0% and a secret phase started, I would have
you know, this was a classic Argus situation. You have all these titans watching you, and they don't do shit.
Yeah, the
and
aspects
this
that
time
is vaping.
you have all the aspects watching you, and they don't do jack. Like, I don't know, like just lore-wise, this is just strange, Blizzard. Come on. Like, you need to have something cool happen. I don't know, look at the Ragnaros or something, right? Like, he pops up, there's like all the people are coming, Malfurion is helping you, popping the roots to root the Ragnaros. Like, implement those characters in some way. I don't know. I was so disappointed, actually, that they didn't do something cool. I do think also, one thing to say is that the face looks crazy and it was very hard to get the kill, but it was relatively easy to reach. Okay, I guess not easy, but it was reasonable to, let's say, somewhat consistently reach 15% or so of the fight. It was the last 10%, especially, that was the hardest to get through. And like especially the first 2 blooms of the seeds. At some point, you just didn't wipe until that point, right? Like it was very consistent.
When you did, it was an Omega tilter. Yeah.
You just see the firestorm spawn on someone, or oh my god, someone leaving. Actually, what did me the most on this fight was when you had the seed and the firestorm spawned, the hitbox on you was very small, but when the seed was on the ground, the firestorm just became the biggest missile in the world and just killed you, or killed the seed rather. I think that was very weird, very bad.
Yeah, but yeah, my point is that if they wanted to do if the boss at 10% or 15% transition to a mythic only phase, I think it would have been okay, but not at 0%. Like Jesus Christ, like dude, that was.
If, like I said, if that boss got to 0 and there was a secret phase, I would have instantly went to bed and just like had to process that and then come back and like, dude, think about how many pulls in a day. Like, even when we get better at that fight, how many pulls in a day would you even make it to the secret phase? Like, holy fuck, man! Like, that's the kind of fight where you could have been there 10 times and then not get there for 3 hours. It's just
yeah, if it was at 0%, but I think 10%. I mean.
10%.
Yeah, 10% is easy.
Historically, also the mythic only phases, they're not super hard. You get there like 20 times, let's say, and the boss dies. Yeah. So I think it would have been reasonable, but yeah, I mean, it is disappointing in general, though. I don't know.
I gave some thought to Meeres' idea from our last talk, and I have a cook for how they could make the Race to World First into an esport without affecting the current Race to World First at all. And I want to hear your thoughts on it. But I want to hear
Oh
if Dratnos
shit.
has any. I want to have some thoughts on, or I want to hear Dratnos. Do you have any before we kind of like leave the raid as it was? Do you have any final questions?
Yeah, I kind of got a broader one, just zoomed out entirely about this race, which is like oftentimes we come into these races and we sort of learn something and it's like, oh, we were doing something this tier based on what happened last tier, but like that was stupid and wrong for this tier and we didn't kind of realize it. So did either of you guys have any kind of instances of something where you kind of like were fighting the last war, right? Doing something based off of what was right in Aberrus that was just not right in this raid?
Not Aberrus, but I will say as this raid started to go longer, we were thinking of Sepulcher. And one big lesson we learned from Sepulcher when we were fighting this many hard bosses and it was going, I think Jailer died like a week from when Fyrak died, something like that. Like in terms of like relative how long progression took. But like it was right around when Fyrak died when both of our guilds were having players tell us that they needed to get more rest or else like they were going to do dog shit progression. And we were definitely like, if Sepulcher didn't happen, we wouldn't have slept as much as we did. But I also think that sleep on a fight like this, especially when there's things to gain, are really valuable. But I don't think that's something that's necessarily fucked up, but something where a previous raid had an impact on what we did now. Yeah.
How about Echo? Because I know for Echo, like Aberrus, it felt like you guys weren't ever pushing it on the sleep, right?
Yeah,
and then
I wanted to
you just
say
lose without having slept, and then this tier you pushed like 3 nights, which was that like an overreaction to that, or do you stand by it?
I mean, I think an idea was to go into this progress that we just cut this, like that we sleep okay in the beginning, basically, and then in the end we just say fuck the sleep and just go ham. That is what we learned from, or like I guess not learned, but what we saw on Aberrus, and that's what we did this year.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we. This is a tough question. Yeah, but where are you doing this to us, Dratnos? 4 hours deep, but I don't know if there is something. I mean, I definitely was expecting a faster raid, let's say, although I was hoping that it would last as long as it did. So my mindset was that we need to just. I guess this is one good thing to say that we did try a decent amount to increase our pull speed this time, especially that's one of the reasons I was also outside. And I do think we achieved it, not to the degree that we wanted. Definitely can improve even more, but at least it didn't feel like we had as much. I think there was only one time was like when we first got to Fyrak, when we first got to P3 of Fyrak.
Yeah,
P3, and that was the only time where I think it took us maybe like an hour or an hour and a half, like just to discuss some plan, right? Because you can do,
dude, this is so fun.
You can do a million things on P3, right? Like in terms of positioning and where people go. So that was a bit of a discussion. But other than that, I think we didn't really have any big breaks in between our pulls compared to previous years.
I have to jump in there.
Oh,
I
yeah,
have to jump.
sure.
So you mentioned that hour and a half. You saw Fyrak P3, and then you had an hour and a half break to talk about it.
Okay, it wasn't. No, sorry. It was. We killed Tindrell late at the night, so then it was literally we did one pull on Fyrak, I think, and then we went to bed. And it was the next morning, like when we, you guys had already played phase 1, so I had the plan ready for P1 and all that. That was one of them, but then oh, sorry, like I'm getting them mixed up. Like P3, sorry, yeah. On P3, it was in the morning, right, Meeres? Like I think it was when we got there in the morning that we had a long discussion.
Yeah, it was quite long. I think I don't know.
Yeah, it was both times, I guess.
Wait, Dota says it was 2 hours in the evening. We discussed P3.
Was it 2 hours in the evening? Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm mixing them up.
So we did. So this is. I wanted to bring this up to keep on your previous point of like just pulling the boss more. We got to P3 and we took like an hour and a half strat break, and we basically came up with like, because now we knew how the seeds worked, right? So we like did our whole seed rotation. We did like our initial plan for like how we're gonna do the room, and that took like an hour and a half. And then I know after the raid, like, so like you're looking back on what you could have improved on. I think what we should have done is probably come up with what we did in like the first 30 seconds to minute of that phase, and then just kept pulling for consistency, right? And then so that was like a criticism, but it sounds like you guys did the exact same thing, which is, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like it sounds stupid to not pull a boss when you don't have a full plan of what you're doing, and it would have been impossible for us to plan on the seed order before you knew how they were going to do the seeds, right? So
Yeah, but the issues as well, like the entire fight basically from the get-go, because the timers are full repeats. So it's not like, oh, let's just pull to see further. Like, you know what's going to happen. Like, it's not a mystery. So you kind of want to have some sort of plan of where you're going to place things, because you don't want to also try something out quickly and then be like, okay, scrap all of that. We're doing completely different positions. And then people are like, no, but, now I'm used to this. I don't know. But yeah, I think you are also correct. We should not have taken that long.
I was trying.
I am fighting the other side of this because like we talked as officers like what we could have done to be better and stuff like that, and definitely some feeling was like we should have just pulled faster in that scenario. And my feeling was, how can you pull P3 without knowing what you're going to do and you're going to get there? And I think the compromise is you don't have to actually strategize all of P3 before you see it. You can just have bare bones general ideas and still keep pulling, because like 2-hour breaks, not everyone in these guilds is like super involved in strategy, right? Like a lot of people are just playing the game. So like if those people check out during those breaks, and your pulls after those breaks are usually bad. So it's hard, but
it was actually crazy. I was trying to pull for like an hour straight, I think, and Scribe was just taking people one by one hostage, and I couldn't pull. He was like, look at this now, Mike, and then he showed Gingy for like 10 minutes what he has planned for the movement. I'm like, okay, maybe Mike is done now. Press ready check, and he's like, oh look, Frago, maybe you can check here. I'm like, oh my god, that was some crazy time, yeah.
So Ben, who is a old raider for us, you guys know Ben. He was just spamming /pull20 in our current raiders chat in Discord during like a lot of.
Well, I can say quickly on Tindra, sometimes the ready check was done when we were wiping, like during the wipe. I was already, guys, we're pulling again. There's nothing to talk about. Yeah, I don't need to chat.
I remember also one thing, like towards the end, like on the last day, we would have maybe like a phase 1 or 2, not so much 1, but like phase 2 wipe. And then people started discussing like why we wiped and stuff. And I'm like, guys, if we haven't figured it out in 300 and whatever pulls, it's fine. Like, let's just keep pulling. We should not discuss anything but P3 at this point. Yeah, like just keep pulling the boss. It's fine. Because it was getting to that point where we're just focusing, I think, on the wrong parts of the fight.
Yeah, I think that's a lesson that we learned on Jailer and never managed again, actually. I mean, I'm not sure how much, but because on Jailer, I was raid leading phase 1 and 2, right? And every time we wiped, and everyone was just kind of so zoned out at that point because it was such a long progress, but we wiped, and I was like, guys, is there something to talk about on the wipe? And I was like, nah, not really. And we just pulled again. But I think we didn't achieve that fully, this progress. Maybe we need to try again next time, I guess. I don't know.
All right, Dratnos, any other oh, sorry, Meeres. I thought you were done. I didn't mean to
I'm done. I'm done. It's all good.
Okay, I do want to. I know there's a story here with the lust movement, and like going over Scripe on this. You want to tell that story, Meeres?
Oh, I can. Yeah. Okay. So in case people didn't hear it yet. Scribe didn't want to last, like we discussed earlier. It never wanted to last phase 3, even though we had like a decent attempt in phase 3. And then I think Roger and Scribe were discussing some strats, and I was like, guys, we don't need to be part of this. And I just took Scribe and Roger and moved them into a different TeamSpeak channel. I pressed the pull button, and everyone in TeamSpeak was like, guys, are we just not lasting? And don't tell Scribe. And Jasper was like, okay, I also don't get Scribe until phase 3 into the voice channel. So I was also raid leading phase 2, so 1 and 2. And I was like, okay, we're doing this. So we just played. We somehow managed a first try ever, phase 1 in the mission and phase 2, no last, no death. And we just go phase 3 and we just slam the last button. And then Scribe came back and we're like, holy shit, it worked. And then Scribe was like, guys, we're lasting phase 2 again on the next pull. But But
Oh
we did it.
shit!
Yeah, we did do it against him, and we're like, holy moly, it worked.
Damn that. Okay, I did not. That is a good story. I didn't know. Well, I mean, so we did the same thing. So like when we were first doing P1, we were like lusting it, but we were holding CDs for the intermission, and we were like, yeah, I don't know what P1 looks like without lust. And then we just don't lust P1, and we one shot it, and it was like very easy. And we're like, okay, so that's easy. Then we do P2, and we're like, what does P2 look like without lust? We also one shot it, but then I think we kept lusting P2 even after we one shot it, same as you.
Yeah.
I think we swapped to P3 lust sooner, but it was just like, why not C3? Why not see P3 more? Kind of thing. I don't know.
Of course. I mean, I think it was it is obviously the right call what Scripe wanted, but we're like, guys. And like the whole raid team, everyone was so fucking hyped to last phase 3. Even though we would have wiped in phase 2, of course, right? But everyone was like, guys, we need to last phase 3 for some reason. Everyone was omega hyped to do that. So we just randomly YOLO'd it and got it. I don't know.
I don't even think it's random, by the way. Like, this is a fight where you could lust in the last phase and actually just kill it. Like, it's just one of the
That is
fights.
true.
Like,
That's what Kus, that's what Kus was saying. Because the argument was, well, let's get to like a sub 10% pool. Let's get there. Let's get close where bloodlust would have mattered, and then we can switch it. And his argument was, bro, this boss is so random. Like, what if we get that 4% wipe? That could have been the kill. Like, you never know. Let's swap the last because you don't want to be in that situation where you lost the kill just because of the last.
Yeah. Like, imagine you're like going to bed that previous night, you keep a P2 lust, and then you wipe at like 2% or something.
Oh my god.
And then it's like, how can we go to bed? Like, we literally just would have had lust in P3 and the bosses we win, right? Like, then that's crazy. So
it was
yeah,
actually, I don't know if you know this, Max, but we had the 4:20 a.m. pull, like the last one of the really long day. Scripe just said, guys, fuck the last in P2, we last phase 3. And after 1.5 hours of dying in phase 1 and 2, we randomly one-shot phase 1 and 2 without last, and we went phase 3 and we just lasted, yeah? At 4:20 a.m.
And it was a really good pull, actually.
And it was
like,
a really good pull, yeah.
Like, we had a bullshit wipe, let's say. I don't remember what it was, but it was just one of those. So, yeah.
So you said, the only issue I have with what you said is you said it was random. I don't think that was random at all.
I agree.
It was not random. It was the last pull of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, even the last pull of the day thing, like when you can tell people want to lust P3 and like go for a kill or whatever, if it's that late, people slouch back on their chairs, they're human, they're thinking about sleeping, and then like you're like, okay, let's fucking move lust. They all sit up in their chairs. It's like that gaming meme where like the guy tilts forward in his chair. Like that's literally what everyone does. So it's like the opposite of random that you had a sick pull because everyone was really motivated.
Also, I don't know if we mentioned this, the Tindral kill was the last pull of the night. Like, we literally said, this is the last pull, and then we killed it on that pull, yeah? So there's definitely... There's something there, for sure. It's not random, I agree.
Well, I mean, the other tech, we had 2 techs this tier. The last pull tech and the no food break tech also worked out well, right?
Yeah, we had that this time around. Dinner especially, we just didn't play good for an hour after dinner every time. I don't know. It was just like the opposite of what it has been in the past. Don't know.
That happened to us. We got Thanksgiving gapped. So Thanksgiving in America is you eat this like massive full meal of like turkey and mashed potatoes and just all this shit, and then you get super tired afterwards. So like our raid, like after the Thanksgiving dinner, like on the day of Thanksgiving, was like super dog shit. Like the whole night was so rough.
Yeah,
I don't know. And the thing is, we didn't even eat that heavy food on some of the days. Like we had some, like I don't know. That was crazy.
Well, it was also the people at home, right? Like,
of course, like it was a collective.
Yeah, I don't know. I just gotta look into that though, for sure. I did want to bring up one last topic from my side, at least, that I think is worth discussing. That is, throughout the race, like, just think of it like as a timeline. How was your feeling in terms of like how you guys are performing and how it's looking? Maybe like on each boss, how you think you performed? Because I think that is definitely interesting. I can start off just briefly to say that I definitely think up until Firak, it felt quite, let's say, like that you guys are gonna win. Let's say, yeah, that's the feeling I had. I don't know, especially I would say Smolderon, even though it was like not that many pulls of a boss, but I did feel like we could have killed it like 20 pulls before. But especially Tindril, like I said, I thought we were gonna kill it like 8 hours or 7 hours before we did, and it felt a little bit like, okay, what's going on here, right? Like we should be killing these bosses. I mean, even Larodar, I guess, but whatever. But I just felt like we really kicked into gear on the last boss. Don't know if there is just how our players work, let's say, in their brain, that they just, or maybe the boss mechanics just clicked better compared to the previous ones to us. But yeah, I'm just curious to see how your mentality was, because I'm guessing you had a similar feeling that you guys are blasting through the bosses and we're taking similar amount of tries. Or yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so we felt extremely confident throughout the entire first week, and we felt like, at least up until Farak, that we were just absolutely fucking crushing the raid, for sure. Yeah, I don't think you ever look at it like, here's the way I look at it. In raids that even we've won, besides Nihilitha, even the raids that we win, it's pretty normal early in a raid for us to go to bed and wake up with new info and then pass you again, and that's just normal. Like that happens pretty early in a raid. It happened in like day 2 of Mythic of Abyss, for example. I don't think that happened this raid until like fucking way long. Like it might have been briefly on Tindril, but it was like very briefly, and then it was like multiple days into Farak for that to happen. And then that was like, okay, first of all, it's kind of annoying low key because like we have to fucking think. Sometimes I'm just not trying to think, you know? Sometimes I'm just trying to wake up and you guys come up with some sick shit and I'm just like, we're doing that. That sounds fucking awesome. That just straight up did not happen until like P3 Farak this race. And that did give us a lot of confidence because it's like, okay, I mean, if they're like basically a full day behind us, a full raid day behind us, and they're not like closing that gap, then we're in a pretty good spot. I don't think you ever really let yourself think that though. Like you can do that for motivation, but like, you know, you don't, because like the opposite of that can be like, oh, we're fucking shitting on them. And then you get to Farak and then you play insanely bad. The thing is, I've thought about this a lot. I don't think we played insanely bad on Farak at all. I think you guys just fucking pop the fuck off. I don't know if that's how you guys felt in your guild, but I think you guys just played that boss. That might be one of the best bosses you've ever played because I think we were absolutely owning you guys until that boss. And then you guys came back. I mean, it is a good boss to like wake up with info on. I think probably the biggest thing you got was like you got to wake up to just like a full P1, just like, okay, GG, swap a few things around like that. That caught a lot of time up. But like for the rest of the fight, you guys were doing a lot of your own problem solving and just executing, and you were more consistent, right? So
I think one thing I guess that I just wanted to add is that in general, on all the last 3 bosses, I think we, I mean, if you're like, let's ignore Firak, yeah, but at least on Smolderon and Tindril, it wasn't so much like we progressed quite good on the bosses, I feel, but we just couldn't close it. That was our issue. I don't know why. Like, so even though we kind of were catching up on Tindril and we were kind of on a similar place, you guys just killed it and we were just stuck there just waiting to kill it. And it just took us very long time. And similar to Smolderon, I think we were just waiting. Okay, like we have everything. We've seen Enrage, and I don't know. It's just couldn't close the deal on those 2 bosses, and that made it so that you kept a pretty big lead going into Firak. Yeah.
I think that you guys feed off of that a lot. Like I think in a race that you guys normally win, it doesn't feel like this race. Like you can feel yourself clawing back towards where we are as the race goes on pretty linearly, right? Like you're like, oh, we're passing here, oh, we're gonna do this boss better, right? And then when that doesn't happen, when we're clutching out kills at the end of our night with like Tindril and Smolderon, you feel a pressure to do that, but not only do that, but do it faster, right? Because
of course,
you want to be like catching up, right? So like when that doesn't happen on boss to boss, it didn't happen on Smolderon, it didn't happen on Tindril, then you probably start to get like, well, damn, you know, we're not really catching up any time here. But I noticed when it happened, you had like a P2 pull. It wasn't even any farther than what we were at. I think it was the point that we were at, but it was like the first time in the race where you felt like you caught up. And then you could tell from your all's comms that you were like really, really motivated from that. And then from that point on, I think you guys like shifted into another gear and like went just crazy insane on the last boss for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big thing. I think I completely agree with you that if when we catch up and we manage to get back to exactly the same spot and we're both not fully like copying, it's also a big thing for me personally. I mean, I don't play different, let's say the least, but copying is always feels way worse than cooking yourself some nice strat or figuring it out on your own. And we just go to the boss. Of course, it's nice to see, let's say, Fyrak P1, right? But if we would get there to get like each of us at the same time and both of us cook the same strat, it would be is a way better feeling to play the boss than be like, holy fuck, we play 50%
yeah.
copied over, right? So I think it's a big deal as well.
Fun. Like, remember Nyalotha? Like, Nyalotha, I remember Scripe and Roger, you guys said that was the least fun raid you've ever done.
Yeah.
And it's because literally every single day and every single pull, you were just copying what we did. And you didn't have any other choice because of where we were. So, like, that's no fun. Like, I think fun might be a big part of it. Like, your players are probably more motivated when you're going through that problem solving process rather than just watching a video of something, right? And like that probably adds motivation, which kind of sucks because part of that is removed from you due to nothing other than the fact that our regions release the game at a different time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I must say though, man, overall, you definitely, I don't know, yeah. Like I when we reached Fyrak, like when we finally killed Tindril, first of all, that was clutch. Like the last pull of the day, like we said, would have been quite demotivating going to bed without getting that kill. But yeah, it felt like you guys were just owning hard, and like I couldn't really point the finger exactly as to what we're doing wrong. It was quite frustrating, let's say, and it was very uplifting, I guess, on Fyrak to be on a similar point. And yeah, I don't know. It was very strange, I guess. The emotions were all over the place this year. I've never, because usually it's not like that usually. Let's say, yeah. I think this was a pretty unique race in that regard.
Dude, you mentioned that you felt it would have been terrible bad mentally for you to not kill Tindril when you did. I think something that a lot of viewers don't understand, and both of us knows what this feels like, but killing an end boss after you've lost is very, very hard. Because you lose the motivation. There is some motivation, and that is to be free, but that absolutely pales in comparison to the motivation of winning. So this happened like when you guys tried to kill Sarkareth, like you absolutely killed it slower because, you know, people kind of stopped caring. It's very normal. It's human. It's not bad. I think it just happens on, I think you guys said Denathrius as well. Killing Fyrak last phase after you've lost is so fucking hard. And I was very scared that we were not going to kill it that night. Not scared in the sense that that would have mattered. Like, to me, the race is just like, you know, you win or you lose, that nothing else matters. But we had flights scheduled for the next day, and it would have been like $30,000 to reschedule those. And that wasn't, we were not going to do that. Well, why would you do that, right? You're going to fly home and just raid in a couple of days. You know, whether that means method raids all day, every day to kill it or not, like, I mean, that, you know, that would be out of our control kind of, but like that could have very well happened because, like, I mean, generally morale was up during the day, but bro, if we didn't kill the boss that night, morale would have been absolutely turbo down bad. But
when you fly home, not kill the boss, and then you land home, and after like all the U players 20-hour flight, and you're like, guys, let's get back to it.
Oh my god!
Oh
yeah,
my lord!
Yeah, so that was almost bad, and I can tell you that, you know, we weren't like sitting around mad. Like, again, we didn't feel like we threw the race, and I think that's important because, like, if you did, then, you know, people are pretty down on themselves or whatever the whole day. We were laughing the entire time we were re-killing that boss, but that's the thing too, is like if you start taking it less seriously, you're also most likely not going to kill it. So like, but at the same time, like, people have just been doing this shit for 2 weeks. They kind of want to laugh and kind of decompress a little bit. But yeah, that was getting real close to not killing that, and that would have been that's just a very hard boss to kill when you're demotivated. That's all I'll say. Okay, so Dratnos, any remaining questions before my cook?
Nope.
Oh,
cook
there's
away.
a cook. Oh yeah.
There's a cook based off my cook from the past. I'm actually very
Well, I
interested.
took a little bit of your cook,
Uh-huh.
and okay, so you guys know in every season of WoW, or people have talked about Blizzard getting involved in the race, and pretty much any like tournament realm, like this isn't on live servers things. There's like a million downsides to all of those things. Although I did like Meeres' take on it. The race to world first happens as it happens, just like as it always has. It's unaffected. Okay, so this race happens. Let's say this could happen this season. It's not going to because they haven't planned for it, but it can just happen completely separate. Just like them having MDI weekends and TGP weekends throughout the thing, what they do is, and they allow either like the top guilds up to 50 guilds or 20 guilds, whatever, or I guess maybe anyone who wants to participate in this. They just release a singular boss, releases at the same time for everyone on a Friday, just like when like time or Thursday, whenever time trials start or something. And it is like, I don't know, the Race to World First boss rush or whatever the fuck. You can come up with a cool name for it. And it is not a boss that's going to die in 2 hours. It is a tendril. It is a fire act. It is a boss that would take us 3 to 4 days of progression most of the weekend, just like you would for an MDI. And they do this once a season. They don't have to create an entire new raid. They literally just create a boss, and it's something where people can get that feeling of the Race to World First, not 6 months apart. And there's like a little mini event, and it wouldn't be insignificant. It would probably be, pretty challenging, and something that everyone could appear on. Gearing is not an issue for this. There are no splits. You log on, you have tournament realm gear. And anyone can play, and anyone can play whatever they want. And I think people would watch the absolute fuck out of this. And I think the lift for Blizzard for this is pretty low too. That's my cook.
Yeah, where do I sign up?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Where's the tournament room? I'm calling right now.
No, I think that would be insane. I do think, in terms of the difficulty, do you think this would just stay difficult then? For like they wouldn't go and nerf it afterwards, yeah?
There's no reason to nerf it. This isn't even on live servers. The only reason this boss exists in the game is for the purpose of esport and the purpose of it being challenging, right? So there's no reason to make it accessible to the masses, because this is just like the MDI or the TGP. It is something created for the spectacle of the race, which is fucking massive, by the way. This was like the most viewed race of all time.
Yeah.
It's obviously extremely popular, infinitely more popular than dungeon content. So like Blizzard would also just be promoting and investing into a part of their game that people obviously really care about. I don't know if the argument is like it's taking away content from the live game. The thing is we're not asking for them to create extra esports raids. We are asking for a single boss. And a lot of the times when Blizzard is making a boss, the load for that boss is not a lot. What takes a lot of time for dungeons and raids to be made is actually the concept, theme, and design, and like how it looks. And that takes a ton of time, and it's a lot of bosses and boss design. Dude, if a couple of boss designers work on one boss, they'd probably make a banger, and it's not going to take up a ton of their development time for other things, and it would be extremely entertaining to watch and participate in. And a lot of the guilds that are unable to compete in the race, whether they would compete anyway is another discussion, but can't even begin to think about it because they can't do this many splits and have this many helpers and have this much gold and all these things, right? All of that is fucking gone. If you're instant dollars, right? If you're a sick guild and you want to actually see how close you would get, maybe you and your boys can take a weekend off and see how well you do, kind of thing. And I think that could also make it a bit more interesting. So
yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, and also this was the one thing that I said when they at BlizzCon, like when people were asking, so what do you think about the War Within and all that? I'm like, yeah, everything sounds great, but give me more raids. Like the rate at which we get bosses has decreased steadily over the last few years. And there was the Shadowlands with the COVID, let's say, excuse, which is a valid one. But what about this expansion, right? Like, I feel like they I mean, I don't want to say they owe it to us, but why was it able to be done in the past and not anymore? Is my question. Like, why we used to get so many more raids, and now we're getting 3, and it's like now it's
3
gonna be a year, and like Fated. I don't know anyone
no.
getting excited for
No,
Fated. I mean,
it's
maybe
unacceptable. I tweeted about this. I think so. What it is the War Within and Midnight and those 3 like World Soul Saga expansions are clearly going to only be 18 months long. And in an 18-month expansion, it is acceptable and normal for there to be 3 raids in those expansions. So what I think they're doing is they're just doing that early before that happens. But the reality is like a 2-year expansion only having 3 raids is just straight up unacceptable. Like Fated is fine if it's like the last 3 months, like it's a glorified like little fun pre-patch thing. That's fine. When it's replaced, which it did, it did that last expansion, right? Fated was fine last expansion. It had issues, but it was fine. It replacing an entire season is just it's unacceptable. It's just simply not good enough. Like it is not okay to just not make a I don't know.
I thought I thought they're gonna announce that the War Within is coming earlier, because obviously with the Augment Rune we got a hint that this might be the last tier, not fully confirmed, but then they basically confirmed it at BlizzCon, and then they say, "Oh yeah, War Within coming fall 2024," and I was like, "Huh?"
If it came summer, like we're chilling.
It would have made sense.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Summer would have made sense, and I thought maybe they want to shift when they release expansions, because they're kind of stuck in this infinite loop of 2 years, and maybe they didn't want to release it around November or whenever they. When was this expansion released? I don't remember. October, November.
This was
maybe they were like, we want to
October.
do it in summer for reasons. I don't know, financial reasons. And I was like, okay, I'm down, but then they don't do that. So I don't know. And not to mention, okay, a little bit going on the lore side again. How can it possibly be that Firak is an end boss of an expansion? Like that, bro, no one even knew his name until this patch. Let's be real. He was the fire dude. Okay?
Yeah.
And now suddenly he's closing Dragonflight. Are you kidding me? Where is Galacrond, man? Hello?
And no
I don't know.
secret phase. I mean, what's that?
Yeah.
FF.
Sorry. I thought there's gonna be at least a secret phase, or I don't know. I mean,
wait, Max, are you even into the lore situation, or is it full FF for you?
What's up?
Oh.
No, Galacrond. Yeah, the whole dragon family, all of them, I'm a big fan.
Okay.
I don't know. Just comparing it to like Argus or Nizoth, those are some important people, and now we just killed the fire dude. I mean, I don't know. A little bit not as impactful, I guess, but whatever. That's why
it was a suitable boss for an end of expansion if you just look at it from the difficulty and like the design.
Oh yeah.
You're just talking lore wise, which I mean I have no opinion.
Yeah. I'm just well, that's why I thought they're gonna do another raid. That's literally the reason, because I thought lore wise this makes no sense. This is the last boss.
Yeah. Okay, I have 2 more things to add. Number 1, I wanted to add to my esport thing, Cook. I forgot to mention one very important part. There would actually be no reason for there to be a dungeon journal at all for this, and you would find all of it out in Addy, like at the very beginning.
Of course.
A cool part of this. And then that I didn't want to like fully cook on that. I just wanted to let that simmer. And the other thing is, do you guys think there's a correlation between Sepulchre and Amir Drasil? They are the 2 hardest raids probably ever. Maybe not for their era. Like, for example, you could argue Tomb of Sargeras was harder than Amir Drasil, but like that's for its time, right? I mean, like our current guilds would absolutely fucking demolish Kill Jaden and Fallen Avatar, right? So it's like you'd have to compare between the times, but do you think it is a coincidence that the 2 hardest raids in a very, very long time and maybe ever both happened as an end of expansion raid? So ever since BFA with Uldir, they have no longer done the like intro raid. Like Castle Nathria, Uldir, and Vault were not intended to be easier than a regular raid. But I'm asking, do you think it's a coincidence that the end of the raid of the last 2 expansions happened to be significantly more difficult than the rest? Do you think that's intentional, or do you think it's just like RNG?
I I mean, my personal opinion, I think it's RNG. I think whoever's working on the bosses just cook some good stuff, because I personally, I mean, I expected last boss to be hard, but I personally didn't expect Tindral to be this crazy of a boss, right?
Okay,
know.
we can talk about that, right? It's
I-
because Tindral on PTR was a fucking joke.
That
was
is also
so
true.
yeah.
Yes, that is
It
also
was
true.
so easy. Like normally, when bosses on PTR go live, they'll be harder because they ramp up. They like change a few of the mechanics. They ramp up the damage. They actually like gave that boss Bloodlust, and he cast abilities like 3 times faster. Like it's completely unrecognizably different.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe there's a philosophy in
I-
Blizzard's
I
end,
have
right? That the things
I
become
have
harder.
I have a theory. Okay,
Oh no.
my theory is that Ian himself flew in, and he, guys, I don't know if you, I mean, okay, without going into too much detail, I do think, based off of the BlizzCon the Discord conversations, he was more involved than in previous tiers.
That's true.
And
Yeah.
I think he might have fine-tuned it a bit, let's say, or personally overlooked and was a bit more involved, let's say, in this raid compared to the previous ones. That's my cook. I don't know. I could
So
be
you think
completely wrong.
Ian put his foot down and was like, "These raids have to be hard enough."
Well,
I
I
don't
can-
know. Yeah.
I mean, I could see Ian be like, guys, surely they can play these 3-second seeds all the time, right?
I mean, I don't know if he went that deep, but I do think he was definitely more invested in it compared to previous times. That's
Well,
how it felt.
He said something very interesting to me, which was, or to us, sorry. It was like right after we killed it. This is a paraphrasing from him. There were times in the last week, referring to like the last week of the race, where we genuinely doubted whether something was even humanly possible what you and Echo were doing. So they were literally like doing things that, you know, they're testing to see if they work, but you know, they're like we've said before and memed, like, is their testing QA team doing that version of Tendril we killed? Ain't no fucking way, right? So like they're basically just looking at us and being like, all right, we have to give them something that challenges them, and then we can nerf the boss as it goes on. And I think that's really cool. But the fact that Ian said that immediately kind of makes me think that that he really pushed for that. Also, I don't know, like when we talked to him a bit at BlizzCon, he loves this more than anything else, right? Like this is
Yeah.
we asked him
Yeah,
this
he was
question.
so hyped.
I can say this on stream. Like we talked to him and we said, you know, if you could do anything, if you're no longer the game director of Blizzard, right, or of WoW, and you can just work in any department you want to work on, like what are you the most passionate about? Like what would you do if you went back and did that? And he immediately said he would work on raids. Like you didn't even blink. He just said it instantly, right? Like this is obviously what he loves. So, yeah, I don't know.
And I think also, like again, I don't know how much he got involved, but I do feel like when it came to the nerfs that happened, I did feel like they were so much more precise, let's say.
Oh yeah.
And I do feel like he most likely was involved, because I've never seen them do nerfs that felt so proper before. Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen this.
Yeah, also
so,
not
yeah.
not impacting the progress of the
the
current
nerfs were
team.
insane.
Like it was just on point. The nerfs were just really good. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like so we haven't seen the only 2 times we've seen nerfs and boss tuning this expansion was Vault, which was, I mean, historically dog shit, right? They like I think they just had a Menti B over the talent trees and just didn't really know how to balance it. Yeah, that was very obvious. But we didn't get to see in Aberys how they felt about tuning talent trees and bugs and nerfs and stuff, because we were so overgeared from the upgrade system that we just fucking shit on all the bosses, right? So there was no reason for them to change anything. So this raid was like the first time since Vault that we've really seen how good they are at identifying how much damage we're going to do and like how to nerf things. And I feel like they almost could not have possibly nerfed this raid better than they nerfed. I think all of the nerfs made sense except for maybe the Fyrakk health nerf didn't need to happen. Like the boss is absolutely killable with 4% more HP, but
yeah, maybe
but like, I think it is. I mean, like, was the boss bad because it had 4% less? No, right? Like, it would have just involved us optimizing for another day or something. But yeah, I don't know. I think they did a really good job with that.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, what do you think though in general in terms of the tuning, like the difficulty? I mean, obviously, like you said, there's complete other ways like that we could have good progressions for us. But did you feel like this was like out of the last, like let's just take Shadowlands and Dragonflight? I felt like this was probably the most appropriate tuning throughout, including the nerfs and everything. Like I never felt like, man, this is stupid, right?
No, absolutely not. No, like we never once this raid were like we're doing something bullshit that needs to be nerfed or is too broken, except for the bug on Smolderon, which I told you about, which was like, every now and then that just happens. And then again, the lag thing on Tindral, I still don't know how to explain that. I've never seen a boss lag out before due to like instance. It's super weird, but I want to say the tuning of this raid is what they should aim for. I would hope for like a little bit more interesting Smolderon, because like I think people are like, oh, well, you didn't want the race to last too long, bro. If they made Smolderon have to live with everyone alive instead of 2 people dead, it would have just died 5 pulls later instead of, you know what I mean? Like it's not like that would have taken forever. Like I think Smolderon just could have been a little tighter, but like I don't know what they did this raid was they looked at both of our guilds directly in the face, and they said, try to fucking kill this shit for the last 2 bosses. And they know that that isn't going to affect everyone else in the raiding community, and they can just do that, and then they can just see what happens. I think that's okay. But I mean, there's obviously a quality difference. Like they could do that with 2 bad bosses, and then the race feels like shit, kind of. I don't know, but like, as long as they make good quality, I think what they did with tuning was good. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is it is insane they did not nerf seeds this reset.
I mean, I was more surprised that. Are you talking about the upcoming reset or this current reset?
No, the one that already happened.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that was okay, but I'm more like they're nerfing classes next reset, right? And like buffing some useless classes.
Surely there's class balance or there's raid balance coming too.
Yeah,
they just haven't finalized it yet.
I'm telling you, like if they don't, like they nerf the OP classes, they buff useless classes that are not even in the raid, and they're not nerfing the bosses. Holy moly, huh? That's some crazy stuff next week.
There will be boss nerfs on Monday. There has to be.
I mean, there has to be. I agree.
I think even if there wasn't class nerfs, I still think there would have to be boss nerfs on Monday. So
I mean, it's just way too hard, right?
And make the blazes not turn the spirits instantly, man. Just make them lose some HP.
Start with more HP on them. I mean, the modifier is 300%, right? Everything in that phase does 300% more damage to those ads than it does to you. You can just lower that modifier and it would be fine.
Yeah.
God, that's a tilting wipe. Holy fuck. Talk about
yes.
Oh my
bro,
god.
the fucking an ad getting blazed 300 pulls in is a take a break angle.
I think we had like 3 pulls in a row, and I just put the 10-minute break. I was like, guys,
we actually made the Recora so that people at least know, because like when it happened and you didn't even know about it, and then suddenly everyone is dying, and you're like, oh, what the hell? Look at that! There's in the corner. There's an ad. Oh my god, they don't even saw it.
You can fix one ad, but you can't fix an entire set. You can fix one ad, but you lose a metric fuck ton of boss damage. But I mean,
you fix one ad, and I hear, guys, I need to grip here, rescue here, like run here, jog here. I'm like, guys, this was not. That's the biggest pain ever. It's insane.
Dratnos, any thoughts?
No thoughts for me. No. That's,
thank God.
Actually, he just dropped that. Well, that's good.
Head empty.
Head
empty. I think Frank might get the Monka stab emotes out if we keep going.
This is short. This is the last time we did this in Sanctum was 6.5 hours, by the way.
Oh my god.
So this is and that's also after we talked on the phone, like before that point too. So yeah, this is fine.
I mean, I'm surprised that it's quite short. I remember when I was talking with Max Solo, we also had like a 3.5 hours, so almost 4 as well. So I'm.
Oh yeah,
this is quite little for this many people, I guess.
Is there any heated question maybe from chat that we maybe forgot? Maybe give them a chance.
Not the
Yeah,
chat.
we
One
take it.
question.
Any
Take a good
chatters.
chat question.
They're all dead.
Secret Mythic, I already talked about that.
Frank sent me 30 minutes ago. He sent, ask right now if Head Start is an actual advantage and extend this episode by 4 hours.
I
All right, let's just get into it.
okay. Let's
No,
let's
I will
repeat.
say this. I will say this, Max. Your fucking tweet was a fucking banger.
That I must say, I showed the
Oh,
tweet to
dude,
everyone,
yeah.
Max, and that tweet I better took off hard. Yeah, that was an insane tweet.
So
my God.
okay, so I usually don't tweet during the race, but there was that day was pretty rough for me. So I don't know what was going on, but in our facility, I DC'd for my stream and TeamSpeak and everything mid poll 8 times in like 3 hours. So I was, and I don't know if you guys are like this or anyone in chat is like this. I'm a pretty patient person. I think I have a decently strong mental. If I ever lag or DC in game, I am an absolute demon for the rest of the day, and that's if I DC once. I mentally cannot recover from lagging out or DCing. I'm an absolute turbo bitch when I DC. So that happened to me 8 times. I was as bad as you. You could actually watch me do this on stream. I am kicking back with my legs up on a couch, lagged out on stream, and I open up my Twitter. I see a bunch of viewers saying that like EU is getting fucked by this nerf timing, which I think all of us can agree is absolutely fucking insane. And you even messaged me at the time, Meeres. You're like, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Oh my god.
yeah. So I see this and I'm just like, look here, you little fucking idiots. And then I like said that shit. I forget exactly what I said in my tweet, but
No,
I
sorry. Yeah, okay.
They
I
were
was
actually-
not talking about that tweet, by the way. But yeah.
No, but
Wait,
there's
which tweet are you talking about?
no. There's two
we were
banger
talking
tweets.
about
Yeah.
we were talking about the global release, yeah. And then
Oh,
when you
the
say
fucking win on time thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes. No, win
Yeah.
not win on time, win on date. Even better. I
Yeah, I
think.
went on date. Yeah. We killed it on the previous date. I feel like everyone's been complaining about global release for a long time, but in reality, you guys get like New Year's first, you get Christmas first, and the other side of the topic isn't being discussed. That's all I'm saying.
No, but
Yeah,
the
but
other
no,
one.
that day,
Yeah, go ahead.
that one day I was so down bad, man. And then I just started tweeting, and then what I didn't know, because I have all of Echo muted during races on Twitter, I'd never want to see anything you guys say. It could only tilt me. It could not make me happy, so it's bad. So you guys are all muted. But apparently Gingy had tweeted kind of indicating that the nerf timing was bad for you guys, but I didn't know that. So I like looked at my Twitter later, and there was like very negative, nasty responses to me, and I'm like, this is so strange. Like I'm just like responding to a bunch of chatters, and I feel like what I said was definitely right. And then I didn't know this, but I like it. People thought I was like subtweeting Gingy. Like people thought I was like Gingy tweeted, so I immediately was like wrong. And then it came off as like super fucking aggressive. So that
Yeah, I
that
know.
was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
Twitter
I
was a
mean
mistake.
I did not
Yeah, hello.
You did
Oh,
not.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
do not. Yeah,
You
guys,
did not.
I do not. Well, maybe he's gone.
He's he's
he's
he just
going.
typed WTH.
Fucking
yeah.
he's out.
I guess he's
All right.
out. Oh.
I did see a good question from chat as well. If we just wanna leave Roger.
Hello? I think I'm back.
Okay,
Ah,
we're back.
yeah,
Okay, go.
okay.
What did you not?
No, I do not think this was about the Tindril nerf, right? Even?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I do not think like the way they did that nerf, I mean, it did not matter at all. Like it was like I
Yeah, so
said,
then what
I think
the
the
fuck
nerfs.
How
What?
do I opened up my Twitch and a bunch of EU fans are just fucking mad as shit. They're just like, "Oh, here we go again, fucking NA nerf timing." And then I'm just like, "All right, you guys want to talk about fucking nerf timing, huh?" Like, yeah, we can talk about nerf timing.
Bro,
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know how that
Nah.
happened. Yeah, because everyone that looked at it for longer than 5 minutes was like, I mean, guys, yeah, we didn't even reach any of those things that were nerfed, so it's probably pretty good that they're nerfed. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I mean
also,
on
people are
the
saying we
surface.
asked for the boss to get nerfed. That was another thing. Oh, Liquid asking for boss. That never happened at all. Just making shit up.
I think on the surface it just looks bad because it's like literally when we are going to bed, but that's when you guys are waking up, and same goes for the Blizzard people. I don't know what the solution would be in general. I do think one thing that they could do in terms of nerfs is to just give like just standardize that there is like, unless it's a bug that they're fixing, right? Like the small drone thing you said. That should be hotfixed immediately, of course. But if it is just a nerf on the boss, maybe just give like a couple of hours of head start like, hey,
Heads
we're
up,
gonna nerf this in 3 hours, you know, so that people can plan around this, you know.
I
I don't
guess.
know.
I mean, like that would be fine. It's just that every time something was nerfed, we were on the boss for longer. Whether you're going to bed or not, we were just on the boss for longer at that point, and the nerf wasn't even on something we were currently progressing. So I didn't understand any argument. I mean, you guys know that too. It's just more the fans get riled up in the race. That's all. They're real excited.
That is true.
All right. I picked out a question from chat that also was one that I'd kind of written down earlier as well, but I think would be interesting to talk about, which is how is it now that we're like having this talk where like last race and the race before tensions were obviously a lot like higher between you guys, right? There was kind of not as much communications and stuff. What was the process where we got to better, like more open, friendlier relationship between the guilds and you guys?
I think two main factors. I think one was definitely BlizzCon, like meeting up in person, played a big role. And secondly, I think the fact that how this race ended, like Max said as well, like if you know, let's say in a world where the bosses were easier or whatever, and then you had a kill right after a reset or something like that, I think it would have also not been great. But it let's say it helped a bit the situation how the race overall went. So a bit on the tuning and just overall, I think it was it would have been hard, I guess, to have it gone as badly as it did last time. But regardless, I think those are the two main factors. I don't know.
So I think there's two things. So number one, BlizzCon, and then I'll show this on stream. I'm not going to share my stream in Discord, but like this GIF, with the two dogs barking at each other through a fence, but then when the fence is lifted, they stop, like they're like barking crazy, right? And then the gate's gone. And they're like, "Oh, what's up?" That was basically us at BlizzCon. Like that's us for years leading up to BlizzCon, but because of the pandemic, you have no way to actually talk and see people. You only hear the worst possible thing from a clip that what they say. You don't watch the good things they say. All you hear is what their fans say in your stream chat every day, which is obnoxious. And then you end up just having this warped opinion or position that you see them in. And if you don't talk normally, especially IRL, it's kind of hard to get past that. Not to mention, there were multiple raids in a row where the ending was not awesome for a lot of different reasons, and that really affects it. Like for example, would our guild's relationship been where it was if the last 3-4 raids all ended like this one? There's no fucking shot. Because like it ends and like you realize like literally anything could have happened, and you see that like both guilds played insane, and like you're doing 4 years of this like neck and neck guild thing, and that there's respect there, and there's no weird ending, and I think that matters. I also think that, and there's a reason why I did this today. I think having these talks after races really help, because it shows the community that it's not all smoke, and it's also interesting, but it's really, really fucking hard for the person who loses to do this talk this close to the race. And this time, and we talked about this at BlizzCon, and I would be a pretty huge hypocrite if we won this race and then, you know, expected you guys to show up and do something like this, like we talked about, and then you not want to do it. And then like, I can't be that person, right? So like I have to kind of suck it up and do this. Like I fucking hate losing. I hate that we lost this race, right? There's so many things that go in my mind about how we could have won. But I think it's important to do stuff like this to maintain that. And I don't know. I just think, you know, we've done this for long enough and there's such a deep level of respect for what both of the guilds are able to do that no one else can really relate to this besides our two teams. That was very evident at BlizzCon and the time we spent there and that our facility and then dinner that night, to where you understand that. And, you know, we're all going to look back at this 10, 15 years from now, and this is going to be the coolest thing any of us ever did, had people pay us for some reason to get together with our friends and kill raid bosses. And this would all be a lot less interesting to you all and also for us if the other person didn't exist, the other team didn't exist. Like this would just be boring as fuck. It would be an absolute stomp in the race. So, yeah, I don't know. We respect them. And yeah, the reason why it's better now is because we had an opportunity to see each other in real life for the first time in 4 years. I think that's probably the biggest factor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And yeah, I do think also what you said, I think in the end, when this race ended, like even like the day we killed the boss, like I remember I was thinking, man, no matter what happens, like this has been an awesome race. And I think that kind of like respect, like you said, to the other team of like, goddamn, these are some really tough fucking bosses, and we're just battling it out. And it's literally at the end, it was almost like a let's say a coin toss who would have won. It was like I don't know. I think that trumps a lot of any random trap that happens during the race, and you're just like, man, it was a good race. And you kind of, I mean, obviously, I fully sympathize in regards of like so much effort, and then losing sucks massively. But knowing that, you know, both teams did the best, and it was a great race. I don't know. To me, of course, I like we said, we're losing years of our lives during that day because both teams want to win so crazily.
Yeah. I'll never forget
that. but it was that's the main feeling you have, I think, afterwards, right? Like, man, what a crazy race. You're not thinking of like how who gives a crap about some random nerf shit that chat is fighting about. Like, no one cares about that.
As far as the future, though, like, so doing things like this are interesting and good, and they help maintain everything. I will say, though, I struggle to believe that this call happens, even if we're in the same spot we're at right now. If Razageth just happened, if we killed Fyrak on Wednesday after the reset, I don't think this is happening. I mean, like, you can try, but I think that the ending of the race, I think, is really important because there's just like the whole global release thing sucks. None of us want this, right? But like, we're always naturally going to have slightly different ideas of how that affects everyone. And when anything like that comes down to a race, which we still luckily have never had the reset kill, that would be fucking crazy. Like imagine, I mean, here's a good one. Imagine Tindrill's the last boss of this raid. Tindrill is certainly hard enough to be an end boss, right?
Yeah.
And you know, you could say like this race, just imagine Fyrak doesn't exist, or let's imagine Fyrak is Tindrill and Tindrill doesn't exist, and then you just kill the boss at the end of our Tuesday reset day. That is, I'm pretty sure, the literal worst case scenario for the global release thing. So, you know, like we've kind of been able to dodge the insanely bad way that this could turn out, but yeah, I mean, there's scenarios like this in the future where it could be bad. You just got to hope that they, I mean, if they make races like, I mean, they can learn a lot from this race, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't know, if you make two really, really, really fucking hard end bosses and they clearly know how to do that, then it's pretty much never going to be bullshit. So,
yeah, they just need to get the public 7 bosses and us 2, and then everyone is happy.
And they need to do that esports cook. I'm telling you, that would be fucking awesome. That shit would
be.
Oh
crazy
yeah.
good.
I mean,
hundreds of thousands of viewers on Twitch. It would be over the weekend, so people would like look forward to it. You'd see us figuring. There'd be no testing. You'd see us figure out the bosses in real time. No dungeon journal. Your fucking favorite friends guild can actually compete and try on their own, which people like. As much as I don't know how many people would want to pull Tindrill when we're pulling it, but if you wanted to do a boss like that and see how you would actually fare, it would probably increase your respect for what we're able to do, but also have fun on your own. You'd maybe, hopefully, in a perfect world, you'd see a guild that has less resources realistically compete. That would be fucking awesome, right? Like, there's just so many. They need to do this, man.
I mean, it would be really amazing. I don't know. Other people chipping in. You can also, I don't know, seeing other guilds do this without having to compete and do 50 billion splits. I'm down.
I'm ready
Ah.
for them to start cooking a little bit the raiding scene. Yeah, they've
Yes,
not
yes.
changed anything for way too long. It's time to cook.
Like,
Blizzard, come on.
we're down to skip a fated tier and get this instead of fated.
Oh yeah.
Fated. I mean, maybe we cook with the deepest set of like pans and shit, and we try to make fated interesting. I have no fucking clue how we can do that, but or you know what? Here's what I want them to do with fated. There's one bit of where I am optimistic about fated, and that is at the end of Shadowlands. Fated was created by 3 people. Everyone else is working on Dragonflight. This time, it's replacing a full season. It was not doing that in Shadowlands. I don't know if this is true, but if they have a lot more people working on it, maybe Fated could be a lot better than it was last time. And like just a brief idea of that, for example, would be like, okay, don't bring back and rotate between the 3 raids. Maybe bring back like Throne of Thunder or Siege of Orgrimmar or something, and not some bullshit time walking shit, like literal mythic difficulty and maybe a little bit of revamps on some of the old stuff for bosses like that. And I at least for me, I would love progressing an old great raid, even as early as like Nighthold, where that is how you do the end of the expansion. I think people would like that a lot more than Fated, because Fated has like so many problems. Like for us in Fated, it's like you have to farm all these raids. Do you know what it is for normal like raid guilds? They go in, they have no gear, and they get pretty good, and halfway through the mythic raid, maybe. Oh yeah, we did this Castle Nathria 2 years ago. Okay, so we're just gonna log in next week and continue our progression, right? Wrong. New raid.
Oh my god!
Like fucking 3 weeks until you get back to the raid you were just progressing. It's ridiculous. So
I know this
like,
whole Fated was so bad either way. I remember them announcing, "Yo, we will unlock all 3 raids at the same time," and I was like, "Cool, they will do it probably after like 1 or 2 rotations, right?"
nope.
And then
3
they
months
took
or
like
something.
3 months, 3.5 months. I was like, I'm in pain. I was crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. They've definitely got to cook on that. So that's the one thing I'm holding out hope for, is they can obviously do something a lot more cool with Fated now that they've done it before. But I still think Fated existing as a base concept is great because it allows them to experiment and do things. For example, our current upgrade system, which I think is good, especially this patch. I think it's better this patch than last patch. That is almost entirely based on the experimentation of the upgrade system in Fated last expansion, right? I think just for that factor alone, anytime they get even if it's like it's not replacing a full season, but like you can get a few months to kind of experiment a little bit. I think it's clearly shown that it has a positive outcome on the game. So I hope they do that. But I am
for sure.
not happy that there's not a raid. That is, I tweeted that and it got the wrong response, and it's because I used the word race instead of raid. Like people, it caught the like like the no esports
or the no
Blizzard
esports faction on Blizzard
yeah,
games.
yeah. Like Blizzard only makes the game for the 1%. So like you just want another race because that's your job, you fucking idiot. And like I'm just like, okay, replace the word race with raid, and I think it all still applies, right? Like we should definitely get another raid this expansion.
Yeah, I
man.
also do want to say, like, you could argue that this raid, like the last 2 bosses, were designed for us. Yet it was the most watched thing, like race ever. So, I mean, clearly, at least the people that are watching found this to be one of the coolest things. So, I don't know, like that argument in general, I am always a bit, let's say, flinching when I hear it, because
well, it's also just wrong. Like there's been a time where this game was made for us and it was Sepulcher, and I think they learned a bit from that. But like,
yeah,
that has just simply not happened since. And you have a very good point. I've heard this sentiment from viewers. The reason why Fyrakk and Tindral were so well watched isn't because the whole notion of like, oh, they need to make this game for everyone. What I've heard from a lot of viewers is the reason it was interesting to watch is because the viewer knows they definitely can't do that. They're watching people do things that would otherwise seem impossible, and that adds like a layer of cool to what you're doing. And so it's like those two thoughts are directly opposing each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's like watching football. Yeah, like you can play football yourselves, but you're not going to be Cristiano Ronaldo or Tom Brady for you Americans. Yeah,
Well, no,
like it's.
Roger,
Okay,
you're wrong there. Yeah,
I went too far.
I could. Yeah, I could.
Yeah, he could. He's
I just don't want to do it, right? But I could, right?
All right. I think this is good. We will go on for multiple more hours if we don't stop. I think we got through it.
Yeah, Dratnos also left us. He's like, guys, fuck this shit, I'm out.
We're losing people fast in this call.
They're tipping.
Not
Turns
good.
out sleep is not an illusion.
An illusion, yeah.
I mean, it's easy. We can do this talk again when they cook the esport things during Fated, and we're like, had another small boss race. I'm down.
Yep, I'm down. Yep. All right. Thanks for the call, guys.
Thank you. Have a beautiful rest of the day.
Yep. You guys have a beautiful rest of your night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Thank you.